My clan secretly dug out my supreme bone, yet I wasn't angry. Instead, I was overjoyed, and even deliberately told them that I had also awakened an ancient double pupil, hoping they would dig that out too. This was because I had awakened the reversal system, which allowed me to regenerate explosively whenever something of mine was taken away.
Ding, detected unconscious fated heroine Lu Ruoyue 10 meters ahead.
The timeline of this world is beginning to unfold. Villain simulator, activating.
A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Lu Qian's mind. Faced with this sudden situation, Lu Qian showed no fear, instead, his heart filled with joy. 18 years after transmigrating, his cheat ability had finally arrived. The villain simulator allows the host to simulate various events that appear on multiple future timelines, gaining various resources and information.
Each simulation requires a certain amount of villain points. The higher your cultivation, the more villain points are needed.
Changing the original ending or character development in the real world can earn villain points. Ding, newbie gift pack has arrived.
Host has received 3 opportunities for villain life simulations. This is a simulator type cheat.
Lu Qian, having read countless novels in his previous life,
instantly identified the type of his cheat ability. But, a villain simulator? Did this mean he had to be a villain?
Coupled with the classic scene before him,
could it be that the world he transmigrated into was some brainless, generic web novel?
Lu Qian had some suspicions. Then, he looked out the car window at the unconscious, so-called fated heroine Lu Ruoyue. After thinking it over, he decided to start a simulation. He always felt something was off, everything seemed too coincidental. He wanted to see how useful this cheat ability really was.
Start simulation. Ding, commencing the first villain life simulation. Given it's the first activation of the villain simulator, the host can receive 1 simulation talent for free. Talent ranks: gray, white, blue, yellow, green, red, purple, gold. Ding, commencing talent simulation draw. Congratulations to the host for temporarily acquiring a blue talent, feet greased. Feet greased blue, your feet are as if greased. With a slight oversight, you will disappear without a trace. Even cultivators cannot catch up to you. Feet greased. This seemed like an ultimate escape skill. Lu Qian's heart filled with joy. Then, his consciousness and soul seemed to split in two. One part remained in the real world. The other part was cast into a virtual simulation world. You are Lu family's second young master. Due to a mistake committed in the Great Xia capital, you came to Modu to lie low. However, you ended up becoming an existence that instilled fear in everyone in Modu. At this moment, you are preparing to go out for some fun, but you unexpectedly discover the drunken school beauty Lu Ruoyue. Lu Ruoyue, the eldest daughter of the Lu family and the campus belle of Modu University, has fallen into a deep coma. Her Dragon King bodyguard, who seemingly has destiny's blessing, is inexplicably absent. As a soft-hearted individual, you fear Lu Ruoyue might catch a cold, so you simply get out of the car and pick her up. You discover that Lu Ruoyue has been poisoned by some potent toxin, her mind is unclear, and she is highly likely to suffer brain damage from a high fever. Your overflowing compassion compels you to save her, not for any other reason, but because you are benevolent. You haven't even given an order, but the driver has already sensibly driven away. Tonight, it's settled. Half an hour later, Yi Chen, the fated protagonist, rushes over, only to find Lu Ruoyue gone. He immediately lets out a tragic wail, "No!" Realm stages in this book: transcendent mortal, spirit induction, profound understanding, divine powers, mountains and rivers, extraordinary, sacred entry, celestial being, true immortal. A comatose ice-cold campus belle, a rich and handsome villain who takes advantage of the situation, and finally a Dragon King bodyguard who arrives too late, and somehow he actually succeeded. This kind of plot is truly too classic. But, as I expected, this world really is a high martial world composed of generic web novels. Lu Qian, currently experiencing a split personality, watched the scenes unfolding in the simulated world with great interest, and also observed his other self, unable to help but sigh with emotion. He had transmigrated to this world 18 years ago, but he never expected to only now begin to understand its hidden secrets.
Clearly, this world runs deep. This sudden development naturally made him even more interested in the subsequent simulated plot. As for the real world, what about the campus belle Lu Ruoyua, lying motionless in front of him, starting to catch a cold and drunk?
Women are not as fun as the simulator.
No hurry, let her lie there a little longer. The enraged fated protagonist Yi Chen, checking nearby surveillance, discovers footage of Lu Ruoyua being picked up by you half an hour ago. He instantly flies into a rage, forcibly snatches a motorized vehicle, and chases after you frantically. But as a transmigrator, you had evidently anticipated everything and made certain preparations in advance. You had the driver call some departments in Modu, ensuring all traffic lights on the way to Moto Hotel turned red.
Yi Chen, driving his motorized vehicle, was stuck in the middle of the road.
Just as he was about to run a red light, he saw several traffic police officers in reflective vests approach and impound his car.
Indeed, even my simulated self has independent thinking and won't be like those brainless villains in generic web novels, right?
Since I already knew about the existence of a so-called suspected fated protagonist, a Dragon King bodyguard, how could I ignore him and let him catch up? It would be truly idiotic not to set up some obstacles for him. Lu Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched what happened next in the simulated world. But in the next moment, when he saw the content of the subsequent deduction, the smile on his face instantly froze. In the Magic City Hotel, as you begin to detoxify Lu Ruoyua, the mandate of heaven on her starts to boil, undergoing some kind of change.
It is forcibly absorbed and plundered by an entity within you.
You discover that your spine is becoming scorching hot, as if molten lava is surging within it. A peculiar change appears in your body, and a ghost-like shriek suddenly echoes in your ears.
The curse placed upon you is broken.
You awaken the Supreme Emperor Bone, and your physical body begins to transform, entering the threshold of cultivation.
Curse. Supreme Emperor Bone.
Looking at these two unfamiliar terms appearing on the simulator, Lu Gon's stiff face turned gloomy, and his eyes began to flash with intense cold light. No wonder he had always tried to cultivate the Lu family's techniques before, wanting to condense spiritual energy to temper his body, but had consistently failed. The spiritual energy he gathered always dissipated unconsciously. It turned out he had been cursed, which prevented him from awakening the Supreme Emperor Bone and from cultivating at all.
Who could have been so vicious as to lay such a hand on him?
It's worth noting that even the Lu family's ancestor, an 8th rank celestial, hadn't detected any problems before.
Could it be that the one who attacked him was also a celestial of the same rank? Or even, could the assailant be a 9th rank terrestrial immortal? But ostensibly, the only terrestrial immortal in this great Xia Empire was the great Xia human emperor himself? Why would he do something like this?
In front of such an existence, he, the second son of the Lu family, was like an ant, easily extinguishable.
Why bother with so much trouble? And what exactly is the Supreme Emperor Bone? How could he possess such a physique? Did the Lu family know about this long ago?
A myriad of mysteries began to surface in Lu Gon's mind, almost making him feel suffocated.
At this moment, he was like an ant trapped in a box, forever unable to see what lay outside.
If it weren't for the appearance of the villain simulator, he might have died without ever knowing the hidden secrets within himself. And in this life, it would have been almost impossible for him to step onto the path of cultivation. However, Lu Ruoyua, this destined heroine, was able to break the curse and give me a chance to cultivate again, yet she appeared before me so coincidentally.
Is it too much of a coincidence?
Lu Gon muttered to himself, his gaze complex. Then, his attention returned to the simulated world. According to the simulation's plot, there was still an hour before the destined protagonist Yi Chen would appear, which was plenty of time.
You are shocked by Lu Ruoyua's uniqueness, but even more so by the curse placed upon you.
Now that it's broken, you can cultivate again and have awakened a powerful forbidden force within your body. Overjoyed, you begin to cultivate the Lu family's archaic dragon-elephant scripture.
In just a few breaths, you enter the first layer, your body begins to transform, and you step into the first realm of cultivation, transcendence. So quickly reached the pinnacle of transcendence. Lu Qian's pupils constricted.
It was well known that the primordial dragon elephant scripture was an 8th tier celestial level ancient body refining cultivation technique. Once mastered, it could rival experts of the same level and was also a standard technique for direct disciples of the Lu family. It was considered a top-tier body refining technique even within the entire Great Xia Empire. Even his elder brother, Lu Shou, the heir of the Lu family and hailed as a prodigy of the empire, took several months to achieve initial mastery and enter the mortal transformation stage back in the day.
Yet, he had only used a few breaths of time? This body's cultivation talent was simply terrifying. The first stage, mortal transformation, begins to shed mortality.
By refining the body with spiritual energy, you can exert a force of 1,000 Jun, approximately 15,000 kilograms, your flesh can withstand blades, and you fear neither water nor fire. Having just stepped into cultivation, you have condensed one elephant's strength, reaching the peak of mortal transformation, and you've also discovered that cultivating while detoxifying is extremely fast. Soon, half an hour passed, and you broke through to the second stage of cultivation, spirit guidance, with spiritual energy condensed within your body.
Lu Ruoyue awoke. Lu Ruoyue was knocked out by you. At this moment, the chosen protagonist Yi Chen is still on his way.
Another half an hour passes, and you break through to the third stage of cultivation, profound comprehension, where spiritual energy condenses into a spiritual lake within your body. You feel that at this moment, if you activate the Supreme Emperor Bone, even a divine ability realm expert would be no match for you. You guess that the Supreme Emperor Bone must account for a significant factor in your rapid cultivation speed, and Lu Ruoyue likely possesses a special physique.
At this moment, the chosen protagonist Yi Chen is still on his way.
You suddenly discover that part of Lu Ruoyue's destiny seems to have been forcibly absorbed by the Supreme Emperor Bone, and you briefly gain the blessing of a certain destiny.
By the time he gets here, the food will be cold.
However, I didn't expect the Supreme Emperor Bone within me to be so overbearing. Not only can it accelerate cultivation intensity, but it can also plunder others' luck. I finally understand why the person behind the scenes cursed me. Such a powerful physique, even those ancient sacred physiques, aren't this terrifying? Lu Qian looked at the content in the simulator, feeling no joy at all, but rather his scalp tingling.
Too fast.
It was simply too fast. Having awakened the Supreme Emperor Bone, he was advancing almost explosively, like a rocket.
At this rate, he might reach the celestial realm in less than a few years? Or even become a land true immortal. But the problem was, would the person who cursed him back then just stand by and watch?
Having broken through to the third stage, profound comprehension, you begin to be bewildered by power, losing some of your rationality. At this moment, you feel a sharp pain from the Supreme Emperor Bone, accompanied by a chill, as if something is about to happen. You regain your rationality and sobriety, realizing the approaching danger. With a bang, Yi Chen's enraged voice and the sound of smashing objects erupt from downstairs in the hotel.
After 2.5 hours, the other party has finally arrived. It was as if your opponent knew your exact location, barging straight into the most luxurious supreme suite upstairs, entering as if there was no one there, no one daring to stop them. You sensed something was wrong. The guardian arranged for you by the Lu family hadn't intervened?
Before coming to Modu, the Lu family had arranged a 7th-tier saint-level powerhouse to secretly protect you for your safety. With such a strong individual, you should have been able to roam freely in Modu. You decisively called upon your guardian, but received no response. Either something happened to the guardian, or someone intercepted them.
Someone is trying to make a move on you.
Yi Chen, the protagonist of Destiny, is a pawn. The mastermind behind the scenes wants to use him to kill you. Lu Ruoyue's initial appearance was also problematic, but the mastermind probably wouldn't have expected that because of Lu Ruoyue, you broke the curse, awakened the Supreme Emperor Bone, and broke through to the third realm, profound comprehension. You sensed Yi Chen's aura rapidly approaching, separated only by a wall. His aura was actually at the fourth realm, divine power, clearly having condensed some powerful divine ability. At this moment, possessing the Supreme Emperor Bone, you weren't afraid of him, but wary of the mastermind who lured away your guardian.
Without hesitation, you chose to bolt, directly running away. Before making your getaway, a pang of conscience hit you.
You summarily slapped the unconscious Lu Ruoyue awake, leaving her utterly bewildered.
Empowered by the slippery escape talent, you were like a rat in the night. You leaped from the rooftop, glided all the way down, and instantly vanished without a trace. Yi Chen also changed his route, wanting to pursue, but he couldn't even catch a whiff of your exhaust. He immediately cursed in frustration. "Ah, Lu Gon, how dare you touch my woman? I, Yi Chen, swear I will kill you." You ignored the clamor of a certain clown behind you and ran like crazy, because that chilling premonition still lingered in your mind. You didn't hesitate to hide, finding refuge in a pond. The Supreme Emperor Bone seemed to have the ability to conceal aura. Your presence was restrained, and coupled with the blessing of destiny's favor, the chilling sensation began to dissipate. Just then, car headlights shone, and a Maybach appeared, driving towards you. You breathed a sigh of relief. It was none other than your driver, who was also the 7th-tier saint-level guardian arranged for you by the Lu family. Overjoyed, you emerged without hesitation and got into the car. Just as you were about to ask the driver why he hadn't appeared earlier, a sudden chill swept over you, triggering a warning. You realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The driver's head suddenly rotated 2.5 times, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, and he looked at you ferociously. "Got you." Rip. A black hand suddenly pierced through your chest from the back seat of the car, directly tearing out your Supreme Emperor Bone. Your pupils constricted in disbelief, and then, the black hand twisted off your head. Before dying, you seemed to hear gnawing sounds, as if some monster was devouring your corpse. You have died. Simulation ended. Final settlement commencing. Host may choose 3 options from the following 5. Option 1, Archaic Dragon Elephant Scripture, 3rd Layer Profound. Option 2, Awaken Forbidden Physique, Supreme Emperor Bone. Option 3, Solidify Blue Talent Grease the Wheels, making it your innate talent. Option 4, A Bright Green Hat Yi Chen. Option 5, A portion of the destined female lead Lu Ruoyua's destiny chi lasts for 3 days. A scarlet, eerie simulation text appeared before Lu Qian's eyes. His gaze turned exceptionally cold, and his fists clenched involuntarily. This, surprisingly, was a deadly trap targeting him. If the villain simulator's description was accurate, wouldn't he die tonight? What a cunning mastermind. They even had the ability to disguise themselves, ultimately posing as the driver, which made the simulated me drop my guard and walk out automatically. Otherwise, I might not have died. This is a tightly woven death trap. Lu Ruoyua, the destined female lead, and Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, are both pawns of the mastermind, all for the purpose of digging out my Supreme Emperor Bone. So, the mastermind must have been plotting for a long time, ever since I arrived in Modu. No, it should be that I was targeted while I was still in the capital of the Great Xia Empire. However, the capital of the Great Xia Empire is teeming with experts, with no shortage of heaven-human realm powerhouses, and even existences at the earthly immortal level. So, the mastermind dared not act, but instead forced me to leave and come to Modu through some means. That brat Gu Ao is problematic. After that conflict, I felt that scoundrel was deliberately looking for trouble. Otherwise, with my gentle nature, I wouldn't have casually bashed his 2 heads for no reason. So, he might be an accomplice of the mastermind, or perhaps just another pawn. A cold light flickered in Lu Qian's eyes, yet his reason was not clouded by anger. Instead, he became even more clear-headed. Half a month ago, he had gotten into a conflict with Gu Ao, a dissolute young master from the Gu family, over a woman in an entertainment venue in the capital of the Great Xia Empire, and had used some underhanded tactics. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been arranged by the Lu family to leave and avoid trouble. The Gu family was also one of the empire's top families, with an ancestor at the heaven-human realm. So, could the mastermind be the Gu family? Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to manipulate Gu Ao. Damn it, the information is still too scarce to confirm completely. However, judging solely from the simulator's information, the existence of the Supreme Emperor Bone is indeed enough to drive countless people insane, even heaven humans are no exception. Lu Qian let out a deep breath, his gaze falling upon the middle-aged driver Lu Zhong in front of him, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For now, he was still safe. Lu Zhong was born into the Lu family and was fiercely loyal to them. His strength had long reached the 7th realm, Saint Ascension, which was extraordinary. Even if he were asked to die to protect himself, he wouldn't hesitate.
In the first simulation, the mastermind set up a deadly trap to lure away Lu Zhong, the Dao protector, which implied that the opponent was wary of Lu Zhong's strength. Otherwise, there would be no need for a setup, they would just capture him and extract his bones directly. From this perspective, the advantage is on my side.
This game is still playable. His gaze lingered on the rewards of the final settlement, and without the slightest hesitation, he made his choice. For the simulator rewards, I choose the first, second, and third.
Lu Qian had almost no hesitation regarding the 5 options presented by the villain simulator.
The first item, Primordial Dragon Elephant Scripture, 3rd layer Profound Comprehension.
It was enough to transform him from an ordinary person into a cultivator, possessing his own transcendent power. Although not as monstrous as those prodigies in the imperial capital, he was certainly no worse than ordinary heavenly talents, even a bit stronger. In the 3rd realm, Profound Comprehension, one already possesses nascent mysterious power. Ordinary thermal weapons are rendered useless, and coupled with powerful Dao techniques and martial arts, one can easily wipe out a fully armed gang.
Even within the imperial system, one could be granted certain positions and various privileges.
In some remote small cities, it wouldn't be impossible to become a king or overlord. Currently, he is about to fall into a deadly trap and face grave dangers from the mastermind.
He must possess his own power. As for the second item, Awakening Supreme Emperor Bone, there's even less to say.
Without the awakening of the Supreme Emperor Bone and with the curse still present, the spiritual energy in his body would rapidly dissipate, his cultivation would regress, and ultimately, he would become immortal. Without the boost from the second reward, the Profound Comprehension cultivation from the first item would likely dissipate within a few hours, reverting him to his original state. Therefore, these two are complementary and the most crucial.
As for the other 3 items,
the 4th item, a bright green hat, can be directly skipped.
This is undoubtedly for those chosen ones with peculiar tastes. He's not interested in that kind of thing.
If it were for someone else to wear, he might have some interest. And the blue talent from the 3rd reward, Greased Feet, has already shown its initial effectiveness in the villain simulator, proving to be a superb escape tool.
Yi Chen, the protagonist who was a dragon king in the 4th realm, divine ability, couldn't catch up with his escape. Even the mastermind was briefly shaken off and couldn't pinpoint his location.
Eventually, they resorted to a waiting for the rabbit strategy to lure him out before killing him.
The temporary blue talent Greased Feet is undeniably powerful, solidifying it would bring significant benefits for future simulations.
5th item, Partial Destiny Luck of the Chosen Heroine, Lu Ruoyue lasts for 3 days. This option is indeed good, but the first simulation clearly told Lu Qian that luck, after all, is an external thing. Although he possesses the ability to foresee danger and avoid misfortune, it is not omnipotent.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have died during the first simulation. Moreover, this option can be replicated in subsequent simulations. In contrast, the blue talent Greased Feet was a reward that appeared only in the first simulation. Once it's gone, it's truly gone. Boom!
As his 3 choices fell into place, the terrifying mighty power from the villain simulator instantly manifested. To his astonished gaze, a river of time suddenly pierced through the dimensions and appeared before him, revealing scenes from his first villainous life simulation. Soon, a corpse with its spine removed and a ferocious expression appeared before him. The face of that corpse was identical to his own. However, on the corpse, there were now 5 fruits radiating different glows. Swish! 3 fruits, emitting brilliant light, suddenly dropped and flew towards him. The mighty power of the 3rd level of the ancient dragon elephant scripture instantly infused into him.
Awah!
The roar of ancient dragon elephants seemed to echo in his mind, and beneath his seemingly frail body, muscles instantly bulged, as if ancient primordial beasts were awakening within him. In an instant, he possessed the strength of 10 elephants, enough to easily tear apart steel and concrete, immune to knives, swords, and firearms, like a humanoid ferocious beast. At this moment, he felt as if one punch could blow up a tank. The ancient dragon elephant scripture, an ancient heaven-human level cultivation technique of the Lu family, primarily focused on physical body cultivation, with chi cultivation being secondary. However, compared to the awakened Supreme Emperor bone from his spine, the so-called strength of 10 elephants seemed insignificant. As the Supreme Emperor bone awakened, the screams of ghosts and gods he heard during the first simulation once again echoed in his mind. Even the roaring dragon elephants within his body instantly became obedient and docile, as if they had encountered an unparalleled supreme being who governed heaven and earth, bowing down in submission. At this moment, all traces of cultivation on Lu Gon's body were suppressed, revealing nothing. Lu Zhong, the guardian in the front seat, seemed to sense something. He looked at Lu Gon through the rearview mirror, only to meet a pair of profound, domineering eyes. A strange, bloodline-level suppression caused him to tremble involuntarily, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look directly. What terrifying eyes! Even the patriarch has never given me such a sense of oppression. Young Master Lu is clearly just an ordinary person without cultivation, but the oppression he gives me at this moment is even more terrifying than those heaven-human ancestors. How is this possible? Lu Zhong's face was filled with disbelief at this moment. All along, his disdain and dissatisfaction for young Master Lu, who was always called a dandy, instantly vanished, replaced by an inexplicable sense of awe. This dandy of the Lu family seemed not as simple as the rumors suggested. Seeing a 7th realm saint-level powerhouse being subdued by the pressure emanating from the Supreme Imperial Bone, Lu Gon couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and boundless ambition. This is exactly what he wanted. Now, I lack nothing. Host, Lu Gon. Age, 18. Realm, Tongxian. Cultivation technique, primordial dragon elephant scripture 3rd layer heaven human level. Physique, Supreme Imperial Bone. Talent, greased feet blue. Simulation attempts, 2. Villain points, 0. As the rewards were received, the river of time and the corpse from earlier also dissipated. Lu Gon retracted his gaze, looking at the attribute panel revealed by the simulator, gaining a deeper understanding of the existence of the Supreme Imperial Bone. At present, he clearly hadn't yet fully unearthed the true power of the Supreme Imperial Bone. At this moment, only 5 minutes had passed since the first simulation. There was still time before the impending death trap. Proceed with the second simulation. This time, I want to uncover the mastermind who killed me, and also see if I can gain anything from Yi Chen, the son of destiny, as well as test how deep the waters of this world are. Villain Simulator, initiate second simulation. A cold light burst forth from Lu Gon's eyes. Ding, beginning second villain life simulation. Detecting that the host has no villain points, skipping talent extraction phase. Simulation begins. You are the second young master of the Lu family. Due to an incident in the Great Xia capital. Due to the failure of the first simulation, you have become more cautious. This time, you did not get out of the car to pick up Lu Ruoyue, but instead chose to sit in the car, quietly waiting for something. Soon, an hour passed. Yi Chen's figure rushed over from a distance, with a hint of anxiety on his face, seemingly very worried about Lu Ruoyue. Soon, he spotted Lu Ruoyue not far away, as well as a Maybach in front. Seeing the target appear, the corner of your mouth slightly curved. You directly ordered Lu Zhong, who had reached the 7th realm saint level, to attack Yi Chen. No need to capture him alive, kill him directly, twisting off his head. Having read countless web novels, you know the ridiculous extent of those sons of destiny, always capable of turning peril into safety through fortuitous coincidences. Naturally, you would not allow Lu Zhong to hold back in the slightest, to avoid any accidents, and at the same time, you wanted to see what abilities Yi Chen, this son of destiny, possessed. Lu Zhong, as a protector and chauffeur, although puzzled, resolutely carried out your order. His physical body tore through space and disappeared. Boom! The rushing Yi Chen suddenly felt a spine-chilling sense of terror. The next moment, he saw a giant hand covered in golden light grabbing towards his head. A saint-level powerhouse. Yi Chen let out a terrified scream, feeling as if disaster was imminent, but the next moment, a soul light suddenly appeared on his body, causing his cultivation to momentarily surge from the 4th stage, divine ability, to the 5th stage, mountain and river, narrowly dodging Lu Zhong's attack. RIP! One of Yi Chen's arms was torn off by Lu Zhong, but it was immediately covered by a soul light and fled towards the distance.
At this moment, he obviously couldn't care less about Lu Ruyue. His own life was more important. How dare you? You still have a remnant soul hidden within you?
Lu Zhong frowned slightly and reprimanded him sternly, then pursued Yi Chen.
He's actually a protagonist with a built-in old grandpa lucky streak.
These types are actually more troublesome and most prone to sudden power-ups.
Lu Gon looked at the simulator's content and instantly pinpointed Yi Chen's abnormality and the characteristic of his golden finger.
9 times out of 10, it was an old grandpa remnant soul of some powerful individual. He just didn't know what level of cultivation that so-called remnant soul possessed in its former life.
Presumably, it wouldn't be too low.
To attach to an artifact as a remnant soul and maintain sanity, one must have been at least a celestial being in their past life.
Perhaps even a land immortal.
You watched Lu Zhong chase after him, roughly guessing the greatest reliance of Yi Chen, this protagonist of destiny, and your heart gained a bit of confidence.
You chose not to wait for Lu Zhong to return.
From your understanding of protagonists of destiny, Lu Zhong probably wouldn't be able to subdue Yi Chen anytime soon. In fact, there was a good chance the opponent would escape.
But that was enough.
What you wanted was to first get rid of Yi Chen, this annoying cockroach, so he wouldn't interfere with certain upcoming plans.
You got out of the car alone, picked up Lu Ruyue, and continued along the path of the first simulation, except this time, it wasn't Lu Zhong driving, but you. You arrived at the destination with Lu Ruyue, began the detoxification process, and started cultivating the primordial dragon elephant art. An hour later, you reached the intermediate stage of Tongxian, gaining a deeper understanding of the primordial dragon elephant scripture, and your power increased by 3 elephants again. Another half an hour later, you successfully broke through to the advanced stage of Tongxian.
Your primordial elephant power began to rapidly merge, finally forming 1 dragon's worth of strength. At this moment, even without cultivating any Dao arts or martial techniques, you could kill a Tongxian cultivator of the same level with a single punch based on your physical body alone. You found that your cultivation speed began to slow down. Apparently, the assistance from Lu Ruyue's mandate of heaven seemed to be declining, or perhaps your cultivation had reached a higher level, requiring other resources.
She woke up. This time, unlike the first simulation, you didn't knock her out. Instead, you grabbed her by the neck and questioned her to the death. Speak, why did you suddenly appear tonight? If you don't, I will wipe out your entire Lu family.
During the first simulation, you already felt that Lu Ruyue's appearance tonight was too coincidental, and it must have been due to some factor, perhaps even related to some mastermind behind the scenes. Lu Ruyue was clearly frightened by you, and coupled with your ferocious expression and the choking sensation around her neck, she instantly collapsed, stating that the Lu family's fortunes had declined and problems had arisen. Her father, in order to keep the Lu family from falling, had organized a dinner party tonight, hoping she would go on a blind date with young Master Zhao. Unwilling to sacrifice herself, she used going to the restroom as an excuse during the banquet and ran away. However, as she ran, she gradually became unconscious.
The Zhao family? The Zhao family, one of the 4 prominent families in Modu.
Lu Qian was somewhat surprised. The 4 prominent families of Modu were all local powers with saint-level experts overseeing them. Although not as terrifying as the Lu family, they were deeply rooted and involved in various powerful factions through intricate webs of interests.
Could it be that the Zhao family of Modu was involved with the mastermind?
Or perhaps they were accomplices. Ruthlessly destroying the flower, completely devoid of humanity, you seem to have already formed some ideas and suspicions. Your supreme imperial bone began to exert its power, forcefully plundering a portion of Lu Ruyue's destiny and fortune. You briefly received the blessing of destiny. You discovered that Lu Ruyue seemed to be hiding something else, not telling the whole truth. Just as you were about to continue questioning her, you suddenly felt another chilling coldness approaching.
It's here.
The mastermind from the first simulation.
Rumble.
A huge commotion came from below the hotel.
You keenly heard some conversations.
The people who arrived were powerful figures from the Lu and Zhao families, seemingly intending to apprehend someone. You are well aware that the arrival of these people must be inextricably linked to the mastermind. The opponent apparently intends to use these people to act against you. Facing the Lu and Zhao family members who were searching for you, after a brief thought, you chose not to stay, but once again opted to make a quick escape and run away directly. Because you didn't dare to gamble whether the so-called mastermind was hiding among the two groups from the Lu and Zhao families, or even if the people who arrived were truly from these two families. If things went wrong, he might have to restart on the spot.
You began to escape.
Under the blessing of the blue talon's slippery feet, you briefly evaded some covetous gazes and arrived at a remote mountain forest, hiding in a pond, concealing your form and suppressing your aura.
10 minutes later, a black and white Maybach drove into view in the distance, seemingly searching for something.
Soon, from inside the Maybach, the chauffeur Lu Zhong's shouts were heard, seemingly calling your name.
Are the people who arrived this time for real?
You let out a sigh of relief, emerged from the pond, and strode towards the car. Your spiritual energy erupted, instantly drying your clothes, and you got into the car without hesitation. But just as you got into the car, you felt a bone-chilling coldness attack again, and your destiny began to warn you.
Gotcha.
In the front seat, the driver Lu Zhong rotated his head 720 degrees, bleeding from all 7 orifices, staring straight at you, his face full of triumph. However, at this moment, you showed no panic, but instead revealed a triumphant smile.
No, I got you. No, I got you.
Seeing that you weren't scared as imagined, but rather revealed a playful smile, the driver's ferocious expression subtly changed, as if he realized something.
Rip!
A black hand suddenly appeared from the leather seat in the back, extremely anxious, trying to dig out your spine. Your expression remained normal, and you simply said plainly,
"Do it!" Boom!
Terrifying flames suddenly erupted from the ground, incinerating the black hand. Lu Zhong, the guardian who had previously gone to hunt down Yi Chen, suddenly appeared. A large hand burning with golden flames directly grabbed the driver's head, ignoring his terrified expression, and violently pulled and dragged him out. Dragged out and being brutally tortured and beaten, the mastermind immediately realized that this was a conspiracy targeting him. Lu Zhong going after Yi Chen and not returning earlier was clearly intentional.
No!
You calmly watched the previously arrogant and domineering mastermind being brutally hammered by the guardian Lu Zhong, his limbs and flesh savagely torn apart, a faint smile playing at the corner of your mouth. Just as you had expected, although the mastermind's strength was formidable, he was no match for Lu Zhong at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to resort to schemes to ambush you. Previously, you had ostensibly sent Lu Zhong to hunt down the fated protagonist Yi Chen, but secretly, you used spiritual energy transmission to instruct him to chase for a while, then immediately return and lie in wait, all to ambush the mastermind and catch him off guard. However, to your surprise, the mastermind's ability was extremely bizarre. He could transform into a shadow, constantly changing, and almost escaped from Lu Zhong's grasp. Nevertheless, as the guardian arranged for you by the Lu family, Lu Zhong's strength was also extraordinary. He directly transformed into a giant golden ape and, with a punch, suppressed him.
Soon, the battle ended.
The guardian Lu Zhong, with a murderous aura, dragged the mastermind, whose limbs had been severed, resembling a human stick, to your front and explained, "Young Master Lu, this demonic thing cultivates a long-lost evil technique, the Thousand Shadow demonic art, which allows him to manipulate shadows and change faces.
It's extremely bizarre. I almost let him get away. Currently, I can't discern his origins."
You were not surprised. The so-called mastermind before you was probably just a disposable pawn, and naturally wouldn't use cultivation methods and secret manuals that could easily reveal his origins.
Soul search. You utter coldly.
Having reached the 7th realm of Saint Ascension, your soul has condensed into a tangible entity, possessing various powers, naturally including the ability of soul search.
However, once used, the victim either becomes an imbecile or disabled, or dies on the spot.
The mastermind before you already killed you once during the first villain simulation. How could you possibly let them off lightly? The protector, Lu Zhong, nods and begins to perform a soul search on the mastermind in his hands, aiming to uncover the identity of the person behind them. To dare to lay hands on the young master of the great Xiaolu family is simply asking for death. Soon, under the soul search, the mastermind began to give way, bleeding from all 7 orifices, trembling madly, and quickly lost their breath, dying on the spot. However, the protector, Lu Zhong, showed no joy at all, frowning with a touch of shame. Young Master Lu, some memories in this scoundrel's mind have been erased. I failed to identify the true mastermind. The only thing I found was that this person seemed to be an orphan who was later taken in and taught the thousand shadow demonic art. Memories erased, as expected, not a single leak. All clues are directly severed. Lu Qian calmly looked at the villain simulator, as if he had already anticipated it. Clearly, this trap targeting him had been laid for a long time. It would naturally not be easily uncovered. However, the situation with the mastermind did make him think of something. Collecting orphans, meticulously raising them, teaching mysterious cultivation techniques. This is clearly the method used by noble families to raise death warriors. In a sense, Lu Zhong, as a protector, is also a death warrior of the Lu family, living solely for the family, ready to sacrifice his life at any moment. This is why he trusts Lu Zhong so much. Given this, the suspicion on the great Xiaogu family is undoubtedly amplified infinitely. Besides that, the Zhao family of the demonic capital also bears some suspicion. However, I, in the villain simulator, still lack evidence. But, at my level, evidence can be important, or it can be utterly insignificant. The smile at the corner of Lu Qian's mouth grew more intense, and he became even more eager to see what his simulated self in the villain simulator would do next. It's worth noting that Lu Qian in the simulator also possesses independent thought. He, from the outside, cannot directly intervene. You are not surprised by Lu Zhong's report, displaying a calmness unimaginable to ordinary people. For ordinary people, without evidence, they can only suppress their anger or slowly gather evidence. But who are you? You are the second young master of the great Xia Lu family, with the celestial level old ancestor of the Lu family backing you. Evidence and laws are like a joke to you. If someone of lower status is bullied, they naturally seek out their patron. From the storage ring on your person, you retrieved a bloodline communicator for the Lu family and sent a message to your elder brother, Lu Shou, stating that you had been assassinated and the mastermind was the Gu family, also a heaven-rank noble family. You asked him to help you get even. Your elder brother, Lu Shou, has an extremely close bond with you. When you were younger, he always stood up for you, and you believe he will definitely help you. As a top prodigy of Great Xia and the young master of the Lu family, your elder brother Lu Shou's power is far greater than yours. He can even represent the Lu family, enough to cause quite a stir and tip off the enemy. As for the Zhao family in Demon City, a suspected party, you plan to investigate the truth of the matter in your own way. The Li family, one of the four great families of Demon City, is an in-law of the great Xia Lu family. Their patriarch married a distant cousin of yours, making them your people. Your accommodation and everything else in Demon City were also arranged by the Li family. You intend to have the Li family help you investigate and take action. In the first simulation, you were killed before you could even leverage your advantages and power. This time, you intend to make full use of them. After arranging everything, you instructed Lu Zhong to write down the 1,000 shadow demonic art obtained through soul searching and give it to you later. Evidently, you are very interested in this evil demonic art that can manifest countless forms and even transform into shadows. Lu Zhong agreed but then suddenly asked if you were able to cultivate. After all, you had used spiritual energy to transmit your voice and speak with him earlier, and this protector immediately realized that you were hiding your cultivation? You slowly nodded. Currently, Lu Zhong is one of your biggest trump cards, and some things simply cannot be hidden from him. You expressed your hope that Lu Zhong would keep it a secret and not tell anyone. The deeply hidden mastermind obviously doesn't know that you have awakened the Supreme Emperor Bone and can cultivate. You want to keep this card close to your chest. Lu Zhong was silent for a moment but still nodded in agreement. As your protector, Lu Zhong is loyal to you as much as he is to the family. Since he agreed to keep your secret, it is unlikely he will reveal it. You instructed Lu Zhong to thoroughly destroy the body of the mastermind to prevent any unforeseen incidents, and then you inquired about the Destiny protagonist, Yi Chen. After dealing with the mastermind, you also recalled the Son of Destiny who was being hunted at the start. Hearing your question, Lu Zhong's expression showed a hint of shame. He stated that Yi Chen possessed many secrets and could unleash numerous powerful trump cards. He failed to ring off the opponent's head but managed to sever one of his arms and snatched some items. Lu Zhong took out Yi Chen's severed arm and a bloody storage pouch from his storage ring. You raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. On one hand, you were surprised that Lu Zhong was able to take one of Yi Chen's arms and snatch a storage pouch. On the other hand, for Yi Chen, who was only at the 4th tier divine ability realm, to escape from Lu Zhong, who was at the 7th tier entering Saint realm, showed how formidable the old grandpa he had on him was.
You took Yi Chen's severed arm.
After a moment of thought, you decided not to destroy it, but rather to place it in your storage ring. This world is full of strange and secretive arts, as well as curses. This severed arm will surely have a great use in the future. You opened the bloody storage pouch and found numerous cultivation pills and natural treasures within. Apparently, these were among the opportunities Yi Chen had collected over the years. In the corner of the storage pouch, there was also an ancient, black token, featuring a ferocious beast with a single horn and a terrifying face. You examined the beast token for a long time but couldn't discern its origin. However, given that Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, had collected it, it clearly possessed extraordinary qualities. You put it away, intending to ask the Lu family to help investigate it. Those cultivation resources arrived just in time, perfectly suited for your use. You instructed Lu Zhong to drive away from the area, returning to a private villa in the central part of the magic city for recuperation, ready to seize the time to cultivate and gain greater strength. You entered the secret chamber within the villa, instructing Lu Zhong to guard outside, and began to consume pills, preparing to cultivate. You looked at the ancient dragon elephant scripture in Thousand Shadows demonic art and pondered for a while, ultimately choosing to cultivate the Thousand Shadows demonic art, this strange demonic art, first. The me in the villain simulator is somewhat cautious this time, not even fully trusting the Lu family and not directly asking the family for martial arts techniques.
Is he suspecting that there are masterminds within the Lu family, or does he simply not want to do too much and leave traces? Lu Gan was somewhat surprised, instantly guessing the thoughts behind it.
That's right, he had only been in the magic city for half a month when he was ambushed.
Being cautious was indeed normal.
The ancient dragon elephant scripture, a heavenly human-level cultivation method, focuses on physical defense and lacks corresponding combat martial arts and escape techniques.
Unless, during the breakthrough to the 4th realm of divine abilities, corresponding divine abilities are condensed. Currently, he was like a warrior with a powerful health bar but no skills. He only had one blue talent, grease on the soles of the feet, for self-preservation. The Thousand Shadows demonic art, a bizarre and evil demonic art, could transform endlessly, manifest as demonic shadows, and change appearances, which could compensate for some of his shortcomings. Furthermore, the mastermind from before, despite only being at the 6th realm of Transcendent, almost escaped from Lu Zhong's hands thanks to the Thousand Shadows demonic art, demonstrating the terrifying life-saving ability of the art. Lu Gan strongly suspected that if Lu Zhong, the Tao protector, hadn't been hiding underground and suddenly erupted, catching the opponent off guard and severely injuring them, he might not have been able to keep them. If he could cultivate it, combined with the blue talent grease on the soles of the feet, he might have a chance to rival a certain heavenly venerate famous for their escape abilities. For certain considerations, you chose the Thousand Shadows demonic art. You discovered that the potential of this evil demonic art was extremely terrifying. It seemed to have been created by a demonic overlord beyond the celestial realm, possessing various wicked and mysterious techniques. However, only the first half was available, allowing cultivation up to the celestial realm at most, while the latter half had been torn away. You began to examine the rubbings in your hand, transcribed by Lu Zhong, but soon you frowned, realizing you couldn't understand them because the cultivation texts were a mixture of ancient demonic script and ancient divine script. Soon, an hour passed, and you still had no clue, becoming increasingly anxious.
Your brows were almost knotted together when suddenly, a calm, cool sensation surged from your spine, spreading to your mind. You felt a wave of drowsiness, becoming hazy and entering a special state. In your sight, the characters on the Thousand Shadows demonic art in your hand began to transform into tadpoles, floating and swimming around, wildly rushing into your Glabella divine palace. You cultivated the Thousand Shadows demonic art successfully and with great speed, instantly mastering it and entering the first level, gaining the ability of demonic shadow doppelganger.
Is it the Supreme Emperor Bone at work? Lu Gan's pupils contracted.
He hadn't expected the mysterious Supreme Emperor bone to possess such a miraculous effect. It could actually disregard the cultivation method's threshold, forcibly achieve cultivation success, and quickly master it. It was simply terrifying. And it also had the ability to accelerate cultivation speed. This was even more powerful than those so-called golden fingers. Day 1, you reached the peak of the first level of the Thousand Shadows demonic art, able to condense 9 demonic shadow doppelgangers, each possessing 1/10 of your main body's combat power. You felt an emptiness, and the Supreme Emperor bone in your body began to transmit a sense of hunger. You unconsciously took out Yi Chen's storage bag, pulled out bottles of elixirs and natural treasures, and stuffed them into your mouth. Such a terrifying amount of medicine, even those in the mountain river realm or transcendent realm would not dare to consume it lightly, fearing death by explosion. But the Supreme Emperor bone in your body erupted with terrifying devouring power, consuming all the energy. Your cultivation speed for the Thousand Shadows demonic art began to soar wildly. Day 2, you broke through to the second level of the Thousand Shadows demonic art, gaining a new ability, shadow manipulation, allowing you to control your own shadow to immobilize targets. Day 3, you broke through to the third level of the Thousand Shadows demonic art, gaining a new ability, body morph to shadow, allowing you to temporarily transform your body into a shadow. Day 4, you broke through to the fourth level of the Thousand Shadows demonic art, condensing a demonic magical ability, shadow mimicry. When you come into contact with a target's shadow, you can transform into their appearance and facial features, and your own aura also becomes identical.
Devouring special energy to upgrade cultivation techniques? Are you sure your name is Supreme Emperor Bone and not Deep Blue?
Lu Gan looked incredulous as he watched scene after scene unfold in the villain simulator.
Good heavens, even a rocket couldn't go this fast.
It's no wonder Lu Gan was so shocked he almost couldn't maintain his composure. The effect of the Supreme Emperor bone in the villain simulator was simply too astonishing. Normally, people cultivate techniques, which can take years, decades, or even centuries. Even those peerless prodigies with terrifying comprehension might shorten the time to just a few years or months. But with the Supreme Emperor Bone's blessing, him in the villain simulator mastered the technique in mere seconds, and then surged forward, breaking through to the fourth layer in a few days, condensing a phantom mimicry divine ability. The condensation of every divine ability is one of the core secrets of the cultivated technique.
To succeed, one almost needs immense perseverance and great insight.
Thousand Shadow demonic art, this evil demonic art from ancient times, is inherently extremely difficult, and also requires a certain physique. According to Lu Zhong, even the previous mastermind only reached the fourth layer, and that was probably the result of countless years of cultivation. Previously, Lu Zhong advised me to just give it a try and not get too engrossed, lest I become obsessive and fanatical. If he knew my current progress, he'd probably be dumbfounded. Such cases of prematurely condensing a divine ability before officially breaking through the fourth realm of divine abilities are extremely rare, almost exclusively the privilege of top human prodigies. Currently, the foremost prodigy of the Great Xia Empire is the sixth Prince Chen Tai, from the Great Xia imperial family. It is said that when he broke through to the divine ability realm and condensed his divine ability, it also took him 10 days. Even so, it shocked the entire empire and drew the attention of countless powerful figures. Even those strange alien races consider that sixth prince of the empire their future great enemy, wanting to eliminate him beforehand. A hint of gloom flashed in Lu Gan's eyes. Once his talent was exposed, it would likely be world-shattering, attracting too many covetous gazes.
However, fortunately, his choice for this simulation was not wrong.
The phantom mimicry divine ability talent was clearly the special ability of the mastermind who was killed earlier. Being able to mimic appearance and aura, completely changing one's identity, is undoubtedly a divine skill for him right now. In special circumstances, it can definitely save his life. Currently, with his cultivation not yet unrivaled in the world, the priority is to lay low and ensure survival.
Phew, I'm still too weak right now.
If I had the combat power of a terrestrial immortal, no, even a celestial, I could break the deadlock, confront the mastermind earlier, and wrestle with them.
But with the blessing of the villain simulator, that day won't be far off. Lu Gan was full of confidence. Before getting the cheat, he might have been panicked. But with the cheat here, What's there to be afraid of?
No matter who the mastermind behind the scenes is, since the arrival of his villain simulator, there is only one outcome. Either he dies, or I live. On the 5th day, you successfully cultivated the Thousand Shadows demonic art to the peak of the 4th level, and the effect of the shadow mimicry divine ability was enhanced. You were startled awake by an extreme hunger. When you regained your senses, you found that all the pills and heavenly spiritual materials in front of you had long been devoured. Even your storage bag had several tooth marks on it. Your body had become gaunt, and your blood essence was weak. Without pills and spiritual medicine to restore energy, your blood essence was violently drained, leaving you in extreme weakness.
You were almost sucked dry by the Supreme Emperor's bone. If it had been a few more days, you might have died.
Under the temptation of hunger and survival, you hurriedly pulled the mechanism in the secret chamber, sending out a distress signal. Your protector, Lu Zhong, violently broke open the secret chamber and found you on your last breath. He was greatly alarmed, immediately took out his life-saving pills, and infused his spiritual energy into you to stabilize your vital signs, also ordering someone to prepare spiritual cuisine to replenish blood essence.
You began to eat. Several hours later, your breath began to stabilize, your shriveled flesh and blood started to become full, and you finally survived. Good heavens, this time I wasn't killed by the mastermind, but almost by myself. Lu Qian, observing the villain simulator, also twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. However, that Supreme Emperor's bone was overly domineering. As he was spending money, he started spending his life. Having survived, you are still shaken, realizing the overbearing nature of the Supreme Emperor's bone. In the future, if you wish to use it, you must prepare enough pills and spiritual medicine. Seeing your recovery, the terrified protector Lu Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately inquired about the situation. You casually brushed it off as over-cultivation and chi deviation, covering up the truth. You temporarily did not reveal that you had successfully cultivated the Thousand Shadows demonic art and condensed the shadow mimicry divine ability. However, Lu Zhong mistakenly thought it was due to cultivating demonic arts and advised you not to cultivate them. You perfunctorily agreed, and then inquired about the situation outside these past few days. During the first simulation, you only lived for a few hours. This time, you lived for 5 days and even made preparations in advance, so you must have gained something in these days. In response to your inquiry, Lu Zhong truthfully informed you that things had escalated. On the first day, the capital of Great Xia remained calm and uneventful. It was as if your elder brother, Lu Shou, had not received your distress message. The second day. On the third day, the Gu family's patriarch held his 300th birthday banquet. Elder brother Lu Shou led the Lu family's experts to offer birthday felicitations, but suddenly launched an attack, capturing Gu Ao, breaking his legs, and even attempting soul-searching. A fierce conflict erupted between the two sides. The Lu family patriarch blocked the Gu family patriarch, saying that matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation, and incidentally, asking to be enlightened by your esteemed martial arts. Upon seeing a junior being beaten and then soul-searched, the Gu family's ancestor was enraged, unleashing the overwhelming might of a celestial being. However, the Lu family's ancestor, who had been in seclusion for a long time, suddenly appeared. The two 8th realm celestial beings battled in the Great Xia capital, fiercely fighting, astonishing all parties. Despite the obstruction of many powerful Lu family members, Lu Shou successfully completed the soul search. The assassination in Moda was indeed linked to Gu Ao, the scion, but memories related to the assassin had been erased. Gu Ao, after being soul searched, also became an idiot. You dared to touch a member of my Lu family, and what's more, my brother, Lu Shou's brother. Your Gu family truly has a death wish. Lu Shou roared furiously, smashing Gu Ao's head with one hand. Lu family's ancestor, even if it means raising the capital, I will cripple your Gu family. Even though they knew they were in the wrong, the Gu family, having been utterly humiliated, would not let the matter rest, and the two families engaged in a true blood feud. Eventually, the mysterious Great Xia Lord was alerted and personally intervened to mediate, ultimately leading to a temporary reconciliation between the two families. The Lu and Gu families fought fiercely, with even their celestial being ancestors personally joining the battle, almost razing the imperial capital.
In the end, it even alarmed the mysterious Great Xia human emperor, who intervened. Lu Qian's eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, the situation in this second simulation far exceeded his expectations. According to his original thoughts, after receiving the distress message, at most, his elder brother Lu Shou would take action against Gu Ao, the scion, to teach him a lesson and, by doing so, alert the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, the assassination at the beginning of the second simulation had not succeeded. In such circumstances, the conflict would merely be confined to a junior dispute, not escalating into a large-scale outbreak. But what happened next was far beyond his imagination. Not only his elder brother Lu Shou, but also his father and the Lu family's ancestor, almost all came out, looking as if they were seeking blood for blood and justice.
This reaction was far too intense and abnormal.
One must know that the Lu family's celestial being ancestor had not shown his face for decades, was extremely mysterious, and had been in seclusion all this time. Now, he had come out directly because of him. He even threatened to cripple the Gu family. Lu Qian didn't think his value would be that high. He wasn't even the heir to the Lu family, just a second son of the family. And the Great Xia Gu family was also a celestial being family, standing on the same tier as the Great Xia Lu family.
The Lu family's reaction was genuinely too extreme.
According to Lu Zhong's description in the villain simulator, the Lu family suffered heavy casualties in this conflict. Although there was an element of kinship involved, he always felt there were other reasons. It seems, then, that the Lu family, my elder brother, my father, and my ancestor are indeed sincere towards me, with no problems whatsoever.
And the reason they reacted so strongly, could it be that they already knew I possessed the Supreme Emperor bone?
Lu Qian felt as if the path ahead was obscured by a dense fog, making it impossible to see clearly. Looking back, it seemed that for the past 18 years, his treatment within the Lu family was almost the best. Even compared to his elder brother Lu Shou, he was not inferior. Whatever he wanted to do, whatever he did, it would be satisfied. Even when he previously acted and smashed the head of Gu Ao, that rich second-generation heir, the Lu family didn't blame him at all. His first reaction upon returning home at that time was to ask if he was injured. Afterwards, he was sent to the demon capital to enjoy a good vacation and fun, without having to worry about any consequences. If there were any problems, the Lu family would take care of them. When I was in the thick of it, I didn't feel anything, but now that I think about it carefully, I can see the clues. The Lu family's attitude towards me is not like their attitude towards a second son of the family. It's not only excessively good but even somewhat indulgent and doting, as if they were treating a being with a special identity. Lu Qian murmured to himself, seemingly having some kind of guess. At this moment, his attention continued to focus on the villain simulator.
Upon hearing about the upheaval in the Great Xia capital, you begin to realize the special and unusual nature of your identity, and you start to question your identity as a member of the Lu family by blood? Lu Zhong states that the family has sent a message, telling you to continue staying in the demon capital for the time being and not to return, to be wary of the Gu family, and to only come back once the family has resolved the matter. Because the Lu family and the Gu family are at war, it's difficult to dispatch high-level experts to the demon capital. However, to protect your safety, your elder brother Lu Shou specially spent a great price to send someone with a life substitute blood escape talisman, which can block a fatal attack at a critical moment and teleport you 1,000 miles away. Life substitute blood escape talisman. Lu Qian was startled. This was a powerful talisman belonging to the celestial level. It required the heart blood of a celestial-level blood demon bat as the main ingredient, animal skin as the talisman paper, and finally, a master talisman craftsman to draw it. Its success rate was less than 1%. Such a life-saving divine item was highly coveted even by celestial-level ancestors. At critical moments, it could grant an extra life. His own elder brother actually had someone send it to him. He could now imagine the great price his elder brother must have paid. This was truly treating him like a biological brother. You are moved, and you take the life substitute blood escape talisman from Lu Zhong's hand, keeping it close to your body. You secretly vow that once you achieve success in cultivation, you will repay it 1,000-fold. After learning about the situation in the Great Xia capital, you calm yourself down before asking about the situation in the demon capital.
5 days ago, you instructed the Li family, one of the 4 major families in the demon capital with marital ties to the Lu family, to investigate the Zhao family. You told them to be arrogant, act directly, and also strike at the Lu family, making them hand over Yi Chen, the destined protagonist and Dragon King bodyguard. In response, Lu Zhong said, "Young Master Lu, when you previously asked the Li family to investigate the Zhao family, they were somewhat unwilling and unenthusiastic. But ever since the old ancestor and the family had moved against the Gu family, their attitude changed, and they immediately launched various attacks on the Zhao family. The other 2 of the 4 major families in Modu, the Wu family and the Lin family, chose to remain neutral and did not get involved. Currently, these 2 major Modu families are fighting fiercely, but the Zhao family seems to know that this is your intention, and has not dared to counterattack, instead focusing on comprehensive defense."
As for the Lu family?
When the Lu family had learned that his daughter Lu Ruoyue's bodyguard Yi Chen had offended Lu Qian, he was instantly scared out of his wits. He wished he could tie up the fleeing Yi Chen and bring him to atone for his sins. However, although Yi Chen lost an arm, his life was still very much intact. He caused a ruckus in the Lu family and eventually escaped, disappearing without a trace, and was subsequently wanted by all of Modu.
Because Yi Chen was not caught, the Lu family's situation is currently not good.
They are afraid of incurring the wrath of the Lu family behind you and have been seeking forgiveness. Young Master Lu, people from the Zhao family are here, and Lu Ruoyue, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, is also outside. They both expressed a desire to meet with you. Lu Zhong spoke with a meaningful tone.
You understood the underlying meaning instantly. The Zhao family apparently knew that you orchestrated the Li family's actions against them and wanted to explain?
And the Lu family wanted to use Lu Ruoyue to appease your anger, hoping not to involve the Lu family. At this moment, although in the eyes of those bigwigs in the imperial capital, you were like an ant, in Modu, you were a terrifying supervillain in the eyes of countless people, who were terrified of offending you. You thought about it and decided to accept the Lu family's good intentions. After all, why refuse meat delivered to your doorstep? Moreover, you were a reasonable person who understood principles.
As for the Zhao family?
No rush, let them stew a bit longer. Let the Zhao family continue to wait outside.
As for Lu Ruoyue, bring her in first. At your command, Lu Ruoyue was brought in.
Her gaze towards you was somewhat shy, yet also somewhat frank and complex. After all, 5 days ago, you had already seen each other in the nude. Although the circumstances were special at the time, and you had a tendency to take advantage of the situation, Lu Ruoyue, the destined heroine, had clearly resigned herself to fate. Lu Qian, I don't know how Yi Chen offended you, but he is no longer a bodyguard of my Lu family.
I can be your woman. I hope you can spare the Lu family.
Facing the destined heroine who offered herself, you now clearly perceived the joy of being a villain. Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, was beaten and forced to flee at your command through Lu Zhong, and the destined heroine willingly submitted for the sake of her family.
No hurry, let me think about it.
Facing the destined heroine who offered herself, you didn't immediately agree, but instead inquired about Yi Chen's background. You were very interested in this destined protagonist and wanted to explore his origins.
Lu Ruoyue was a little surprised.
You didn't care about a beautiful woman who offered herself to you, didn't seize the opportunity, but instead cared about a male bodyguard.
What did that mean? Could it be that you had some special fetish?
But after a moment's hesitation, she still explained. Yi Chen was originally a security guard at the Lu Group. I happened to see his extraordinary skills by chance and took him on as a bodyguard.
However, this person seems to have a peculiar personality.
He likes to wear tattered clothes, dress up like a beggar, and if things don't go his way, he'll fight people, muttering something about the path to death. I once used the Lu family's connections to investigate Yi Chen's past, but I found nothing. However, I once heard him mention that his hometown seemed to be a mountain village in the south of Great Xia, and he still has family there.
Lu Ruoyue tried hard to recall, slowly recounting everything she knew about Yi Chen's origins. Listening to Lu Ruoyue's description, you couldn't help but find it a bit amusing.
Good heavens, this guy is a bit like the protagonists from some ancient online novels. From a mountain village, possessing extraordinary skills, remnants of a powerful expert's soul, a beautiful school belle, a close-quarters bodyguard, he's practically got all the buzz stacked up. For the past few days, everyone in Magic City has been searching for Yi Chen's whereabouts, but not a single trace has been found. This shows that this fated protagonist still has some tricks up his sleeve. After inquiring about Yi Chen, you gave instructions to your protector Lu Zhong to use the Lu family's intelligence channels to investigate, preparing to capture Yi Chen's family to force him to hand over the fortuitous opportunities he possesses. Previously, the pills and spiritual herbs left behind in a storage bag that Yi Chen dropped caused you to undergo a transformative change.
He definitely has other good things on him. Not to mention, that mysterious old man's remnant soul alone is a huge treasure trove. However, the foundation of all this relies on being able to force him out and capture him alive.
Of course, besides Yi Chen, Lu Ruyue, this fated female lead, cannot be let go either. Lu Ruyue, I generally see your sincerity, but it's still not quite enough.
Facing your playful smile, Lu Ruyue instantly understood and nodded silently.
The two walked into the house, one after the other, preparing to delve into the details of sincerity. After all, letting go of the Lu family was no small matter. Your Supreme Emperor Bon once again plundered some of Lu Ruyue's destiny, gaining the strong luck effect, which can be maintained for 1 week. 3 days later, Lu Ruyue, with ample reasons and sincerity, barely persuaded you to agree to spare the Lu family. In return, she would become your personal secretary, constantly providing you with destiny services.
5 days later, rumors began to spread that Lu Ruyue had become your woman, and the Lu family also received the protection of the Lu family. This incident caused a considerable stir, and upon hearing that their goddess was taken, many young masters wept. 7 days later, because you sent Lu Zhong to assist the Li family, the Zhao family of Moda finally couldn't bear it. The head of the Zhao family brought Zhao Kuan, the eldest young master of the Zhao family, before you to beg for forgiveness, stating that they didn't know Lu Ruyue was your woman and had come specifically to apologize. You knew the Zhao family head was referring to Lu Ruyue's drunken incident before, but you weren't concerned about that. What you cared more about was whether Zhao Kuan was connected to the mastermind. After all, everything at the beginning was too coincidental. You stated that you wanted to soul search Zhao Kuan. The Zhao family had agreed. Compared to the safety of the family, one son was nothing. You had Lu Zhong perform a soul search on Zhao Kuan, but surprisingly, Zhao Kuan was completely innocent. Everything at the beginning seemed to be just a coincidence. Could it be that I was mistaken, and the Zhao family has nothing to do with the mastermind?
Lu Qian narrowed his eyes, falling into a brief silence. In his premonition, the Zhao family was also suspect in the assassination at the start of the simulation. If it weren't for Zhao Kuan's selfish desires and secret manipulations, Lu Ruyue wouldn't have escaped drunkenly, eventually appearing before him, leading to a series of subsequent changes. This was the fundamental reason why he and the simulator wanted the Li family to specifically target the Zhao family. However, Lu Zhong's soul search indicated that he had guessed wrong.
So, the question is, since he was wrong, would he and the villain simulator admit it?
Lu Qian immersed himself in the role, a malicious smile appearing on his face. Zhao Kuan died, turning into a senile idiot directly after the soul search, and was then clapped to death by the head of the Zhao family.
You realized the Zhao family was innocent. Did you perhaps make a mistake?
Young Master Lu, my son is dead.
Have all grudges been dispelled now?
You looked at the calm face of the Zhao family head before you, and from his tranquil expression, you caught a glimmer of imperceptible hatred. Clearly, the pain of losing his son had made him deeply resent you.
Patriarch Zhao, I don't recall making any promises.
You sneered, embracing Lu Ruyue, waved your hand, and signaled Lu Zhong and the Li family powerhouses to take action together.
Since he was wrong, he would be wrong to the end.
Letting the Zhao family off easily would undoubtedly be burying a landmine for himself. Just as the Zhao family head was about to curse your shamelessness, he was struck down by Lu Zhong's palm and incinerated into ashes.
4 great families in Modu are still too many. 3 is enough.
The Zhao family's territory and industries belong to the Li family, but I, Lu Qian, will take all their accumulated foundational elixirs and treasures. You named your price, using profit to drive the Li family to completely annihilate the Zhao family, but you demanded the largest share. With the Li family's Saint-Tier ancestor combined with Lu Zhong, another Saint-Tier powerhouse, the demise of the Zhao family was naturally just a matter of time. In just one day, the Zhao family was almost beaten back by the three families, suffering heavy losses and falling into despair. You remained in the rear, freely watching the show.
During this time, the Lin family and Wu family maintained neutrality and did not participate.
Soon, the Zhao family was annihilated, but the head of the Li family stated that the Zhao family's saint-level ancestor had mysteriously disappeared. Upon hearing the news, you cursed the Li family as useless, for leaving you with such a huge hidden danger. A saint-level powerhouse, free from scruples and attachments, was an absolute massive threat to you. You successfully acquired the Zhao family's centuries-old legacy resources and planned to stay out of sight, beginning to refine and devour the corpse of the Zhao family to break through to a new realm. Just as you were about to go into seclusion, Lu Ruyue suddenly found you, saying that a secret realm seemed to have appeared in the sea area near Modu, and many powerhouses had gone there, asking if you were interested. You frowned, suspecting a new conspiracy from the mastermind, and fearing the Zhao family's ancestor lurking in the shadows, you decided not to get involved. On the first day, you chose to cultivate the primordial dragon elephant scripture and consumed 100 spirit chi pills, preparing to first break through to the fourth realm of divine abilities. On the third day, you successfully broke through to the fourth realm of divine abilities, condensing a new divine ability talent, Dragon Elephant Hegemon Body, possessing the power of dragons and elephants. On the fifth day, the strong luck on your body began to dissipate. In the final moments of its dissipation, you once again felt a chilling premonition, and your destiny's luck once again showed a warning. The aura of death began to descend. You were startled awake. You were startled awake from your cultivation state. This terrifying chill was more than 10 times stronger than during the first simulation, and you sensed danger approaching. You were somewhat incredulous. At this moment, you were in the villa arranged by the Li family, surrounded by countless defenses, with Lu Zhong, a 7th realm saint-level protector, guarding outside.
How could anything go wrong? Unless, this threat far exceeded your imagination.
And in the next moment, your guess came true.
The sounds of battle suddenly echoed in your ears.
The sounds of fighting were extremely close to you, and the 3 surges of pressure emanating from it all reached the saint level. Among these 3 saint-level auras, one belonged to your protector, Lu Zhong, but the other 2 were utterly unfamiliar.
Lu Qian, the Zhao family's ancestor and amassed saint-level powerhouse, have led a group of strong black-clad individuals in.
Senior Lu Zhong has been entangled by them. Quickly open the secret chamber door, and I'll take you away.
Lu Ruyue's anxious voice suddenly came from outside the secret chamber.
Your expression drastically changed. You chose not to believe her, and quickly peered through the secret chamber's hidden door to observe the outside situation.
You saw an anxious Lu Ruyue, as well as a group of black-clad individuals fighting the guards. In the sky above, the Zhao family's ancestor and an unfamiliar black-clad saint-level powerhouse were locked in battle with Lu Zhong.
However, judging from the situation, it was clearly not optimistic.
What Lu Ruyue said is true. How is that possible? Where did these saint-level powerhouses come from in Demon City, and so many black-clad experts? Could it be that the mastermind has struck again, specifically setting up a new round of deadly schemes? Truly a persistent menace. Lu Qian's eyes darkened as he instantly made a judgment.
In just a few days, a new wave of calamity had descended. It seems the mastermind is truly obsessed with his Supreme Emperor Bone. His second villain simulation, he thought he had set up a trap to gain some development time, but he still underestimated the opponent.
However, a problem arose.
His residence in Demon City was moved every other day, making it almost impossible to track. How did old ancestor Zhao and those black-clad figures find him?
Facing the urgent Lu Ruyue outside, you didn't choose to open the secret chamber door and go out.
Instead, you opened a very concealed secret passage without hesitation. You are extremely afraid of death. This secret passage was specifically built by you for emergencies, to make an escape.
At this moment, you are ready to abandon Lu Zhong and Lu Ruyue and flee. As long as you are alive, you can avenge them later. If you die, everything is over.
Selfish and self-serving, you have already put your own life first, truly a despicable character. But just as you were about to slip into the secret passage, another spine-chilling cold swept over you. At the same time, the heavenly mandate fortune you had taken from Lu Ruyue completely dissipated.
Someone is in the passage.
This is the last warning from the heavenly mandate fortune.
You realized this was a trap, and you were the one trapped. Damn it! You couldn't help but curse, and then a ruthless expression appeared on your face.
After a flash of thought, you directly opened the secret chamber door and let Lu Ruyue in.
Lu Ruyue is now in the same boat as you.
If you die, the Lu family is doomed and cannot withstand the wrath of the Lu family.
Lu Ruyue cannot betray you. Lu Qian, let's go.
As long as we escape from here, the Lu family will soon gather. Before Lu Ruyue could finish speaking, you suddenly struck, slapping her neck with your palm, knocking her out directly.
You struck with precision. Lu Ruyue would be unconscious for a few hours at most before waking up. Of course, it's also possible she might never wake up.
You activated the Thousand Shadow Demonic Art, using the Mimicry Divine ability for the first time, beginning to change Lu Ruyue's appearance. As your Thousand Shadow Demonic Chi just entered her body, it was met with resistance, unyielding, but then it quickly disappeared.
You thought it was an illusion and paid no mind.
Soon, Lu Ruyue's face began to change, eventually becoming your appearance.
You also used mimicry to change into Lu Ruyue's appearance and swapped your clothes. To survive, you are preparing to make Lu Ruyue, this destined heroine, your substitute, to die for you, buying a sliver of time. You propped Lu Gon up, faking an appearance of deep cultivation. Then, in women's clothing, you once again opened the secret chamber door and slipped out. This time, you no longer had Destiny's blessing. You could only conceal your aura, disguised as Lu Ruyue, fearing discovery, moving along the edge of the chaotic battle, preparing to escape. Fortunately, the black-clad men's target was Lu Gon inside the secret chamber and they weren't interested in you. The three saint-level powerhouses fighting above didn't even spare you a glance. You secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but a doubt quickly arose in your heart. With such an intense battle, you could understand why the other families in the demon capital hadn't reacted, as they probably feared getting involved. But why had the Li family still not appeared to provide support?
Just as you were about to escape the battlefield, the mysterious saint-level powerhouse above, whose face was covered with a black cloth, suddenly looked at you with a puzzled expression. You immediately felt a mountain-like pressure.
However, he clearly didn't see through the disguise of the mimic shadow divine ability.
Soon, his gaze shifted, and you secretly let out a sigh of relief.
Boom!
A violent tremor suddenly erupted from the secret chamber, drawing everyone's attention.
Just then, the secret chamber door was suddenly smashed open from the inside.
Yi Chen, who had been mysteriously missing for a long time, appeared within, clutching a dagger that he plunged into Lu Gon's chest.
Ha, Lu Gon, you bastard, how dare you bully my woman, Yi Chen. Today is your day to die. Lu Gon, pierced through the chest, suddenly opened her charming eyes from unconsciousness, filled with disbelief. Her gaze fell upon the wildly laughing Yi Chen, and then shifted to Lu Ruyue in the distance, her lips twitching, dying with unclosed eyes. Young Master Lu.
Seeing Lu Gon dead, Lu Zhong immediately went mad, burning his vital essence, terrifying the Zhao family's old ancestor and the other black-clad saint-level powerhouse, who shied away from his fury. But the next moment, the face and body of the slain Lu Gon suddenly twisted and changed into the appearance of Lu Ruyue, shocking everyone present.
Ruyue. No! Damn it, that person is the real Lu Gon, quickly seize him.
No sooner had Yi Chen let out a distraught howl than the mysterious black-clad saint-level powerhouse reacted, commanding the other black-clad figures to rush towards Lu Ruyue in front. Seeing that you were exposed, you secretly sighed, knowing that the mimic shadow divine ability still had significant limitations. However, at this moment, you had already reached the edge of the battlefield. You fully revealed the fourth layer of the Thousand Shadow Demonic Art, manifesting 8 dark shadows, whose true forms were indiscernible, and fled into the distance. The black-clad figures attacking from all sides couldn't even touch your clothes, only able to watch helplessly.
Thousand Shadows Demonic Art.
Seeing you unleash the cultivation of the divine ability realm, the masked Saint Realm expert instantly let out a gasp of surprise. However, compared to your cultivation, this person was clearly more shocked that you had used the Thousand Shadows demonic art. His abnormal reaction immediately confirmed all your previous suspicions. This person was indeed one of the masterminds behind the scenes. And at this moment, you, using Lu Ruyue as bait, had truly seized a glimmer of hope for survival. With the Thousand Shadows demonic art and the blue talent creased feet, the speed you burst forth with at this moment was even more terrifying than that of a 5th stage mountain river realm expert. The black-clad figures behind you were instantly left in the dust. Old Ancestor Zhao and the masked expert were also firmly held back by Lu Zhong, unable to come and attack you, only able to watch helplessly as you departed.
It seems this deadly tribulation can be avoided once again. Lu Gan looked at the villain simulator, secretly breathing a sigh of relief.
The longer and more highly cultivated his simulated self in the simulator was, the greater the benefits to him. This time, the reason for falling into a deadly tribulation was, in the final analysis, because his simulated self from the second simulation had become too complacent, too relaxed, and too engrossed in a life of ease after suddenly gaining power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only detected the approaching danger at the last moment.
The demon city is still too dangerous.
If only I could return to the great Xia capital, back to the stronghold of the great Xia Lu family. With a celestial-level old ancestor guarding it, there would absolutely be no situation like being easily hunted down, chased away, or pursued like this. The mastermind behind the scenes, the reason he forced me out of the great Xia capital, it's highly likely he has already set up an inescapable net in the demon city, ready to be activated at any time.
As long as I stay in the demon city, I'm doomed. Holy crap! Lu Gan's pupils suddenly contracted.
He stared intently at the next scene unfolding in the villain simulator, with a look as if he had seen a ghost. You, like a phantom, manifested 8 demonic shadows and fled in all directions, making it difficult to distinguish real from fake. With a joyful smile of renewed life after escaping disaster, you thought this deadly tribulation had been broken. But the next moment, you suddenly felt a wave of deathly threat.
Lu Gan. You killed Ru. You. I want you to die. Yi Chen's venomous and insane voice emerged from behind, almost echoing across the entire battlefield. Horrified, you couldn't help but look back, and with a glance, you immediately saw a terrifying scene. Yi Chen, with his severed arm, seemed to have gone mad. He took 3 consecutive steps, and the aura of his divine ability realm peak cultivation suddenly erupted like a balloon. 5th stage mountain river. 6th stage transcendent. 7th stage saint.
Yi Chen, as the son of destiny, astonishingly broke through 3 major realms consecutively, entering the 7th stage saint realm. The entire scene was shaken. Even the 3 saint realm experts who were fighting stopped their killing, and everyone couldn't help but pause. Even though you had long guessed that the chosen protagonist was famously overpowered, you were still thoroughly shocked at this moment. How could it even be played like this? Boom! The enraged Yi Chen suddenly appeared before you, striking out at your head. Young Master Lu. At the critical moment, Lu Zhong appeared without hesitation, blocking in front of you, and was instantly blasted into a bloody mist by a single punch. You watched helplessly as Lu Zhong met his tragic end, your pupils constricted, almost unable to restrain yourself. How many days had passed? How could this Yi Chen have undergone such earth-shattering changes? If he truly possessed such abilities before, why was he hunted by Lu Zhong and had an arm severed? What exactly did Yi Chen experience these past few days? Or was it the residual soul of the old man within Yi Chen causing trouble? Boom! At this moment, Yi Chen, like a demonic god of slaughter, threw another punch at you. It was clear he blamed you for Lu Ruyue's death. This time, no one was there to block for you. Swish! At the critical moment, a scarlet talisman you kept close suddenly appeared, transforming into a scarlet demonic bat that swallowed you, blocking Yi Chen's fatal attack. Then, it tore through space and fled into the distance. The life substitute blood escape talisman sent by the Lu family earlier had indeed worked wonders at the crucial moment. Before escaping, you seemed to hear Yi Chen's unwilling roar. Simultaneously, the mysterious token you had taken from Yi Chen's hand trembled slightly, as if reacting to something. Swish! As you fled into the distance, you felt space surge, the world grew dark and chaotic, and you almost lost consciousness. You, in a daze, suddenly fell out of the blood escape and plunged into cold water, your body chilling.
You forced your eyes open and found yourself fallen into the ocean? Were you randomly teleported to the sea thousands of miles away from the demon capital?
Just then, a giant, shadowy figure resembling a huge octopus flashed past you.
It seemed to be some powerful, eerie alien race. You wanted to struggle, but your body was stiff. Then, a heart-wrenching pain appeared, along with a bizarre chewing sound. You died. Simulation ended. Proceeding with the final settlement. The host can choose 3 options from the 6 below. Option 1, Primordial Dragon Elephant Scripture 4th Layer Divine Ability. Option 2, Thousand Shadow Demonic Art 4th Layer Divine Ability, Mimicry. Option 3, Mysterious Token. Option 4, Life Substitute Blood Escape Talisman Celestial Grade. Option 5, part of the chosen female protagonist Lu Ruyue's Destiny Fortune 1 week. Option 6, a well-preserved severed arm Yi Chen. Looking at the blood-red text of the villain simulator, Lu Gan's eyes constantly shifted, at times gloomy, at times shocked and angry, almost to the point of cursing. Damn! It could even be played like this? Yi Chen's performance at the end was simply overpowered. It was like a deus ex machina, a dimension-crushing attack. Even a destined protagonist shouldn't be so overpowered, right? It wasn't that he hadn't considered the possibility of dying at the hands of the mastermind behind the scenes. But he never imagined that he would die at the hands of a destined protagonist whom he had almost crippled at the beginning. Indeed, how many of those favored by destiny are simple? I was too careless, and underestimated him too much. This villain life simulation, a good death, can just help me shed my arrogance and impetuosity, and prevent me from developing the pride of looking down on anyone. Although the second villain simulator still ended in failure, dying in less than a month. He didn't feel much remorse. Instead, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Useless emotions were destined to only affect his rationality. He, Lu Gan, could pick up and let go. Ding, the host's current mindset has begun to conform to that of a true great villain, with far-reaching implications for himself and the future of this world. Reward, 500 villain points. The mechanical voice of the villain simulator suddenly appeared, interrupting Lu Gan's thoughts. Never thought that this time I would unexpectedly align with the villain's mindset, and receive a reward of villain points. Truly, blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. Lu Qian was somewhat surprised. Merely his own feelings were enough to trigger a reward from the villain simulator. This showed his importance in this world. However, compared to these so-called 500 villain points, the current mindset and feelings were undoubtedly more precious, enough to save his life in the future. Simulator, how many villain points do I need to conduct a solo simulation now? Lu Qian hadn't forgotten that he only had 3 free villain life simulations at the start. Now, he had used 2, with only 1 left. Once used up, he would need villain points to start the 4th villain life simulation. For now, he had to take it one step at a time. At the very least, he needed to understand some of the villain simulator's operating rules and procedures. Ding, the host's current cultivation realm is the 3rd realm, Tongxian. To perform one villain simulation, 1,000 villain points are required. 1,000 villain points. Lu Qian frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. This number seemed a bit excessive. Just now, he thought 500 villain points was quite a lot. Now it seemed, it wasn't even enough to independently initiate one villain simulation. However, this wasn't the most critical part yet. His next simulator reward could allow him to break through to the 4th realm, supernatural power. System, if my cultivation advances to the 4th realm, supernatural power, how many villain points will be needed? The higher the host's strength and the more secret treasures possessed, the greater the interference with the simulated future, and thus more villain points are needed. For the 4th realm, supernatural power, 5,000 villain points are required. The mechanical voice of the villain simulator reappeared, providing an explanation.
The required villain points had once again increased fivefold. The stronger the power, the higher the villain points needed. This meant that suppressing cultivation and combat power in the early stages would actually be beneficial for gaining more rewards with fewer villain points. But the problem was, what he lacked most now was time, and what he needed most was strength. With the mastermind lurking in the shadows, eyeing him covetously, how could Lu Qian dare to stop improving his strength? In a sense, he no longer had a choice. His gaze fell upon the 6 rewards from the second simulation. Among these 6 rewards, he coveted more than just 3 items. But now, he could only choose 3 out of 6. Out of the 6 simulation rewards, Lu Qian undoubtedly eliminated the 5th and 6th first. The 5th item, the Blessing of Destiny for the fated heroine Lu Ruoyue 1 week, was a replicate and could be refreshed, so there was no rush. The 6th item, Yi Chen's severed arm, was of little use to his current situation, as he had not yet mastered any curse-type spells. The first item, the 4th level of the Primordial Dragon Elephant Sutra, was a must-choose. This could allow his realm to quickly break through to the 4th realm, supernatural power. The 4th level of the Thousand Shadows demonic art also brought with it the Shadow Mimicry divine ability, which would be of considerable use to him. Had a certain destined protagonist forcefully activated a cheat during the second simulation, he would have long since used this to make his escape. The mysterious token in the 3rd item was from Yi Chen's storage bag. Previously, when Yi Chen activated his cheat and burst forth, it had shown a slight reaction, suggesting some kind of use. But he had yet to confirm it. In contrast, the 4th item, the Life Substitute Blood Escape Talisman, was a bona fide life-saving artifact. Although the Life Substitute Blood Escape Talisman has the uncertainty of a random teleportation escape, it truly can save my life at critical moments. If I had any power to resist when I was teleported during the second simulation, I wouldn't have been killed by those strange foreign creatures in the sea. Furthermore, if I choose the Life Substitute Blood Escape Talisman and then get another one from my elder brother in the simulator world, I can have 2 Life Substitute Blood Escape Talismans, giving me 2 chances to save my life. I reckon I can live longer this way. Lu Qian quickly made a decision. Simulator, I choose item 1, item 2, and item 4. Boom! The next moment, a magnificent and profound power descended. The river of time once again manifested, traversing dimensions to appear before him. A mutilated corpse, partly eaten away, also appeared before him. That was none other than himself from the second villain life simulation, who had ultimately been devoured by the mysterious anomaly. Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, Lu Qian's mouth twitched at the sight of his own tragic demise. The 6 fruits hanging from the mutilated corpse instantly dropped 3, flying swiftly towards him and integrating into his being. Boom! In his mind, his comprehension of the primordial dragon elephant scripture instantly reached a new threshold, breaking through the 4th divine ability realm and condensing the dragon elephant hegemonic body, a formidable physical divine ability. At the same time, a dark and mysterious power slowly began to sprout within his body, possessing a strange characteristic of 1,000 transformations. This was precisely the Thousand Shadows demonic art. Host, Lu Qian. Age, 18. Realm, divine ability. Cultivation technique, primordial dragon elephant scripture 4th level celestial grade, Thousand Shadows demonic art 4th level celestial grade. Divine abilities Dao arts, dragon elephant hegemonic body, shadow mimicry. Physique, supreme emperor bone. Talent, slippery feet blue. Simulation count, 1. Villain points, 500. In the first 2 simulations, I was actively drawn into the situation. This time, I want to fully control the initiative. The main goal of the 3rd villain simulation is to thoroughly clear out the entire demon capital in one go, to know all potential safety hazards in advance. Now, my main body is in the demon capital. If I don't figure out who is friend and who is foe, I'm afraid I'll truly be unable to eat or sleep in peace. The encirclement in the second simulation was too peculiar. How did Ancestor Zhao and the others know my whereabouts? Unless there was an inside man. And ever since I came to Modu, all my food, clothing, housing, and transportation have been arranged by the Li family, my in-laws in Modu. Also, I need to figure out the reason behind Yi Chen's sudden power-up, and that Lu Ruoyue also seems a bit suspicious. Memories of the various anomalies from the second simulation flashed through Lu Qian's mind, his eyes filled with calculation and madness. Being repeatedly plotted against and ambushed in the villain simulator world made him utterly furious just watching it. He had to take down the mastermind behind it all. Villain simulator, initiate the second simulation. Ding, beginning the third villain life simulation. Detected that the host has sufficient villain points. Do you wish to spend 500 villain points for a random draw of a temporary talent? 500 villain points. Unexpectedly, this time it could be put to good use. The previous blue talent greased feet had given him a lot of convenience. If he could get more talents, it would undoubtedly be even better. If I keep villain points without using them, what's the difference from not having them? Am I going to save them to have a baby? All in. Knowing that all in was a form of wisdom, Lu Qian decisively went all in with his villain points. Ding, 500 villain points have been automatically deducted from the host. Initiating random temporary talent draw. Swish. Suddenly, a dazzling red light appeared before Lu Qian's eyes, emitting a scorching glow. Ha! Is this a European Emperor breakout moment? TL note, European Emperor is a slang term for someone with extreme luck in gacha games. Did I draw a golden legend? Lu Qian was overjoyed and quickly looked at the drawn talent ability. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the temporary red talent, You Can't See Me. You can't see me red. When you silently chant You Can't See Me in your heart, there will be a certain probability that those present will not be able to perceive your existence. The higher their strength compared to yours, the more diminished the effect will be. A red talent. And it's a conceptual talent. Lu Qian's heart skipped a beat, and the surprise in his eyes was undisguised. In a sense, this red talent might even affect celestial-level ancestors, or even land true immortals. Just a red talent already involves the conceptual level. Wouldn't higher tier purple and golden talents allow one to ascend to heaven in a single step? It seems this villain life simulation will be different this time. Lu Qian's lips curved into a smile, becoming even more excited for the upcoming simulation. Simulation begins. You look at Lu Ruoyue, who is drunk and unconscious outside the car. You don't choose to get out and pick her up as you did in the previous two simulations, but have other ideas. Since Lu Ruoyue's appearance is a part of the mastermind's deadly trap, why should you foolishly get involved? You must know, with your awakened Supreme Imperial Bone and the combat power cultivation of a fourth realm divine ability, the current Lu Ruoyue is of little use to you. At most, she would provide some destiny and luck blessings. This time, you plan to break from the usual routine and see what changes will occur. Drive, let's go home. You spoke, telling the driver Lu Zhong to drive away directly, ignoring the drunken Lu Ruoyue ahead, presenting an image of unwavering resolve. Lu Zhong was somewhat surprised by your attitude. After all, your reputation for lechery was well known in the capital of Great Xia. To be so upright this time? However, he still drove away as you instructed. Is it starting to play against tropes now? It seems the me in this simulator wants to try new future destiny changes this time. Lu Qian narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. The previous two simulations, where he actively entered the game, were precisely to force out the mastermind and investigate their identity. But the deaths in the previous two attempts still only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Even the true identity of the real mastermind was not touched upon. Under these circumstances, it was necessary to pursue other channels. Soon, the car sped away into the distance, and Lu Ruoyue's figure began to disappear from sight. At this moment, you suddenly ordered the car to stop. Ignoring Lu Zhong's puzzled expression, you got out directly and, using the Thousand Shadows demonic art, transformed into an eerie demonic shadow, rushing towards the place where Lu Ruoyue had fainted. During the second simulation, when you were in the secret room, using the Thousand Shadows demonic art to disguise and transform her, you were briefly hindered. At the time, you paid it no mind, thinking it was an illusion, but afterwards, you realized something was amiss. You suspected Lu Ruoyue had a problem. Soon, you arrived at your destination, hiding in a patch of grass, watching the drunken Lu Ruyue not far away, silently repeating "you can't see me" in your heart.
10 minutes passed, and Lu Ruyue still showed no reaction. 20 minutes passed.
You, hidden in the grass, were starting to feel cold and had several mosquito bites, but there was still no sign of movement.
Half an hour passed.
You frowned, wondering if you had guessed wrong, but you ultimately chose to wait patiently. You had great confidence in your suspicions. Time flew by quickly, and it was soon 59 minutes. With only 1 minute left until Yi Chen arrived on the scene, the Lu Ruyue lying in front showed a change.
Click.
You, hiding in the grass, witnessed with your own eyes the Lu Ruyue, who should have been unconscious, suddenly opening her eyes. The drunken flush on her face instantly vanished, replaced by an indifferent expression, as if she had become a different person. Her gaze was cold, scanning her surroundings. Her brows were slightly furrowed, carrying an oppressive aura of a superior, seemingly probing for something.
Your heart thumped.
You felt a terrifying sense of suppression wash over you. You realized the other party was using some special ability to investigate the surroundings, and you couldn't help but clench your fists, your pupils dilating in shock. Because the oppressive aura emanating from Lu Ruyue at this moment was even more terrifying than that of Lu Zhong, an entry saint-level expert.
Your conjecture was correct. Lu Ruyue indeed had a problem. In your heart, you roared wildly, and at the same time, you frantically chanted, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me."
Soon, Lu Ruyue still couldn't see through this red talent of "you can't see me," so she retracted that terrifying oppressive aura and stopped searching.
How strange.
Lu Ruyue nodded slightly, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she murmured to herself, seemingly puzzled. After confirming that there was indeed no one around, she ignored Yi Chen, who was beginning to appear behind her. With a step, she transformed into an immortal shadow, soaring through the void and disappearing.
Soaring through the void. This is an Empyrean's technique. Lu Ruyue is actually an Empyrean realm powerhouse. Lu Qian's pupils constricted, his gaze involuntarily turning toward Lu Ruyue, who was lying outside the car. But he quickly reined in his emotions, not daring to show the slightest bit. The Lu Ruyue in front of him was actually an Empyrean-level powerhouse. An existence on the same level as the Lu family's old ancestor. But how was this possible? Even if the other party was a destined female lead, she was only in her 20s at most, so how could she be an Empyrean? One must know that those in the Empyrean realm and the Great Xia Empire could enter the highest council and have their own voice. Even the human emperor of Great Xia would treat them with courtesy. But even that peerless genius, the sixth prince of the Great Xia imperial family, rumored to appear once in a millennium, wasn't this exaggeratedly terrifying? A hidden Empyrean realm powerhouse, actually willing to hide in Magic City and be the young lady of a second-rate family? Could it be that Lu Ruyue is the real mastermind? But that's not right. How could a dignified Empyrean pretend to be that way, letting me pick her up and humiliate her? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that she has some unknown peculiar habit? But the problem is, if she were really the mastermind, why would she make it so complicated, having others act on her behalf? When we were in the hotel before, a casual strike could have killed me. An Empyrean, wanting to kill me, there's almost no one in the entire Magic City who could stop her. Even if the Lu family wanted to save me, they probably wouldn't be able to reach in time. Lu Qian's mind was almost turning into a mess at this moment. He felt like it wasn't enough. The situation, it seemed, had once again exceeded his expectations. He had actually picked up an Empyrean, and boldly done such insubordinate things. And not just once or twice. But the other party had not killed him. Instead, she was willing? Silently enduring. This was crazy. I thought Yi Chen was already exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect there to be an even greater master. Lu Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Before, he thought the sudden outburst of Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, was already exaggerated enough. From the 4th stage divine ability realm, instantly stepping into the 7th stage sacred realm, it was terrifying beyond belief. As it turned out, Lu Ruyue, the destined female lead, truly taught him a lesson, directly becoming an 8th stage Empyrean.
This could no longer be explained by merely having a cheat. These two were going to defy the heavens. If it weren't for his villain simulator, he might have been played to death by these two. They really don't take the villains seriously. However, with the villain life simulation, he has now uncovered both of their hidden secrets, allowing him to prepare various contingency plans in advance. From the looks of it, Modu might be full of hidden talents, not as simple as it seems. Judging from the current situation, Lu Ruyue probably has no intention of killing me, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died countless times by now. Even Lu Zhong wouldn't be able to stop her. It seems there are two factions targeting me, one is the so-called mastermind, and the other is Lu Ruyue. The Lu family arranged for me to come to Modu from the capital back then. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Escaping one tiger's den only to enter a wolf's lair. In Modu, even with a saint-level expert protecting him, he couldn't feel a shred of safety at this moment. Simply because there was a celestial-level woman lying there in front of him. With just a thought from her, he would have no power to resist whatsoever. This feeling of not being in control of his own life and death, of being unable to grasp it, was truly unpleasant. I must quickly acquire the power to control my own destiny. You stared in shock at the vanished Lu Ruyue. No one would have expected Lu Ruyue to be an unrivaled celestial, and you were also grateful that the red talent you can't see me took effect in time. Otherwise, if Lu Ruyue had discovered that you had uncovered her secret, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You are being targeted not only by the mastermind but also by another group of people. You already have a certain suspicion in your heart that Lu Ruyue is most likely an old monster in disguise, or the reincarnation of some peerless mighty one. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be a celestial at such a young age. Judging by this situation, it's only a matter of time before she breaks through to the landing mortal realm. By then, she might be able to reach the peak. In comparison, it seems that a certain mastermind has been overshadowed, as they initially only deployed transcendent and saint realm experts, and no celestial realm expert has appeared yet. You deeply realized that the waters of this world are too deep. You were somewhat unable to grasp it. Yi Chen, who arrived in a hurry, interrupted your thoughts. He seemed to be frantically searching for something, his face full of anxiety. No! Yi Chen let out a mournful howl, seemingly misunderstanding that the goddess in his heart had been taken. Watching such a classic scene, your heart stirred. With Lu Ruyue, the celestial, gone, the assassin who practiced Thousand Shadows demonic art is most likely still ambushing in a nearby hotel, which is a good opportunity. You plan to make a move on Yi Chen. Yi Chen is a 4th realm divine ability, and you are also a 4th realm divine ability. He has a trump card that can elevate him by one major realm, and you have the Supreme Imperial Bone, so you are not afraid in the slightest. As for Yi Chen's secret technique, which allegedly allowed him to continuously advance several major realms, you're not afraid he clearly doesn't possess it now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been maimed by Lu Zhong, losing an arm, at the beginning of the second simulation. Moreover, you specifically want to use this to hone your combat experience. Having cultivation without combat experience makes you nothing but a straw man. Currently, Yi Chen, the destined protagonist at the beginning of the plot, is a good opponent. Even if you can't beat him, you're confident you can escape. Being cautious, you didn't act immediately. Instead, you used the mimicry divine ability to change your appearance into that of Zhao Kuan, the unlucky eldest young master of the demon capital Zhao family, whom you killed in the second simulation. You took out a black cloth to cover your face. Clearly, you intend to divert trouble. Just as Yi Chen turned around, preparing to look for Lu Ruyue, you decisively chose to ambush him. Swish! Shadow surged from the ground, entangling Yi Chen's shadow. Yi Chen, who was turning, stiffened as if bound. 8 demonic shadows emerged from the darkness, gripping shadow blades, and slashed at his 5 limbs, almost crippling him. This sudden turn of events instantly scared Yi Chen out of his wits, especially when he saw 4 blades heading for his 5th limb. He almost peed himself. A burning flame aura suddenly erupted from Yi Chen's body, directly advancing him from the divine ability realm to the 5th realm of mountains and rivers. He broke free from the shadow restraints, directly blocking the blades heading for little Yi Chen, allowing the other blades to strike his body, leaving his 4 limbs cut and bruised, covered in wounds. Clearly, he'd rather take cuts to his body than to his nether regions. You were somewhat surprised, not expecting Yi Chen to be able to react under your ambush.
Boom!
A terrifying explosion of flames erupted, engulfing and annihilating the 7 demonic shadows, exposing you, the main body.
Despicable scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? I'll make you die.
Almost having his balls cut off and becoming a eunuch, Yi Chen instantly flew into a rage, disregarding even Lu Ruoyua's safety. All he wanted was to kill the guy in front of him. Facing the enraged Yi Chen, who was 1 major realm higher than you quickly fell into a disadvantage. However, with the ghostly speed of the 1,000 shadow demonic art, you chose to avoid his edge. Although there were several times you couldn't react and were hit by the furious Yi Chen, with your dragon elephant hegemon physique, you managed to endure it. You realized that in this situation, you could maintain an undefeated stance, but it was difficult to defeat the experienced Yi Chen. Just as you were about to attempt to use the Supreme Imperial Bone for the first time, you discovered that it couldn't be used. It seemed something was still missing? You were somewhat astonished. Could it be that your current cultivation isn't enough to use it yet? Suddenly, you feel a cold, yet domineering warm current emerge from your spine and surge into your brain. In your eyes, Yi Chen's movements begin to slow down, as if by 10, even 100 times.
His actions are quickly analyzed and absorbed by you.
You find that in this state, you can absorb the enemy's fighting style, purify it, and rapidly improve your own combat experience to an astonishing degree.
At this moment, you are like a true god, looking down upon the world. All existence will be perceived by you, nowhere to hide, solely under your control.
At this moment, you realize the terror of the Supreme Imperial Bone. It seems to possess some kind of consciousness, capable of knowing what you need. You are silent, but quickly find peace, and name this special state, Supreme Mode. Under the augmentation of Supreme Mode, you grow rapidly, quickly becoming evenly matched, then gaining the upper hand, almost leaving Yi Chen breathless. The Supreme Imperial Bone actually has such capabilities. Lu Qian's pupils constricted slightly, even more astonished by the Supreme Imperial Bone within him. One must know, during the second villain simulation, Yi Chen was able to escape from Lu Zhong, a powerhouse at the Saint Ascension realm.
His combat power was absolutely extraordinary.
In his prediction, even if he, in the villain simulator, had a good chance, it shouldn't have been this easy. But everything exceeded his expectations. Himself in the villain simulator, while in Supreme Mode, was like a sponge frantically absorbing everything, rapidly improving himself.
Yi Chen's combat experience was almost completely analyzed, imitated, absorbed, and then purified and optimized.
In this state, he was like a prophet, foreseeing the future. Every move of Yi Chen's, as well as his subsequent killing blows, were known in advance, allowing them to be avoided or interrupted.
This is impossible.
The suppressed Yi Chen let out an incredulous roar, his face a ghostly pale, staring intently at you, as if looking at a monster.
Swish!
You seize the momentary flaw Yi Chen reveals. Your eyes are indifferent as you manipulate a giant shadow blade to emerge from the ground, instantly severing Yi Chen's right arm, along with his storage pouch falling off.
You pay no mind to the current achievement, continuing your attack.
Yi Chen screams, and a terrifying, scorching flame suddenly erupts from his body, forcing you back. The black cloth on your face is burned away by the flames, revealing Zhao Kuan's face, which you intentionally make show surprise.
Zhao family. Zhao Kuan. I will not let you off. Yi Chen's venomous voice emerges from the flames. Clearly, he recognized your identity and also believed that you were the one who kidnapped Lu Ruoyue. Yi Chen's figure is swallowed by the terrifying flames, turning to ashes and vanishing.
Clearly, at a critical moment, he used some special secret art to escape directly. You weren't surprised by this after all. During the second simulation, you had already asked Lu Zhong, and Yi Chen's escape back then was identical to now. A chosen protagonist has destiny on their side. They're not so easy to kill. Suddenly, you felt a familiar power of destiny appear out of thin air and integrate into your body. You acquired a portion of the chosen protagonist Yi Chen's destiny, gaining a destiny buff that lasts for 1 week.
Destiny buff. As long as I defeat a chosen protagonist, I can gain a portion of their destiny power. Lu Qian's eyebrows raised. He gained a new understanding of the so-called destiny power.
Normally, the main plot dictates that the chosen protagonist defeats the villain, and their own destiny power naturally grows stronger. But when they suffer a defeat, their own destiny power will also depart and embrace the victor.
This mechanism is quite interesting.
You were somewhat surprised, but you quickly guessed the underlying mechanism. You stepped forward and collected Yi Chen's severed arm, along with a blood-stained storage bag. Inside the storage bag were numerous elixirs and medicinal herbs, as well as a mysterious token.
You put them away.
The supreme mode on your body began to recede like a tide. The next moment, you felt a heart-wrenching pain and soul-deep exhaustion emerging from your body. A sensation of hunger originated from your spine.
This is the side effect of supreme mode?
Preemptively drawing on your body's potential to exchange for temporary combat power. You realized the side effect of the Supreme Imperial Bone and hastily took bottle after bottle of elixirs from Yi Chen's storage bag, stuffing them into your mouth.
The medicinal power of the elixirs was forcefully absorbed by the Supreme Imperial Bone, and the exhaustion and severe pain in your body somewhat alleviated. You glanced around, not lingering too long, fearing that the recently departed Lu Ruoyue might return to investigate.
You rushed back in the direction Lu Zhong was driving. You returned to the car. Lu Zhong smelled the blood on you, his brow furrowing slightly, but he wisely didn't ask any questions.
He sensed something different about you and drove back to the villa.
This time, due to your frame-up, young Master Zhao Kun of the Zhao family was made the scapegoat. You did not issue a pursuit order for Yi Chen and Modu, but instead planned to watch the show from behind the scenes.
Yi Chen, with his hand severed, will undoubtedly seek revenge on Zhao Kun. At that time, someone else will issue a pursuit order.
As long as Zhao Kun dies at Yi Chen's hands, the Zhao family's old ancestor will not stubbornly fight you as he did in the second simulation. This time, you plan to meticulously lay out your plans and watch the show, to clearly see who is friend and who is foe within the entire Modu. Upon returning to your residence in Modu, you suddenly spoke, "Lu Zhong, can I trust you?"
After receiving Lu Zhong's affirmative answer, you immediately displayed your cultivation of the fourth realm divine ability, which instantly made Lu Zhong's eyes widen in shock. In the capital of Daxia, who didn't know that Lu Qian, the second son of the Lu family, was a notorious good-for-nothing wastrel who couldn't cultivate and enjoyed frequenting pleasure houses to listen to music. But now, he has revealed his cultivation base. An 18-year-old at the divine ability realm is considered a prodigy in the Great Xia Empire. Lu Zhong couldn't help but ask about your cultivation base. With the results of the second simulation, you clearly knew Lu Zhong's loyalty, so you didn't deliberately conceal anything and chose to reveal part of the truth. You stated that for years, a mastermind has been watching the Lu family with malicious intent, and you have been hiding your cultivation and pretending to be a fop to uncover the truth. You started bluffing, saying that the reason you came to Modu was because you found out that the mastermind had forces here, and you wanted to uproot them. You had kept this matter hidden from your family until now, and only spoke of it after gaining some clues. Due to your identity as a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Zhong, after a brief silence, believed you and asked about your purpose. You stated that you had already found some information and evidence about the mastermind, and that you were highly likely to be assassinated, or even killed, next. You asked Lu Zhong that if you were to be assassinated, he should not save you, but rather flee at all costs, return to the Lu family, and inform them who killed you. You named the currently confirmed mastermind forces, the Gu family of Great Xia, also a celestial family, the Zhao family of Modu, Yi Chen, and the Li family, a family by marriage. Listening to the names of the various forces you mentioned, Lu Zhong's face also showed an expression of astonishment, and he also understood why you had conducted such a serious private investigation. Among these forces, a small fry like Yi Chen can be disregarded, but it involves a celestial family and two powerful families with saint-level experts. If these entities were to act together, even the Lu family would find it difficult and challenging. Lu Zhong asked if he had guessed incorrectly, but you insisted on your judgment and stated that you planned to put yourself in harm's way to uncover these coveters for the entire Lu family. Hearing your voice, offering to sacrifice yourself for the family, Lu Zhong also showed admiration and finally agreed to your request. What a clever move!
Decisively choosing to expose part of the truth to win over Lu Zhong, a saint-level expert. This move was brilliant. Shifting your own conflicts to the Lu family as a whole will undoubtedly achieve the best effect for Lu Zhong, who has been fiercely loyal to the family since childhood. Seeing the self in the third simulation start to strategize, Lu Gon couldn't help but want to applaud. Currently, in Modu, Lu Zhong could be said to be one of his biggest life-saving charms. Naturally, some matters couldn't be kept from the other party, their assistance was definitely needed. Therefore, appropriate honesty was also necessary. As for why he didn't directly contact the Lu family to deploy more high-end combat power, Lu Gon understood that the self in the third villain simulator this time probably intended to lie low. In such a situation, rashly contacting and deploying more combat power would likely attract the attention of the mastermind.
The Lu family, a celestial family, is too conspicuous. Every move they make will be scrutinized by others. Especially those above the sixth realm transcendent, even one of them moving would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It might even alert the mastermind behind the scenes. Currently, it can be roughly confirmed that the Gu family, also a celestial family, has a certain connection with the mastermind behind the scenes. If, by then, it causes the opponent to disregard everything and enlist the celestial realm expert from the Gu family to pursue him, it wouldn't be fun. Currently, he only has one blood escape talisman for substitution that can unleash celestial power. It's still uncertain whether it can help him escape a celestial's pursuit. Right now, his biggest goal this time is to clear out all the potential threats in Modu, to drag them all out. After all, the self in the villain simulator can act recklessly, but his real-world self only has one life. If I'm not mistaken, this time, the simulated me plans to perform a cicada shedding, hiding behind the scenes, disappearing from everyone's sight all at once, and at the same time, using his death to ignite the Lu family's fury, thereby cleaning up the entire Modu. Lu Qian understood himself too well. He would never sacrifice himself like that in the villain simulator. There must be some kind of calculation involved. And he had already roughly guessed this calculation. And what followed in the villain simulator content validated this point. After persuading Lu Zhong to fully serve you, you became serious and asked him if the Lu family had any loyal dead men in Modu who were similar in physique to you. You are well aware that celestial families like the Lu family have secret intelligence channels and loyal dead men in various parts of the empire. Lu Zhong did not hesitate to reveal the information about the Lu family's dead men in Modu. You nodded discreetly and had Lu Zhong secretly bring the person over. You know very well that the mastermind's assassination plot against you will not easily disappear. For this, you plan to pull off a cicada shedding. Soon, Lu Zhong brought a young dead man. You used the mimicry divine ability to transform the young dead man into your likeness, and prepared for the next few days to have him imitate your every move, blurring the line between reality and illusion, becoming your substitute. This time, you plan to create an opportunity for the substitute to die in your place, while you hide behind the scenes, leaping off the board from a visible pawn to a hidden player. You informed the young dead man of the possible death mission ahead, but he agreed steadfastly, only expressing hope that the Lu family could take good care of his younger sister. You agreed, promising to grant his younger sister a lifetime of wealth, and learned that the young dead man's name was Su Meng, and his younger sister's name was Su Mei. After making all preparations, you had Lu Zhong, under the guise of his own cultivation, request a large batch of cultivation resources from the Lu family. Among them were also some martial arts, Taoist techniques, and curse methods, but in reality, these were for you. Cautious as you are, you weren't ready to easily expose your ability to cultivate so soon. At the same time, you also used a bloodline method to send a message to your elder brother, Lu Shou. Unlike the second simulation, you didn't send a distress signal asking your elder brother to get even for you, avenge you against the Gu family, or cause a ruckus in the Great Xia capital. After all, the deadly trap hadn't even begun, and you had already avoided it, so there was no valid reason. This time, you came up with a new excuse. Big brother, these past few days I've been feeling a bit unsettled. I heard you have a life substitute blood escape talisman. Could you lend it to your little brother to play with? I'll return it when I get back. Afraid of death, you plan to get your hands on the life substitute blood escape talisman from your elder brother, using it as a second life-saving charm. After arranging everything, you went to the secret chamber, took out the resources from Yi Chen's storage bag, and began cultivating.
After a night, your cultivation progressed rapidly, advancing from the early stage of the divine ability realm to the middle stage. Your shadow mimicry and dragon elephant hegemony art physique became even more powerful. Early the next morning, Lu Zhong, outside the secret chamber, interrupted your cultivation with good news. The life substitute blood escape talisman you requested, the cultivation resources Lu Zhong asked for, and the martial arts and Taoist techniques for combat had arrived.
Young Master Lu, the eldest young master, is very concerned about your affairs.
He almost had the items delivered overnight, and he also sent the resources I requested. Listening to Lu Zhong's words, you held a life substitute blood escape talisman that still had a trace of warmth, and a surge of warmth immediately filled your heart. When it came to your own matters, your elder brother always took care of them first. Now, with 2 life substitute blood escape talismans in your possession, you are confident you can escape even if ambushed by a heavenly human-level ancestor. This time, the worry in your heart could at least be significantly eased. You took a new storage bag from Lu Zhong's hand. With a sweep of your mental power, you immediately saw a massive amount of cultivation resources, as well as several jade slips inscribed with martial arts and Taoist techniques. You estimated that these cultivation resources, once digested, could greatly improve your cultivation. However, your attention was currently focused on those jade slips. Having only cultivation realm without protective techniques would ultimately lead to nothing. Currently, you lacked a systematic combat method and genuine killer moves, making you not a true cultivator at all. You prepared to remedy your shortcomings. There were 3 jade slips sent by the Lu family. One was a specialized offensive martial art, Vast Dragon Hegemony Fist. One was a special skill jade slip, Talisman True Scripture, and there was also an insidious curse method, Soul Nailing Technique. These 3 jade slips were all requested by Lu Zhong on your behalf from the Lu family, under his personal name, and are most suitable for you. Fierce Dragon Overlord Fist is an extremely profound, overbearing martial art, yet its power can rival even heaven-human realm martial arts, possessing the strength to cleave mountains and split seas. This overbearing martial art is extremely demanding, requiring a powerful physique. If one is not careful, they will suffer a backlash. However, it perfectly complements the terrifying raw strength of your primeval dragon elephant overlord art physique. Previously, you lacked a systematic killer move, but Fierce Dragon Overlord Fist is just right. As for the Talisman True Scripture, it is an introductory text for talismans, containing tens of thousands of talismans. Ever since you discovered the miraculous effects of the Supreme Emperor Bone on cultivation, you realized you could also cultivate a subsidiary profession.
Among them, the Talisman Master, an incredibly versatile profession, was undoubtedly targeted by you.
As for the final curse secret technique, Soul Nailing Method, it is prepared by you for the Child of Destiny, Yichen. You must know, Yichen still has 1 arm in your possession, which can be used with the curse secret technique to pinpoint his location.
He thought of everything.
While enhancing his strength, he also added a Talisman Master as a subsidiary profession with endless potential. One must know, the status of high-level Talisman Masters is highly respected among the upper echelons of Great Xia. Lu Gon looked at the self in the villain simulator, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The status and potential of a Talisman Master are absolutely unimaginable. A high-level Talisman Master, given enough time to prepare, even heaven-human ancestors wouldn't dare provoke easily.
Who knows how many high-level talismans the opponent could pull out for a barrage of attacks? Moreover, some high-level talismans possess various miraculous effects.
For example, the substitute life-blood evasion talisman in his hand, a heaven-human realm talisman specifically used for self-preservation, was created by a high-level talisman master. To kill a well-prepared high-level talisman master would require at least several heaven-human realm ancestors to act together. Once he reaches the realm of a high-level talisman master and prepares enough high-level talismans, he is confident enough to challenge the Gu family, a heaven-human aristocratic family, alone.
Next, we'll see if the ability of the Supreme Emperor Bone can succeed.
Although the Supreme Emperor Bone had previously demonstrated its powerful effect on cultivation. When it comes to cultivating martial arts and Dao techniques, it's unknown whether it possesses the same miraculous effect.
Everything still needs to be tried.
After obtaining the 3 jade slips, you did not waste time, once again plunging into the secret chamber to begin cultivation. You began to consume a large number of pills, activating the enlightenment state of the Supreme Emperor Bone, and sinking into a hazy enlightenment state yourself. You began to cultivate the fierce dragon overlord fist martial art.
Those complex ancient characters transformed into tadpoles surging into your mind, quickly understood and assimilated.
Day 1, you consumed hundreds of cultivation pills, successfully grasping the fundamentals of barbaric dragon fist and quickly reaching the minor accomplishment stage. Day 2, the pill resources in Yi Chen's storage bag were completely devoured by you. Barbaric dragon fist successfully advanced to the grand accomplishment stage. With one punch, it was as if a barbaric giant dragon roared, capable of shattering mountains and rivers. At this moment, you believe that with one punch, even a 5th stage mountain river realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head on.
Once struck, death is certain.
The previous Yi Chen, had he taken one of your punches, could have started planning his funeral.
Day 3, you discovered that barbaric dragon fist had entered a bottleneck after reaching grand accomplishment. To achieve peak proficiency, it would require a significant period of gradual refinement.
You decisively switched to specializing in talisman true scripture and began researching the art of talisman crafting.
Among tens of thousands of basic talismans, you chose the 2 most violent attributes, lightning talismans and fire talismans. If you could master these 2 most violent attributes, all other attributes would become simpler.
Day 4, after tens of thousands of failed attempts at crafting talismans, your talisman materials began to dwindle. Your emotions also fluctuated, causing you to doubt your talent for becoming a talisman master, even with the Supreme Emperor Bone. However, an unwillingness to admit defeat from deep within prevented him from giving up.
Day 5, after nearly 100,000 failures, a sudden flash of insight came to you, and everything fell into place.
You successfully drew a first-tier lightning blow talisman, officially becoming a first-tier talisman master. Although the lightning blow talisman was only a first-tier talisman and not very effective for you, you were still overjoyed, because you had succeeded.
It really can be done.
Lu Qian couldn't hide his excitement as he looked at the content of the villain simulator, his fists clenching involuntarily. The consecutive successes within the villain simulator made him clearly realize that given enough time, he could grow stronger at the fastest possible rate. As long as I have enough villain points for simulation, then I can follow in the footsteps of the sword god of Shirley Village, emerge from the beginner village with invincible power, and sweep everything before me. 5 consecutive days of high-intensity cultivation, immersing you in a state of enlightenment, left you profoundly exhausted. Even your cultivation speed began to decline. You realized that haste makes waste and temporarily paused your cultivation. You opened the secret chamber door and asked Su Meng, who was guarding outside, about the situation over the past few days. Young Master Lu, the imperial capital has been calm these past few days, with no changes.
Su Meng answered truthfully.
Unlike the second simulation, because you didn't take Lu Ruoyue with you, you avoided the dead end set by the mastermind, which led to a change. There was no bloody conflict between the great Xiaolu family and Gu family, nor did you kill Zhao Kuan.
Instead, everything seemed calm.
According to the results of the second simulation, tonight you will be ambushed by the Zhao family ancestor, another saint-level expert, and numerous black-clad individuals. But now, Zhao Kuan is not dead, the Zhao family has not been wiped out, and the Zhao family's ancestor would not risk the annihilation of his clan to kill you. A single saint-level expert simply cannot stop Lu Zhong, and even with a group of black-clad men, there's probably not much certainty of killing you. You speculate that the mastermind, lacking high-level combat power and being unsure of your situation, will very likely postpone their plan against you, and at the same time, is highly likely to be brewing an even more vicious killer move. You look at Su Meng, the young dead soldier identical to you, whose demeanor and aura are now almost perfectly mimicked, as if he were you. Clearly, Lu Zhong's special training these past few days has been very effective. Alright, young Master Lu, it seems a mysterious secret realm has appeared in the waters of Modu these past few days, attracting quite a few people. Su Meng spoke suddenly, as if he had just remembered something.
You frown, as if recalling that Lu Ruoyue seemed to have mentioned this to you during the second simulation, but at the time, you were wary of it being a trap set by the mastermind and paid no heed. Lu Zhong enters from outside, interrupting your thoughts.
Young Master Lu, Li Yang, the young master of the Li family, is here.
He says he has something to discuss with you. Li Yang.
Lu Qian's eyes flickered, his expression slightly tense, appearing somewhat surprised yet also somewhat expectant. The Li family of Modu was an in-law of the Lu family of Daxia. 20 years ago, Li Ge, the head of the Li family, married one of Lu Qian's collateral cousins. Later, the couple had a son, who was Li Yang. In terms of seniority alone, although Lu Qian was younger, he held a higher position and had an even higher background. Li Yang, who was 2 years older than him, even had to call him uncle. However, he had never particularly cared about seniority or titles, and he got along well with Li Yang. Since arriving in Modu, perhaps considering that young people have more common topics, it had always been Li Yang who liaised with him and handled all his needs. Things like listening to music in pleasure houses, of course, were indispensable. Normally, the two parties already had a friendship, plus a layer of familial connection, making them extremely close. But all of this was predicated on the Li family having no issues. During the second villain simulator when he was ambushed, Lu Qian seriously suspected that the Li family had a problem. Otherwise, how would those assassins have known his residence and found him so precisely? And at that time, with such a huge commotion, not a single person from the Li family came to assist. This was a big problem. Lu Qian suspected that Zhao Kuan and the Zhao family, whom he had killed, might have just been scapegoats.
The Li family. This in-law of the Lu family was the mastermind's true pawn. At this moment, Li Yang, the young master of the Li family, coming to find you, you immediately detect something unusual. Evidently, you had long harbored suspicions about the Li family. Coupled with Li Yang's coincidental appearance now, it further confirms your inner thoughts: there is something wrong with the Li family. Li Yang's visit, more likely than not, signifies that the mastermind is preparing to make their next move. You pondered for a moment, then prepared to play along to see what the other party's intentions were. Cautious as you are, you had Su Meng, your doppelganger, disguise himself as you, while you used your mimicry ability to transform into Lu Zhong. The real Lu Zhong hid in the shadows. Soon, Li Yang, looking like a carefree playboy, entered with a cynical smile on his face. Young Master Lu, Senior Lu.
Li Yang greeted them both.
His attitude towards you, disguised as Lu Zhong the Protector, was extremely respectful, not daring to show the slightest neglect.
You, disguised as Lu Zhong, said nothing, only nodded, maintaining your cool persona, watching Su Meng, wearing your face, chatting with you.
After several days of training, Su Meng's disguise was perfect.
Aside from some minor details, he was almost identical to you.
Unless it was someone extremely familiar with you, no one would be able to detect anything amiss. And Li Yang, apparently, also did not discover that the Lu Qian in front of him was an imposter.
Soon, he began to reveal his purpose, stating that a Modu University gala was being held at the Modu Manor, with many students from Modu University wanting to meet you, the busy person, and also, there was a surprise for you.
With that, Li Yang winked meaningfully. Su Meng, disguised as you, paused slightly, unsure of what decision to make. Agree to him.
You secretly used spiritual energy transmission to instruct Su Meng, your doppelganger, to agree, preparing to see what wicked schemes Li Yang had up his sleeve.
Coincidentally, this could be used to verify whether the Li family was a pawn placed in Modu by the mastermind.
Soon, you took on the role of driver and protector. As you had been to Modu Manor many times before, you were not unfamiliar with the location, and quickly drove there. A distinguished guest had arrived, and the general manager of Modu Manor quickly came out to greet them. After your group entered a supreme VIP room deep within the manor, you found that there were several other figures inside the room. Among them, you were most familiar with two people. One was Zhao Kuan, and the other was Lu Ruoyue. The moment you saw Lu Ruoyue, your muscles tensed for an instant, but you quickly regained your composure, forcing yourself to calm down. After all, you were currently wearing Lu Zhong's face. Previously, when you used your mimicry divine ability to change your appearance, even Lu Zhong, an expert at the saint stage, couldn't distinguish between true and false. You just didn't know if you could deceive Lu Ruoyue, who was suspected to be a celestial. At this moment, you somewhat regretted coming.
Now, throughout Modu, the person you least wanted to see was probably Lu Ruoyue.
At the same time, you also realized why Lu Ruoyue was here. She was the campus belle of Modu University and in the same class as you. And most of those present were students from Moda University, among whom, besides Lu Ruoyue, there were also several other attractive female classmates.
It seems today is indeed a trap specifically set for me.
You look at Zhao Koan, who is fawning over Lu Ruoyue, and hear the various voices. Understanding dawns upon you. The reason why this unlucky fellow Zhao Koan appeared here is, in all likelihood, because the Li family intends to use him and the Zhao family behind him as scapegoats, to keep themselves out of trouble. It seems that during the second villain simulation, you really wronged the Zhao family. Upon seeing Su Mang, disguised as you, make an entrance, everyone present subconsciously stood up. These people were all scions of distinguished noble families, but in front of you, they were merely juniors among juniors. Young Master Lu, I spent a lot of effort today, but I didn't succeed. In the end, it was only by leveraging your reputation that I managed to ask out school beauty Lu.
Li Yang's face held a fawning smile.
Clearly, he was well aware of your past pursuit of Lu Ruoyue at Magic City University and was planning to use the honey trap again, repeating an old trick. At this moment, you had already guessed the plot that might unfold next. Most likely, Lu Ruoyue would be plied with drinks, and then you would be asked to take her to a hotel to rest. At this moment, your brows furrowed slightly, feeling as if history was repeating itself.
No matter how you tried to avoid it, you couldn't escape.
However, fortunately, at this moment, you had already switched identities. Everyone's gaze was focused on the stand-in Su Mang, their faces fawning, and they consequently overlooked you. Even Lu Ruoyue's gaze was continuously fixed on the stand-in, though with your keen observational skills, you seemed to notice her frown for a fleeting moment, as if she were somewhat puzzled.
Your heart tightened, fearing that Lu Ruoyue might discover the stand-in.
You did not continue to use spiritual energy to command the stand-in, but rather let him play it by ear, reducing the possibility of exposure. Soon, the stand-in took his seat, clinking glasses with all the noble family scions present, perfectly embodying a dissolute scion from the capital, indulging in wine and women. Meanwhile, you watched from the sidelines with a cold eye.
Perhaps due to the Lu family's background, the stand-in almost became the center of attention, flattered by countless people, and several attractive female classmates showed close gestures.
Even Lu Ruoyue frequently looked towards the stand-in, her brows slightly furrowed, wondering what she was thinking. Seeing that even school beauty Lu seemed to be smitten, this undoubtedly made all the men present somewhat envious, jealous, and resentful. Zhao Koan, as one of school beauty Lu's pursuers, also had a twisted expression on his face out of anger, yet he dared not act out, fearing bringing trouble upon his family. As the atmosphere gradually heated up, Li Yang also rose and came to your side, who stood out from the crowd, and whispered, "Senior Lu, do you need this junior to arrange some entertainment for you?" You knew that Li Yang's action was most likely to get you out of the way, making it convenient for him to target the stand-in disguised as you. Knowing this in your heart, you didn't refuse. Instead, you nodded heavily and readily agreed. The current situation was already within your expectations, and at the same time, you didn't want to stay here indefinitely, too close to Lu Ruoyue, who was an unstable factor. However, for some unknown reason, you always felt that the Lu Ruoyue in front of you seemed a bit strange, as if she had changed somewhat from the Lu Ruoyue you encountered in the previous two simulations. You said something to your body double and then stood up and left. Under the arrangement of the waiter, you arrived in another private room. At the same time, more than a dozen vibrant, young women of various styles followed you in.
Clearly, Li Yang intended to briefly delay you using a honey trap.
Facing more than 10 charming young beauties, you remained unmoved. You directly took action, knocked them unconscious, and then took out a communication talisman to contact Lu Zhong, who was far away outside the Devil City Manor. The communication talisman was a first-tier consumable talisman, capable of a single communication within a 10-li radius, and it was extremely secretive. You had made quite a few of them just yesterday when you became a first-tier talisman master. This time, actively entering the fray, you did not have Lu Zhong follow you closely, but rather instructed him to tail you from a distance, maintaining his position as a trump card. Young Master Lu, outside the Devil City Manor, there are quite a few shadowy figures in black, mostly at the 3rd tier profound reaching realm and 4th tier divine ability realm. The leader, I fear, is an ennobled saint. The message from Lu Zhong shocked you to your core, definitively confirming that the Li family was a pawn of the mastermind. The moment you and your body double arrived at the Devil City Manor,
assassins arrived the very next second. Only a fool wouldn't be able to guess the truth hidden within. That ennobled Saint Realm expert who remained masked during the second simulation was, in all likelihood, Old Master Li. Now, with the trap already laid, you felt a sense of urgency. You immediately ordered Lu Zhong, who was far away, to rush over, and the two of you would switch identities. In the upcoming kill zone, your disguised Lu Zhong, an ennobled Saint Realm expert, would be the greatest variable, highly likely to draw the most concentrated fire, and that ennobled Saint Assassin would also make a move. At present, not only is your body double in danger, but your own situation is also extremely perilous. However, fortunately, Lu Zhong had been following not far behind. Within a mere few tens of breaths, he appeared before you, and you secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After briefing Lu Zhong on some matters, you used the mimicry shadow divine ability to transform into the appearance of a waiter and walked out. At this moment, you began to be even more satisfied with mimicry shadow, this monstrous demonic divine ability. You hid in a wine cellar storing liquor, took out the soul staking method, and began to practice diligently, judging that those assassins wouldn't make their moves so quickly. You began to read the jade slip and found that the soul nailing technique was not complicated. In fact, it was extremely simple. You only needed to obtain an object belonging to the target to track them, and even curse them. However, because it was extremely malicious, there was a high possibility of backlash, and it could also affect one's luck. An hour later, you successfully got started and had a preliminary grasp of how to use the soul nailing technique. You retrieved Yi Chen's severed arm from your storage ring and used the soul nailing technique to plunder its blood energy. However, instead of cursing him, you opted for tracking and locating. After all, cursing a protagonist blessed by destiny would very likely result in a backlash. The severed arm in your hand began to bleed from its wound, coalescing into a tiny blood nail that slowly pointed forward. Indeed, Yi Chen has arrived as well. You understood in your heart that as long as there was a grand occasion, Yi Chen, the protagonist of destiny, would inevitably not be absent. Next, this Demon City Manor would surely descend into a chaotic battle. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred not far away. You quickly retrieved the severed arm and looked outside the warehouse, immediately seeing Lu Zhong intensely fighting a masked expert at the saint level. Clearly, the death trap had begun. However, during the second simulation, that black-clad expert had to team up with Old Ancestor Zhao to hold back Lu Zhong. Now, fighting alone, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. The two saint-level experts clashed, unleashing terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations that almost flattened the Demon City Manor. The entire scene descended into chaos. Amidst the chaos, black-clad assassins charged towards the room where the stand-in was located, preparing to deliver a killing blow. In mid-air, Lu Zhong, who was fighting the black-clad expert alone, snorted coldly and unleashed a terrifying pressure. He was surprisingly able to spare one hand, striking out with a palm that instantly annihilated more than half of the black-clad figures. Dare to lay hands on my young master Lu family? No matter who was behind you, all of you shall die. Lu Zhong's overbearing voice echoed throughout the entire manor. Even though a few black-clad assassins managed to escape, they were quickly intercepted by the other guardian experts of the Demon City Manor. The situation, it seemed, began to become one-sided. After planning for so long, it can't end this easily. There must be a trump card. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Lu Qian's gaze was profound as he intently watched the fierce battle within the villain simulator. He didn't believe that the opponent had no other killer moves. Otherwise, once Lu Zhong defeated the black-clad expert, it would simply be a one-sided massacre. You, on the battlefield, began silently chanting "You can't see me," making everyone ignore you, and you kept a close eye on the battle. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A young figure with a severed arm suddenly appeared in the room, holding a scarlet blade imbued with intense killing intent, slashing towards one of the individuals. Yi Chen! Someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone thought Yi Chen was going to assassinate Lu Gon. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. It turned out Yi Chen's target was Zhao Kuan. Just as everyone's attention was drawn away, another anomaly occurred. Put! A dark, shadowy hand suddenly emerged from behind Lu Gon, piercing through his chest.
And the owner of that dark, shadowy hand was none other than
Lu Ruoyue.
Hey, caught you. Lu Ruoyue let out a strange, sinister laugh, her skin turning dark and rough, as everyone stared in shock.
You, hiding in the dark, watching Lu Gon get impaled through the chest, suddenly understood.
You finally realized why there had been an inexplicable sense of strangeness earlier. It turned out, she was precisely the shadow assassin who had been lurking outside the hotel before, practicing the thousand shadow demonic art, and preparing to assassinate you. However, because you didn't fall into the trap, the other party chose to lie low. And today, she struck again. And this shadow assassin was clearly the biggest trump card in this assassination plot. The others tried to rush forward to save him but were easily cut down by the Sixth Realm shadow assassin.
Only Li Yang managed to escape.
Seeing how easily she succeeded, the shadow assassin couldn't help but burst into laughter, ready to kill the target and pull out his spine. But then she suddenly noticed something wasn't right. Cough, 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 kill me, and the Lu family will never let you go. Lu Gon stared at the massive wound in his chest with a look of astonishment, letting out a roar of grief and indignation. A special talisman suddenly appeared in his hand.
Oh no! It's a self-detonation talisman.
Li Yang and the others were shocked and turned pale.
Boom!
A terrifying explosion occurred. Lu Gon was instantly engulfed by the fiery blast, leaving no trace of his body. The shadow assassin, who had just been laughing, was also blown away, looking completely bewildered.
Wait! The target suddenly self-destructed and died? If the person's dead, what about its mission? Young Master Lu. Upon seeing Lu Gon killed, Lu Zhong's anger flared, his body trembling with rage. The black-clad strongmen in front of him couldn't help but back away in fear. Just when the black-clad strongman thought the other party was about to go mad and fight to the death, the furious Lu Zhong turned around and actually ran away. Black-clad strongman?
Although there were some unexpected twists, at least the golden cicada successfully shed its shell. Seeing your substitute self-detonate and Lu Zhong escape, you instantly realized your plan was halfway successful. However, that shadow assassin was a hidden danger. She seemed to have noticed something just now. This hidden danger must be eliminated. Your brows furrowed slightly, and your gaze fell upon Yi Chen, the chosen protagonist who had easily killed Zhao Kuan. As if you'd thought of something, a sinister smile curled at the corner of your lips. Hiding in the shadows, you suddenly shouted in a disguised voice.
Monster!
You killed Lu Ruoyue and disguised yourself as her, then killed young Master Lu.
The Lu family won't let you off.
Not far away, Yi Chen, who had easily slain Zhao Kuan, was still somewhat puzzled as to why his opponent had become so weak. But suddenly hearing a loud shout, he looked up and immediately saw a dark, ugly monster wearing Pinru Ruoyue's clothes. His blood instantly boiled.
Bastard, what did you do to Ruoyue?
I'll make you pay with your life.
Tread. Heaven. 9 steps.
The enraged Yi Chen was consumed by anger, his mind clouded. Wielding a sharp blood-stained saber, he took 2 consecutive steps, and his aura surged explosively.
4th Realm Divine Ability. 5th Realm Mountain and River. 6th Realm Transcendent. Damn it!
Although he had long known that Yi Chen, the protagonist of Destiny, possessed the potential of a cheater, and had witnessed it once during the second villain simulation. But seeing Yi Chen erupt once more, directly leaping 2 major realms to break through to the 6th Realm Transcendent,
Lu Gon's mouth also twitched slightly. Well then. So unreasonable, isn't it? Tread heaven 9 steps. Is this the secret technique that allows Yi Chen to continuously break through major realms? It seems I'm quite lucky to have learned some information about this beforehand.
Given this, his special secret technique should have been acquired only in the past few days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept it hidden when he was being hunted during the second simulation. Based on the current information and data, Lu Gon quickly made his own judgment. This special secret technique, Tread Heaven 9 steps, which can rapidly boost cultivation and elevate major realms in a short period, was most likely Yi Chen's opportunity from the past few days. But here's the problem: in the past few days, Moda seemed quite peaceful, with no special.
Wait.
Lu Gan's eyes shifted slightly, as if he had thought of something. Young Master Lu, a few days ago, a mysterious secret realm seemed to have appeared in the Moda Sea area, attracting many people to go there.
A conversation suddenly surfaced in his mind.
Lu Ruyue mentioned this to me during the second simulation, and the stand-in Su Mang also mentioned it to me during the third simulation. At the time, I thought it was a trap set by the mastermind, but now that I think about it, it's highly likely it wasn't. If one were to really pick a place most likely to hide an opportunity, that mysterious secret realm would undoubtedly be the most probable. Furthermore, in both consecutive simulations, after Yi Chen's arm was broken, he vanished without a trace.
Even turning the entire demon capital upside down, they couldn't find him.
It's highly likely that he was hiding in that mysterious secret realm at the time, obtaining a fortuitous encounter.
All sorts of conjectures swirled in his mind, gradually piecing together.
At this moment, Lu Qian felt as if he had prematurely guessed the truth. At the same time, he had also preemptively locked onto a powerful fortuitous encounter in the future. A secret technique that could rapidly boost one's cultivation realm and grant powerful combat strength in a short period.
How could he not want it? Even if there might be some side effects hidden, what did that matter? In that case, everything seems to make sense.
The mysterious token in that storage bag reacted when Yi Chen used Stepping Heaven 9 steps.
Could it be the key to the fortuitous encounter of that mysterious secret realm?
Lu Qian still hadn't forgotten that the simulated version of himself held a mysterious token seized from Yi Chen.
In the next simulation, I can try to seize that fortuitous encounter ahead of time.
When Yi Chen unleashed Stepping Heaven 9 steps, you noticed a strange reaction from the mysterious token on your person. You begin to brainstorm, roughly guessing the origin of Yi Chen's Stepping Heaven 9 steps, and can't help but sigh, realizing you've missed such a heaven-shaking fortuitous encounter twice. Instead, Yi Chen, who had his arm broken twice consecutively, got ahead of you and obtained such a heaven-shaking fortuitous encounter, soaring to great heights.
This is impossible.
Seeing Yi Chen descend like a god, his combat power soaring, the Thousand Shadow Assassin was scared out of his wits and tried to escape, but it was too late.
Put.
The Thousand Shadow Assassin was directly hacked to death by Yi Chen, dying tragically on the spot.
This sudden burst of power instantly stunned everyone.
Yi Chen, who had just killed multiple people, suddenly turned pale, his body unsteady, his aura fluctuating, and he fled as a white streak of light.
All of this happened too quickly, too fast for anyone to react. The black-clad expert above was also dumbfounded.
1 second ago, Lu Qian, his target, was killed, but before dying, he bravely self-destructed.
Lu Zhong, as his protector, didn't think about revenge and just ran away.
The next second, the Thousand Shadow Assassin, who belonged to his own faction below, was hacked to death by a suddenly appearing Yi Chen.
Then, Yi Chen also ran away.
Most critically, Zhao Koan, who was supposed to be the scapegoat, was also hacked to death by Yi Chen. Now, everything is utterly chaotic.
The black-clad expert was dumbfounded.
With Zhao Koan dead, there was no scapegoat.
Who would bear the wrath of the great Xiaolu family then?
Lu Zhong, who ran away, most likely went back to report. By then, the entire demon capital would be in big trouble.
Damn it!
Seeing that the situation was bad, but with the target Lu Qian also dead, the black-clad strongman could only swallow his bitterness.
Who dares to kill my grandson? A powerful Saint Realm aura rapidly approached. It was none other than Ancestor Zhao.
Clearly, the other party had detected Zhao Koan's demise. Oh no, old Ghost Zhao is stubborn and unreasonable. It'll be bad if we meet face to face.
The black-clad strongman realized the danger, immediately took action, striking down the remaining survivors in the manor with one palm, and then left with Li Yang.
This scene, naturally, was witnessed by you, who were hiding in the shadows. Because of your deliberate meddling and scheming, the entire demonic capital manor was thrown into chaos, with all parties and forces getting entangled and spiraling out of control. After slipping away like a cicada shedding its shell, it's highly likely that the mastermind behind the scenes won't continue to hound you, but rather will have to contend with the wrath of the Lu family of Great Xia. This will undoubtedly buy you a significant amount of time to quickly enhance your combat capabilities. And once Lu Zhong, who knows the truth, returns, he will certainly reveal everything he said. By then, the Lu family will know that you are not dead, but they will also cooperate by using this as a pretext to make a big fuss. However, by that time, the fact that you are cultivating will probably also become known to the Lu family, but this is unavoidable. As you are now, you are still too weak. Every action must leverage momentum and be carefully planned. You took out Yi Chen's severed arm, contemplating whether to use the soul nailing method to pinpoint and ambush him, forcing the powerful secret technique 9 steps to heaven out of him. Just now, after Yi Chen erupted and killed the Thousand Shadows assassin, he clearly suffered some kind of backlash and is very likely in a weakened state. A cornered beast is the most dangerous. It will surely unleash a desperate counterattack. It's better to let others lead the charge. You thought about it for a moment and ultimately dismissed the idea of directly pursuing him. If Yi Chen were to desperately unleash 9 steps to heaven again, you might not be able to withstand it. Given this, it would be better to let Ancestor Zhao, that Saint Realm expert, lead the charge, while you hide behind the scenes, waiting to reap the rewards. To get by in this world, you still need brains. Those without brains can only be used as pawns. You felt a bit smug thinking about how Yi Chen, the chosen protagonist, was used as a pawn by you just now. But you quickly regained your composure and hurriedly fled before Ancestor Zhao arrived. You didn't want to face an enraged old monster. Since Lu Qian is dead, it's naturally impossible for you to continue maintaining this identity, so you must switch to another. You plan to live in the demonic capital under the identity of Su Meng, your stand-in, quietly observing the situation and watching the drama unfold. Su Meng was secretly a dead soldier of the Lu family, but ostensibly, he was an orphan from an orphanage. He grew up with his younger sister, relying on each other for survival. Later, under the influence of the Lu family's power, he found a general logistics job at Moda University and settled down in a small home. Before, Su Meng asked for your help. He requested that you look after his sister after his death, and you agreed. Using Phantom Shadow, you transformed into Su Meng's appearance and arrived at a small rental house near Moda University. Soon, you saw his sister, Su Mei, whom he had spoken of. The moment you saw Su Mei, you were stunned by her beauty. She was an 18-year-old innocent girl, yet she possessed an innate charm that was no less captivating than Lu Ruoyue's. The only pity was that her eyes were completely white. She was born blind. Just as you were secretly feeling regret, and at the same time, relieved that your disguise could be more seamless, Su Mei spoke. "Brother, you're back. I'm hungry. I'll cook." You knew she had a cool and reserved nature, and you were also a bit hungry at the moment, so you played the role of Su Meng and walked towards the kitchen. Having lived a life of luxury for too long, your culinary skills were almost non-existent. After much fumbling, you managed to stir-fry 2 dishes and brought them out. You, as siblings, sat at the dining table. You tasted a dish and found it too salty. Too much salt was added, but Su Mei ate it without changing her expression. After dinner, you washed the dishes, and both of you returned to your respective rooms to rest. Upon returning to your room, you began to cultivate using your resources, eager to improve your strength as quickly as possible and gain more trump cards. You began to practice the primordial dragon elephant scripture, but suddenly noticed that your cultivation speed seemed to have accelerated significantly, and the surrounding spiritual energy also became more active. You were startled by this sudden change and looked towards the room across the wall. It was clearly Su Mei's room, and also the location where spiritual energy gathered most densely. You realized Su Mei's uniqueness. She seemed to possess a special physique, something extraordinary, and it was highly probable that, like Lu Ruoyue, she was a destined heroine. Another destined heroine. Lu Qian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to find another one so quickly. However, upon reflection, Su Mei's experiences seemed to hold the potential to become a destined heroine. An orphan, blind, relying on her brother for survival, her brother dying as a stand-in, leaving her alone and desolate, and possessing a physique that accelerates cultivation. If the self in the simulator hadn't actively sought her out, Su Mei's fate after losing her brother's protection would naturally be imaginable. At this point, if a destined protagonist were to come to her rescue, the scenario would be perfect. In that case, this counts as me getting in ahead of time. The next day, you found your cultivation progressing by leaps and bounds, almost reaching the advanced stage of the divine ability realm. Both of your divine abilities, Phantom Projection and Dragon Elephant Overlord Physique, were enhanced. Knowing this, you made no special moves. Instead, you continued to play the role of Su Meng, going to the logistics department of Magic City University in the morning to do odd jobs and gather information. Then, you went home to cook for Su Mei and cultivated at night. On the first day, your cultivation realm and physique reached the advanced stage of the divine ability realm. The ancient dragon elephant scripture underwent a transformation, and your physical body gained the strength of one dragon. On the second day, you began to consume a large amount of resources, attempting to break through. After 6 hours of impact, you finally succeeded in breaking through to the peak of the divine ability realm. On the third day, you began to attempt to break through to the fifth realm, mountain and river, but you felt a resistance. Realizing it would take some time, you decisively switched to cultivating Thousand Shadow Demonic Art and Talisman True Scripture to enhance your trump card strength. On the fourth day, you found that Thousand Shadow Demonic Art had reached the peak of the fourth level, and you gained a new ability, Shadow Evasion, allowing you to enter shadows, move within them, and conceal your form. At the same time, your proficiency in talismans also increased. You successfully drew your first second-tier lightning talisman, thus becoming a second-tier talisman master. You found that when you were close to Su Mei, your success rate in drawing talismans significantly increased. In just a few days, you drew many low-level talismans. Although their destructive power wasn't strong, they could have miraculous effects in special circumstances. For 5 consecutive days, your strength, realm, and trump cards were comprehensively enhanced. Meanwhile, you had been closely monitoring the outside situation. However, to your surprise, the capital of Great Xia remained calm, and the Lu family showed no movement at all. You must remember, in previous simulations, once it was confirmed that you had been assassinated, almost the entire Lu family mobilized, desperately trying to get justice for you. Could it be that Lu Zhong didn't relay the information back? Or was there some unforeseen incident? You realized that something might have gone wrong in the capital of Great Xia, or perhaps the Lu family was planning something, holding back their hand. Is this another new change? Lu Qian couldn't help but feel his heart sink as he observed the new development in the simulator. According to his expectations, once the Lu family received the information, they would surely cause a considerable stir. Even a repeat of the Great War with the Gu family of Great Xia from the second simulation wouldn't be impossible. Even Magic City would face the overwhelming wrath of the Lu family. But now, they were so low-key. Could it be that the Lu family had uncovered something else? Besides the Gu family, were there other masterminds behind the scenes? And among them, was more than just one celestial human noble family involved? Indeed, even a small fry like him, knowing some things, could uncover quite a few people. All the more so for a behemoth like the Lu family. This sudden change made you even more cautious. Before this, you had only ever competed with others in the younger generation, and had never been involved in conflicts of such a high level. And you found out that the mysterious secret realm that appeared in the Devil's Capital waters some time ago had vanished after only appearing once. This temporarily dispelled your idea of going to investigate. You became more careful in your infiltrate, maintaining your identity as Su Meng, doing odd jobs in the logistics department of Devil's Capital University. From the casual chats of students and teachers coming and going, you learned about some major changes in the Devil's Capital. Have you heard? That playboy young master from the Imperial Capital seems to have gone missing. Now, many people are terrified and searching for him. I heard it's related to the campus beauty, Lu Ruyue. I heard that Zhao Kuan, the eldest young master of the Zhao family, was killed. The one who did it was Lu Ruyue's bumpkin bodyguard. The Zhao family has gone crazy, they'll dig up the entire ground to find that person. Have you heard? That bumpkin Yichen not only killed someone from the Zhao family, but also caused a ruckus at the Li family, claiming he killed Lu Gon and that it had nothing to do with the Lu family. Unlike the tranquility of the Great Xia Imperial Capital, the Devil's Capital was experiencing tumultuous waves. Among them, the most alarming was the alleged disappearance of Lu Gon, the second son of the Great Xia Lu family. Yes, your death seemed to have alarmed the powerful figures in the Devil's Capital. They seemed prepared to try their best to cover it up first, then frantically search for the culprit. Because the Thousand Shadow Assassin had impersonated Lu Ruyue when assassinating Lu Gon, the Lu family, a second-rate family, was taken as a suspect by the Li family. Besides that, there was the matter of Zhao Kuan's death.
Now, the Zhao family is in a frenzy.
The Zhao family's old ancestor has issued a bounty, wanted for the destined protagonist, Yi Chen. It is said that a few days ago, Yi Chen was ambushed by several Mountain River realm experts from the Zhao family, but he still managed to escape, and even counter-killed some of the Zhao family's experts. After learning that something had happened to the Lu family, Yi Chen even caused a big scene at the Li family, claiming that Lu Gon's death was his doing and had nothing to do with Lu Ruyue, taking all the blame upon himself. Now, both Lu Ruyue, the destined heroine, and Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, have fallen into considerable trouble under your calculations and arrangements. Suddenly, you saw a supervisor from the Devil's Capital University's logistics department mysteriously gossiping with someone. You leaned in to listen. The Li family specifically invited the ghost doctor.
I heard that the Li family's old ancestor was severely injured and fell into a coma. The Li family's old ancestor was severely injured.
You were a bit surprised. You realized that the black-clothed expert who fought Lu Zhong earlier must have been the Li family's old ancestor. At that time, the opponent was injured by the enraged Lu Zhong. Afterwards, Yi Chen caused a ruckus at the Li family again, most likely using the 9 steps to heaven again, and the Li family's old ancestor probably took another beating. Now, being beaten into a severely injured coma doesn't seem surprising. And Ghost Doctor is a very sinister physician in the Great Xia Empire. He has a custom when treating people: for every person he saves, he must kill one. And he won't even attempt to save someone until after he's killed someone else.
You didn't have much doubt about what the logistics department supervisor said.
Magic City University is a top-tier institution in the Empire, with a high status, capable of accessing many things.
This is also why you chose the identity of Su Meng.
Upon hearing the news that the old ancestor of the Li family was seriously injured and unconscious, you already had a few ideas. You plan to infiltrate the Li family, investigate the situation, and see if you can uncover anything about the mastermind behind the scenes. After making up your mind, you asked the logistics department supervisor for leave, saying your younger sister was sick and you needed to go back to take care of her.
The supervisor agreed.
After making up your mind, you used the Thousand Shadows demonic art, once again changed your appearance, and hurried towards the Li family. You were not unfamiliar with the Li family. You had stayed there for several days when you first arrived in Magic City, so you naturally knew its location and went there with ease. Soon, you arrived outside the Li family residence.
At this moment, the gate of the Li family opened, and Li Yang walked out with a grim-faced old man, an obsequious expression on his face.
Listening to their conversation, you realized that the grim-faced old man was the legendary Ghost Doctor. Senior Ghost Doctor, please rest assured.
Our Li family understands your rules. We guarantee that within 3 days, we will deliver the target's head. The Ghost Doctor nodded arrogantly.
Suddenly, he glanced in the direction where you were hiding. Your heart skipped a beat, and you quickly suppressed your aura, chanting "You can't see me" to activate the enhancement of this red talent. You realized that the opponent's strength was probably not simple. He could actually penetrate the Thousand Shadows demonic art and vaguely detect your presence. His strength was likely above that of Lu Zhong.
At least a saint-level expert. Soon, perhaps because "You can't see me" was successfully activated, the Ghost Doctor frowned slightly, retracted his gaze, and, under Li Yang's escort, departed.
Seeing Li Yang preparing to turn back into the mansion, you used the shadow escape you had just learned, instantly phasing into his shadow, intending to follow him into the Li family.
Li Yang, however, didn't notice anything at all and strode into the Li family residence.
You also successfully infiltrated.
Young Master! Young Master! Young Master!
Li Yang walked towards the backyard, and along the way, the servants around him all respectfully lowered their heads. At this moment, Li Yang no longer had the subservient demeanor he had shown in front of you earlier. Instead, he looked arrogant. Soon, under your gaze, he arrived at the backyard and entered a study. Inside the study was an elegant middle-aged man, none other than Li Gu, the head of the Li family. The father and son briefly discussed matters concerning the ghost doctor, and their conversation confirmed for you that the old ancestor of the Li family was indeed in a coma. Perhaps unable to bear the doubt in his heart, Li Yang still couldn't help but ask.
Father, what about Lu Qian's matter? That's the Lu family. It's been 5 days now, your son is truly a bit nervous. Don't worry, action has already been taken in the imperial capital.
Someone will keep the Lu family tied up, so they won't be able to interfere with Modu for a short time.
Li Ge, the head of the Li family, made your heart jump with his words. Sure enough, something had happened to the Lu family on the imperial capital's side. To firmly tie up the Lu family and prevent them from interfering even in Modu, it certainly wouldn't be possible with just the Gu family alone. Other forces must have intervened. The power of the mastermind behind this seemed even greater than you had imagined. Hearing this news, Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As long as the Lu family can't make a move, then in Modu, there's nothing for my Li family to fear. It's hateful that bastard Yi Chen dared to cause trouble in my Li family and even injured the ancestor, making my Li family lose face. However, that kid was captured by a venerable 2 days ago. They're soul-searching him to interrogate him about the secret art's existence. We'll have results very soon. Yi Chen was captured. Hearing this news, you felt a bit astonished. You didn't expect Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, to be captured and soul-searched by an existence named Venerable. You didn't care that you hadn't received any other news about the other party these past few days. Originally, you had intended to seize the opportunity to obtain Yi Chen's 9 steps to heaven, but you didn't expect someone else to beat you to it. However, who was this Venerable mentioned by the Li family father and son? Doubt lingered in your heart, and you wanted to continue eavesdropping, but the Li family father and son seemed very wary of the topic. After just a few words, they stopped mentioning it and turned to other subjects. Li Ge, the head of the Li family, also asked for information about the person the ghost doctor wanted to kill. Father, the target the ghost doctor wants us to kill this time seems to be a human-ghost hybrid bastard. I've already arranged for people to go there. Suddenly, Li Yang's tone changed. He took out a photo from his embrace and handed it over. Hiding in the shadows, you caught a glimpse of the person in the photo from the corner of your eye. The target in the photo was none other than the figure of a young girl. It was Su Mei. Your pupils contracted, and your heart was shocked. Inadvertently, you revealed a slight fluctuation of aura. Who's there? The head of the Li family instantly noticed and roared. Boom! Knowing you were exposed, you didn't hesitate. You burst out from the shadows decisively and activated the divine ability Dragon Elephant Hegemon Body Art. Suddenly, you unleashed 2 punches, erupting with a wild dragon's roar, which was precisely the perfected wild Hegemon Dragon Fist. With the power of dual dragons and the enhancement of the wild Hegemon Dragon Fist, 1 punch from you was enough to smash a small mountain. You punched and killed the astonished Li Yang, not even leaving a complete corpse. No! Yanger! The head of the Li family, shocked and enraged, unleashed the terrifying aura of a 6th realm transcendent, also throwing a punch, intending to clash head-on with you. Boom! The study shattered. The head of the Li family was forced back several steps, shouting in disbelief, 8th tier heavenly human martial skill? You remained expressionless, instantly entering supreme mode, but felt a terrifying searing pain. Your right arm seemed to lose all sensation, but you also used the rebound force from the punch to fly away, greasing your soles and turning into a shadow, fleeing directly. Swish! 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 Rays of thunder talismans flew out from your storage pouch, hundreds of them, all your gains from the past few days, instantly exploding within the Li family estate. The terrifying lightning illuminated and then exploded in everyone's vision, causing countless people to scream. How dare you! Who dares cause trouble in my Li family? Ah! Ah, my eyes! At this moment, you were afraid of startling the comatose old ancestor of the Li family awake, so you directly vanished into the shadows, intent only on escaping, with no desire to stay and fight. You are not Yi Chen with his 9 steps to heaven, who can unleash combat power several major realms above his own. In terms of strength, you are still somewhat disadvantaged. Fortunately, shielded by the lightning, you successfully escaped the Lee family and quickly headed back home, wanting to get ahead of the Lee family and take Su-mei away. Although you didn't know why the ghost doctor specifically designated Su-mei as the target to be killed. But you had promised Su-meng that you would do your best to take care of his sister, and naturally didn't want to break your word. After all, he had used his life to block a calamity for you, completing the stratagem of shedding one's skin like a cicada. As long as it didn't involve a matter of life and death, you were still willing to abide by your vows and agreements. I hope I can make it in time. If I'm too late, I can only consider getting stronger in the future to avenge her. You pushed your 1,000 shadow demonic art to its limits, turning into a shadow. Coupled with greasing your souls and the boost from the second-tier talisman Godstride talisman, you were almost breaking the sound barrier. Even a 5th realm mountain river cultivator would have to concede defeat. At this moment, you seemed to gain new insight into the 1,000 shadow demonic art, thoroughly entering the 5th layer. You comprehended a new divine ability, shifting shadows and changing forms. Shifting shadows and changing forms, with your will as one, shifting shadows and changing forms. Consuming mental power and spiritual energy, you can achieve near instantaneous teleportation. You can also carry living or inanimate objects with you, but the consumption will increase. Shifting shadows and changing forms. I actually gained a teleportation divine talent. Lu Qian was pleasantly surprised, never expecting to gain a new life-saving divine ability at such a critical moment. Sure enough, his cultivation talent was not to be underestimated. You attempted to use shifting shadows and changing forms. The image of Su Meng's home began to appear in your mind, and everything around you started to blur and invert. The next moment, you found yourself teleported near Magic City University. Although there was still some distance to your destination, it wasn't too far off. Just now, you instantly teleported no less than 10 miles, at least in a flash. When your cultivation skyrockets in the future, the shape-shifting shadow divine ability might be able to achieve an effect no less potent than the life-substituting blood escape talisman. Just as you were feeling pleasantly surprised, a sudden wave of weakness washed over you. The spiritual energy and mental power within your body fell into a slump. Damn it, the consumption was too great, I'm almost drained. You hastily pulled out bottles of elixirs and crammed them into your mouth, finally recovering a bit of strength. You began to be cautious, carefully heading towards Su Meng's home. Perhaps your luck was good when you arrived, the people from the Li family had not yet shown up. It seems my luck as good destiny is on my side. You tidied your clothes, transformed into Su Meng's appearance, revealed yourself, pushed open the main door, and walked in. Drip, drip, drip. The static sound of the TV echoed, without a picture, only a black and white blur emitting eerie noises. On the sofa in the room, Su-mei's figure was facing away from you, the TV was on, and she seemed to be eating snacks. You strode up to her, grabbed her hand, and said as calmly as possible, "Mayor, Big Brother found a new place to live, I'll take you away first." Drip. A drop of blood landed on your hand. Your expression instantly stiffened, only to see that Su-mei's snow-white eyes had disappeared at some point, replaced by 2 empty, bloody holes. Her expression was distorted, like a controlled, broken ragdoll, a faint sound coming from her mouth, "Run, fast." Looking at Su-mei, who seemed to have had her eyes gouged out, a terrifying chill immediately surged from your spine, making you feel as if you had fallen into an ice cellar. You instantly realized that you had walked into a trap and were caught like a turtle in a jar. The people from the Li family, no, the Masterminds people have arrived. Bang! Without hesitation, you triggered your spiritual energy, severed your heart meridian, and actively activated the life-substituting blood escape talisman. A phantom of a blood-colored demonic bat appeared above your head, preparing to carry you away. He, what a decisive young man, but can you really escape? An eerie laugh emerged from inside the room. A radiance like a dazzling galaxy suddenly burst forth, condensing into a giant chain. Carrying the power of space, it instantly sealed off the blood-colored demonic bat, forcefully interrupting the escape function of the life-substituting blood escape talisman. Heavenly human-grade talisman. And a rare one with spatial attribute, it's the legendary sealing talisman. As a talisman master, your pupils constricted when you saw that spatial shackles, and your heart instantly dropped by half.
The rarity of the sealing talisman even surpasses that of the life-substituting blood escape talisman, specifically designed to seal the surrounding space and nullify all escape arts. It's clear the opponent came for him, and they even knew about your trump card, the life-substituting blood escape talisman. It can be said that the first life-substituting blood escape talisman you possessed is now useless.
He just doesn't know if the opponent has a second sealing talisman.
Your heart clenched, you tried to struggle, but found that all the spiritual energy throughout your body was also sealed, rendering you immobile. You didn't lose heart, quietly entering supreme mode, allowing yourself to calm down, and began to struggle. It truly is as that person said, you really do have a life-substituting blood escape talisman on you, kid. If I hadn't brought a sealing talisman before leaving, I don't know how much trouble it would have been.
Thump! Thump! Thump!
Your door was suddenly pushed open, and an old man with a gloomy face and an eerie aura slowly walked out, a sinister smile on his face.
It's you!
Upon seeing the person's face, your pupils constricted, and you instantly recognized him. It was none other than the ghost Dr. Yuuji, who had previously emerged from the Lee family. What shocked you even more was that you actually sensed a faint, vast, and boundless pressure of a celestial from him.
The opponent is actually a celestial.
The mastermind behind the scenes could actually summon a celestial to target him. Perhaps it was because he was so confident of victory, or perhaps he believed you were on the verge of death, but the opponent didn't immediately attack. Instead, a GGG laugh emerged from his face.
Indeed, it is this old man.
This old man didn't expect that coming here on official business would lead to encountering a little girl with wicked curse eyes. However, this little girl's mouth is really stubborn, and she's quite strong-willed. Not only is she unwilling to reveal anything about you, but she also tried to curse this old man to death. If she had succeeded, even as a celestial, this old man would have been in immense trouble. It's a good thing this old man acted quickly and directly ruined her eyes. If it weren't for her still having some use as bait, this old man would have long since killed her and used her flesh and blood to feed my spirit beasts.
Brother!
It hurts.
Sume hugged her knees, curled up, trembling.
Hearing the opponent's words, you looked at Sume, who was curled up on the sofa in front of you, her eyes blank, only bloodied hollows remaining. Instantly, you felt your blood rush, and killing intent permeated the air. After several days of being together, you had already fully embraced the identity of brother, subconsciously treating Sume as your sister. Now, seeing Sume's eyes destroyed to cover for you, the rage in your heart almost burned you alive. At this moment, he only regretted not having ambushed Yi-Chen earlier, trying every possible way to seize the 9 steps to heaven. Otherwise, at this moment, I would certainly fight to the death with the old scoundrel in front of me. Under the surge of anger, your heart rate begins to accelerate, and the Supreme Emperor's bone starts to feel scalding hot, as if some terrifying power is awakening and reviving. The seal on your body begins to waver. Although I didn't get the cursed pupils, young Lu, you harbor quite a few secrets. When you were outside the Li family manor before, you managed to evade my perception and suddenly disappear. Otherwise, why would I have gone to such great lengths to set a trap and catch you? The ghost Dr. Yuuji had a playful look on his face, as if he had known all along about your plan to escape like a cicada shedding its skin. Your eyes narrowed, realizing that when you were outside the Li family manor before, you had already been noticed. If it weren't for your red talent you can't see me taking effect and confusing him, you would have been caught long ago. Suddenly, you recalled the conversation between the Li family father and son earlier. Several days ago, a venerable arrived and captured Yi-Chen. The corner of your eye glanced towards the room the enigmatic Yi Wuji had just exited. Faintly visible was a severely tortured, bruised, and dying figure with a broken arm lying motionless on the ground. Your heart jolted, then quickly calmed down. The reason the other party captured Yi-Chen must be to seize the 9 steps to heaven. However, since they are still burdened with Yi-Chen, it must mean that the secret technique 9 steps to heaven has not yet been obtained. In that case, there's still a slim chance to make a desperate gamble. Now, you are prepared to fight with your life on the line, hoping to carve out a sliver of survival. At worst, it's just death. Even if you fail, the best outcome would be to extract information about the mastermind behind everything from the other party's mouth.
You are the Venerable? Interesting kid, looks like you know quite a lot. The ghost Dr. Yi Wuji was somewhat surprised.
Not many people, even within his own faction, knew his title of Venerable, but this young Lu apparently did.
That assassin who disguised himself as Lu Ruoyue before was also with you. To be able to employ a heavenly human as a pawn, the master behind you is not simple.
You spoke suddenly, remembering that the other party had just mentioned coming to the Magic City for official business. At the same time, the corner of your eye was fixed on Yi Chen, who lay motionless in the inner room like a dead dog.
When you mentioned the name Lu Ruoyue, Yi Chen seemed to shiver for a moment. Damn it, I knew these destined protagonists wouldn't die so easily.
They're all incredibly cautious, like cunning old foxes.
You silently complained in your heart.
Young Lu, don't expect to trick information out of me, and don't expect anyone to come and save you. Now, the Lu family is in deep trouble, barely able to protect themselves, so they can't possibly look out for you. Ghost Dr. Venerable sneered, dropping another bombshell. That Supreme Emperor bone in your body is not something I can touch, but I am quite envious of your ability to fool the perception of a celestial.
If you hand it over, I can promise you a quick and painless end.
You were somewhat surprised that Ghost Dr. Venerable coveted your red talent, you can't see me, and at the same time, you realized that while the other party dared not swallow your Supreme Emperor bone whole, they still harbored their own greedy desires. That's right, the effect of the red talent you can't see me is indeed coveted by even celestials, it's just that your current strength is too low. If only you were also a celestial, this talent, capable of blinding the five senses, would be enough to make you the most terrifying assassin, striking fear into countless powerful figures. Alright, but techniques are not easily passed on.
Since you want this secret art of mine, then come closer.
I'll describe it to you directly.
I hope you can keep your promise and let me go quickly. You feigned hesitation, finally letting out a sigh.
Knowing the other party's greed, you decided to make good use of it. From their previous demeanor, the other party seemed extremely arrogant, not taking you seriously at all.
After all, in their eyes, you were just a trapped ant.
Hey, Lu family brat, I hope you can see the situation clearly and not try any tricks. Ghost Dr. Venerable said coldly, stepping forward. Just as you expected, the other party's arrogance and disdain, even if they suspected you might play a trick, meant that their invincible combat power as a celestial caused them to dismiss any such concerns. Moreover, the other party clearly had full confidence in the sealing talisman and didn't believe you could break the restraints on your body. What the other party didn't know, however, was that at this moment, under the influence of the Supreme Emperor bone, the seal on your body was already crumbling, ready to be broken at any time.
Vast Tyrant Dragon Fist.
Just as Ghost Dr. Venerable approached and leaned in, the spiritual energy within your body surged, entering supreme mode once more. You instantly broke free from your restraints and unleashed a powerful punch.
Boom!
At this moment, at the brink of life and death, a scorching warm current suddenly gushed from your Supreme Emperor bone, impacting the realm barrier. You broke through from the peak of the fourth realm, divine ability, to the fifth realm, mountain river. The mountain river realm involves condensing the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth, allowing one to borrow the power of mountains and rivers. One can be as unmoving as a mountain, or move like thunder, possessing astonishing strength. At this moment, you forcibly borrowed the power of the earth beneath your feet, becoming like an immense Buzhou mountain. You unleashed a punch, emitting an earth-shattering roar, suppressing all in its path. The force of this punch was so terrifying that even a sixth realm transcendent would have to avoid its edge. Yet, such a terrifying punch was calmly and easily caught by Ghost Dr. Venerable. The next moment, you felt an intense pain. Your right arm bone was directly twisted off, turning into a spiral.
I knew you wouldn't behave.
Ghost Dr. Venerable sneered.
Yi Chen, after I die, you're next.
You activated the second life-saving blood escape talisman on you, charging towards the opponent and tightly embracing Ghost Dr. Venerable.
Boom! Lu gone, you bastard.
Yi Chen, who had been playing dead in the room, suddenly burst into action, taking 3 consecutive steps, instantly breaking through from the 4th stage divine ability to the 7th stage Saint Ascension.
Afterward, a soul fluctuation appeared on Yi Chen's body.
He then forcibly took another half step, causing his body to largely crack open, vaguely revealing a hint of heavenly human aura, infinitely close, and slammed a palm towards Ghost Dr. Venerable.
You actually have a second life-saving blood escape talisman. According to the intel, it's impossible that Lu Shou only gave you one at the time.
Facing the sudden attack, Ghost Dr. Venerable's expression changed slightly. He was shocked that Yi Chen could still unleash the battle power of a half-step heavenly human, and even more shocked that Lu Gon still had a life-saving blood escape talisman. Compared to the threat behind him, if Lu Gon were to escape now, his troubles would be immense.
Seal for this old man.
Another sealing talisman appeared, condensing spatial shackles and locking down the escaping Lu Gon.
Thud.
Under your expectant gaze, the unsuspecting Ghost Dr. Venerable was struck in the back by Yi Chen's palm. His body trembled, but there was no imagined heavy injury. Instead, a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
How is that possible?
Yi Chen cried out in shock.
Boom!
A burst of heavenly human energy exploded, and Yi Chen's body was largely shattered and sent flying, lying on the ground, motionless, his life or death unknown. Indeed, clever methods, but you two brats still underestimate this old man's heavenly human body.
What is a heavenly human? A heavenly human is already a half-immortal body.
While not immune to all spells, they can draw spiritual energy from heaven and earth at any time to empower themselves, forming a heavenly human domain that resists all damage. As long as the domain is not broken, a heavenly human cannot be harmed in the slightest. Listening to the other party's smug laughter, your heart also sank by half. After all, you still underestimated the terror of the heavenly human realm.
This sudden fatal strike couldn't even shake the opponent's defense.
Su Mei, who was beside you, had already been knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the battle. You were grabbed by the neck by Ghost Dr. Venerable, lifted violently, and found it hard to breathe. As expected of that person's bloodline. If this old man weren't a third-turn heavenly human, I might have fallen for your trick just now. Ghost Dr. Venerable sneered. Although he appeared calm on the surface, the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his guilt. Hearing third-turn heavenly human, you suddenly understood, and felt a bit of regret. From the other party's tone, if it had been any newly promoted heavenly human, they probably would have succeeded just now, heavily injuring him.
What do you mean by that person's bloodline?
A tidal wave surged in your heart, as if you realized something. Perhaps realizing he had misspoken, a flicker of panic and fear crossed the Ghost Dr. Venerable's eyes. He instantly shut his mouth, not continuing the topic he had just brought up. I originally wanted to give you a chance, but since it's come to this, I can only perform a soul search.
Although memories obtained through a soul search will be incomplete, it doesn't matter anymore.
He shattered your dantian with a single palm, and all the cultivation in your body began to dissipate. Soon, you would become a complete and utter cripple. You knew that the ability of soul searching was different for cultivators and mortals. The latter, without cultivation, could not resist, and more memories could be extracted. How does it feel to have your cultivation crippled? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I'll torment you properly. Perhaps to regain face, the Ghost Dr. Venerable's face was distorted with fury as he gradually shattered the meridians throughout your body. The unbearable pain made you let out a muffled groan, but you fiercely suppressed any scream.
You damned little bastard, scream.
Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you. In the entire demonic capital, who dares offend this old man, the only heavenly human? Facing his torment, you slowly raised your head, your expression still calm, without the slightest despair. Instead, there was a sense of having victory in hand, of controlling the whole situation.
Cough cough. Old fool, who said you were the only heavenly human in the demonic capital? More than one heavenly human? The Ghost Dr. Venerable was stunned for a moment, then scoffed, believing it to be another one of your tricks and naturally unwilling to believe it. Where would so many heavenly humans come from? They aren't cabbages. You cunning little. If you don't act now, someone is truly going to die. You suddenly shouted. This sudden action instantly made the Ghost Dr. Venerable tremble. He looked left and right suspiciously but saw absolutely nothing.
He immediately became enraged out of humiliation, his head steaming with anger, knowing he had been tricked again.
Little bastard, you have some nerve. Watch this. I'll dismember you and let you taste the agony of living hell.
Facing the enraged ghost Dr. Venerable, you remained fearless, merely meeting his gaze coldly.
Rip.
Just as the ghost Dr. Venerable was about to make his move, his vision suddenly blurred, and crimson blood-colored petals appeared.
The blood-colored petals suddenly transformed, extending a flawlessly white lotus-like arm. Without any oppressive aura, as if returning to its original simplicity, it struck towards the ghost Dr. Venerable's forehead. Boom!
The ghost Dr. Venerable, who had just been so arrogant, instantly had half of his skull shattered. His face stiffened, his body trembled, and he fell to the ground on the spot, convulsing repeatedly. As your gaze falls, a mysterious figure, adorned in a blood lotus spruce with blood-red petals encircling her, her face exquisitely beautiful, emanating a sense of unity between heaven and man, slowly appears.
This mysterious figure is none other than Lu. Ru. You. Fifth turn celestial. How can there be someone like you in the demon city?
The ghost Dr. Venerable, with only half a head remaining, stared blankly at her, an expression of seeing a ghost in his eyes.
You can't kill me. I am noisy.
Just as the ghost Dr. Venerable was about to introduce himself, Lu Ruyua's brows furrowed slightly, killing intent permeated the air, and blood-red petals fell, instantly piercing his head.
Snap! The ghost Dr. Venerable is dead.
You silently watched the scene before you, and that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, while a storm raged in your heart. As you said before, within the entire demon city, there was naturally more than just the ghost Dr. Venerable who was a celestial.
There was also Lu Ruyue.
From beginning to end, you had been stalling for time, just to wait for this greatest anomaly to appear. Before Lu Ruyue appeared, you had considered many things, but you never expected that she could so easily instantly kill the ghost Dr. Venerable.
Fifth turn celestial.
You had always thought you overestimated her, but you never expected that you still underestimated her. From the ghost Dr. Venerable's shocked expression, a fifth turn celestial, even in the Great Xia Empire, is a rare existence of a super grandmaster.
Fifth turn celestial.
Lu Qian's fists clenched slightly, unable to believe that the true strength of Lu Ruyue, who was currently lying outside, was actually this terrifying. With a single move, she instantly killed the ghost Dr. Venerable sent by the mastermind.
Lu Zhong, do you know how the celestial realm is divided? Lu Qian suddenly asked.
You knew too little about such high-level realms.
However, Lu Zhong, as your protector, should know.
Lu Zhong, who was driving, paused, a little surprised, but he didn't conceal anything. Young Master Lu, the celestial realm is divided into 9 turns in total, each turn a higher heaven.
How many turns is the old master?
The old master Lu Qian referred to was naturally the old ancestor of the Lu family. It was shameful to admit, perhaps because he was unable to cultivate before, that as a direct descendant of the Lu family, he never truly understood much about the Lu family's greatest trump card. The old ancestor was a 7th turn celestial 30 years ago.
Currently, no one knows his true realm. Lu Zhong answered truthfully. 7th turn celestial.
After learning the answer, Lu Qian felt no joy in his heart, but rather a sinking feeling. According to the ghost Dr. Venerable, the Lu family at that time was already like a clay Buddha crossing the river, barely able to protect themselves. This meant that at least one 7th turn celestial had acted at that time, blocking the Lu family's old ancestor. And what was even more critical was that the Lu family didn't just have the old ancestor as a celestial, there were others. But none of them appeared, which meant they were all stopped, or something had happened to them. In this situation, the mastermind was still able to send a 3 revolutions heavenly being to Magic City to kill him.
The power behind him is a bit too terrifying.
When Ghost Dr. Venerable got angry, he mentioned us when referring to himself, but then quickly changed his words.
Could it be that he originally wanted to say our family?
Plus, at the very beginning, he said he came to Magic City on official business.
Could it be that he's a eunuch? To be able to dispatch a heavenly being level eunuch to kill me, could the mastermind be someone from the Great Xia Imperial family? Boom! Lu Qian's mind was perfectly clear.
At this moment, for the first time, he had a general direction regarding the identity of the mastermind.
The Great Xia Imperial Family. Tap. Tap. Tap.
Lu Ruoyue walked step by step to your front, looking down at you, her indifferent eyes devoid of any emotion.
You knew I was always here? Guess I will, let's make a bet. You answered frankly.
From the previous 2 villain simulations, you had discovered that Lu Ruoyue, the destined female lead, was a hidden celestial expert. However, unlike the malice of the mastermind, Lu Ruoyue didn't seem to hold much malice towards you, but she did have some intention. This meant that the other party might save his life at a critical moment. And Lu Ruoyue's attitude and actions at this moment indirectly illuminated this point.
Could you please tell me how I was exposed?
Seeing that Lu Ruoyue had no other movements, you seized the opportunity to ask the question in your heart.
Unexpectedly, Lu Ruoyue was agreeable and answered.
Your strategy of golden cicada shedding its shell was good, but it was still too immature.
The Supreme Emperor Bone is a natural divine object and cannot be easily destroyed. Moreover, your scheme still had significant loopholes. Someone took the ashes of your stand-in for DNA verification and ultimately uncovered your disguised identity. Of course, you also indirectly gained a few days of breathing room. So that's how it is. You suddenly realized, and then fell silent. Indeed, there are no fools in this world.
Thinking yourself clever, but in the end, you were treated as a fool.
If Lu Ruoyue hadn't appeared, you would have probably died a miserable death.
You are aware of my existence, so presumably, you already know some things.
Lu Ruoyue was non-committal, looking at you calmly. Seeing that Lu Ruoyue had intentions of probing, you thought for a moment and carefully replied, for example, you crave my body? Boom! The atmosphere instantly became awkward.
You could clearly see a trace of annoyance flash across Lu Ruoyue's seemingly indifferent face, and her fists seemed to clench for an instant. Seeing this reaction, you knew you had guessed correctly. As early as the previous 2 simulations, you noticed that Lu Ruoyue was always easily picked up by you.
This mysterious celestial seemed to crave your body? However, interestingly, the other party didn't seem to genuinely like you, because at the last moments of the first 2 simulations, the other party did not intervene to save you.
Instead, in this simulation, you didn't pick up the drunken her at the beginning, but rather ignored her, yet the other party intervened to save you at a life-and-death moment.
If I haven't guessed wrong, the other party's true goal is to obtain my bloodline. Kill the father. Keep the child.
Before achieving this goal, the other party will not just watch me die, but will protect me. It seems that in the demon capital, there have always been 2 forces, one wants to kill me, and one wants to protect me.
You don't know Lu Ruoyue's purpose for protecting you.
Perhaps she wants to replicate the Supreme Emperor Bone in you through bloodline, or perhaps there are other reasons.
However, at this moment, you are clearly aware of one thing: the other party has never held any malice towards you from beginning to end. This is the greatest gain.
Otherwise, the other party could have easily resorted to coercive and overbearing methods, instead of always using gentle, gradual, and facilitative approaches.
In a sense, the other party seems to respect your choice very much. Perhaps this is a breakthrough. I can use Lu Ruoyue's words to learn about what's happening in the Great Xia Imperial capital, especially the situation of the Lu family. A thought surged in Lu Qian's mind, and he immediately realized this was an opportunity.
This mysterious celestial being, Lu Ruoyue, seemed to know a lot. The forces behind her, perhaps, weren't even afraid of the mastermind.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to directly kill the venerable ghost doctor.
As long as his simulated self in the villain simulator wasn't foolish, he would seize this chance to inquire about the situation from the other party. And at this moment, his self inside the simulator was doing just that.
You realized the other party's goodwill, and also realized this was a potential way to access all the truth. Your Excellency, may I ask? Bang! Your head was hit hard.
In the last moment before losing consciousness, you saw a certain celestial being, fuming with embarrassment, clenching her small fists.
You seem to know a little too much. Lu Ruoyue's faint voice appeared. You completely lost consciousness. You fell into a coma. While in a coma, you were slapped. Your innocence was taken. You were slapped again. No way? This went off the rails. He had thought this was an opportunity to get to the truth. But to his surprise, the other party actually got angry out of embarrassment and knocked him unconscious with a punch. He should have known better than to provoke the other party. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't genuinely believe that the other party would truly get angry over such a minor issue. There were probably other reasons. Lu Ruoyue's sudden and uncharacteristic domineering behavior suggests something might be wrong. She might believe she can't protect me much longer, leading to an expedited implementation of the remove the father, keep the child plan, perhaps even to the point where she can no longer respect my choice. Lu Qian's expression grew serious as he continued to observe the situation in the villain simulator. After being unconscious for an unknown period, your consciousness gradually began to awaken. In the final moments before fully waking, you vaguely heard Lu Ruoyue's faint whisper. You shouldn't have revealed that you can cultivate. That will force certain people to do desperate things. Desperate things. Lu Qian heard the turbulent implications within. Could it be that all of this was because he revealed his ability to cultivate, which then drove the mastermind to such desperate madness? And even, in this simulation, sent the venerable ghost doctor, a celestial being expert, to attack him ahead of schedule? Although Lu Ruyue intervened and saved him from one tribulation, the subsequent tribulations, he feared, would be too difficult for even her to handle, or even impossible to resist? This is troublesome. It seems that before I achieve great divine power and become invincible, I cannot easily reveal that I can cultivate. Otherwise, it will inevitably provoke a frantic pursuit by the mastermind behind the scenes. That's right. With the special effects of the Supreme Emperor Bone, as long as I'm given time, I can quickly break through to become a top-tier expert. By then, they'll be the ones in trouble. It seems the mastermind behind the scenes understands the efficacy of the Supreme Emperor Bone very well. You woke up. Looking at the strange environment around you, filled with giant forests, and sensing the rich spiritual energy, you realized that you might not be in Modu, but rather in a secret realm? You glanced at the cinnabar mark on your body and found it had vanished without a trace. Clearly, your most precious possession was taken by Lu Ruyue. But at this moment, you didn't care about these things. Lu Ruyue's final, faint whisper echoed in your mind. The matter of your cultivation had caused some people to become desperate. But how did the mastermind behind the scenes know about your ability to cultivate? Only 3 people knew about your cultivation in this simulation: Lu Zhong, Su Meng, and Lu Ruyue. Su Meng, the stand-in, died because of you, so he can be ruled out. Lu Ruyue, the celestial being who saved your life, can also be ruled out. The greatest possibility is that your protector, Lu Zhong, leaked it. Either Lu Zhong was captured and soul-searched by the mastermind's forces on his way back to report to the Lu family in the imperial capital. Or there's a mole within the Lu family, which led to the problem. In your heart, you lean more towards the first possibility. After all, since the mastermind got you to Modu, it's highly likely they set up an ambush on the road leaving Modu, isn't it? But no matter which possibility, you knew that your previous plan had surely harmed Lu Zhong. And at the same time, it harmed the Lu family. If you hadn't exposed your ability to cultivate and reached the 4th realm of divine abilities, such a massive change would never have occurred. You knew that regret was useless and could only face reality. Now you are in a strange secret realm, unable to leave, and even more unable to know the outside world's situation. You touched your back and found that although Lu Ruyue took some things from you, she did not touch your Supreme Emperor Bone, and instead gave you a chance to briefly survive and cling to life. However, your dantian is now shattered, your cultivation dissipated, and you have become a cripple, making it impossible to continue cultivating. You did not give up. Since you couldn't cultivate, you would hone your skills. You condensed spiritual energy. Although your shattered dantian would quickly dissipate, at the very last moment of its dissipation, you opened your storage bag, took out blank talismans, and your talisman brush and ink. You prepare to settle down and hone your talisman-making skills? A month passed, and you found that your understanding of talismans deepened.
2 months passed, and you began cautiously drawing fourth-tier talismans, attempting to break through your limitations. 3 months later, you successfully drew a fourth-tier talisman. Although it lacked spiritual energy and true intent, rendering it like scrap paper, you were incredibly excited. At this moment, you were already a fourth-tier talisman master, but without cultivation or spiritual energy, you were still no different from a good-for-nothing. Knowing that without cultivation, it was too dangerous to wander around the secret realm, you stayed hidden in a nearby cave. You began to fall into a state of obsession, drawing talismans frantically. Gradually, you found your food supply in the storage bag depleting, so you ate the talisman paper as food. Half a year later, you were famished, starved to skin and bones, your eyes glowing green, yet still immersed in the world of talismans.
Crack! A rift opened in the secret realm.
A voice filled with surprise suddenly appeared. It took quite some effort to wipe out those rebellious Lu family members, but I finally found you.
Wiped out the rebellious Lu family members?
Immersed in the world of talismans, you were suddenly startled awake by this statement.
Boom! A terrifying pressure descended, instantly crushing you into a pulp of flesh. You died. You died. Simulation ended.
Lu Qian's pupils dilated as he stared fixedly at the blood-red text displayed on the system screen, his fists clenching involuntarily. He wasn't particularly concerned about the death in the third villain simulation. What shocked him most at this moment was the final sentence spoken by the mysterious entity that suddenly appeared in the secret realm.
Wiped out the rebellious Lu family members? The Lu family, a celestial family, was destroyed in just half a year and even branded as traitors.
Only now did Lu Qian understand why he could stay in the secret realm for half a year during the third simulation.
It was likely that at that time, the mastermind behind the scenes couldn't find him outside, so they first focused on annihilating the entire Lu family, completely cutting off all his escape routes. He could imagine everything the Lu family suffered during that half year. His elder brother, father, mother. Lu Qian gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger in his heart without showing the slightest trace, afraid that Lu Ruoyue outside would notice. The owner of that last voice, I, Lu Qian, remember you. One day, I will kill you. Final settlement is underway. The host can choose 3 options from the 6 below.
Option 1, Cultivation Technique Inheritance 5th layer of the Primordial Dragon Elephant Scripture Mountain River Realm, 5th layer Divine Ability of the Thousand Shadows Demonic Art Shifting Shadows. Option 2, Martial Arts and Taoist Techniques Mastered Baron Tyrant Dragon Fist, Soul Nailing Technique Minor Accomplishment.
Option 3, Talisman Master Experience 4th tier.
Option 4, Supreme Emperor Bone Supreme Mode.
5th item, Solidify Red Talent, You Can't See Me. 6th item, A Preserved Severed Arm Yi Chen.
Looking at the 6 rewards this time, Lu Gon immediately fell into a dilemma. Except for the 6th item, which was garbage, the other 5 rewards were almost all incredibly generous. Each of these could greatly increase his strength, and he wanted them all. But now, he could only choose 3, so he had to make a choice. Cultivation and divine abilities can be recultivated and comprehended, but becoming a Tier 4 Talisman Master is not that easy. In the third simulation, my Dantian was crippled, I lost all cultivation, fell into madness, and only then did I break through to the realm of a Tier 4 Talisman Master. The status of a Talisman Master is extremely high and very rare, almost superior to cultivators of the same rank.
It can become a trump card for me in the future.
In the third simulation, the Ghost Dr. Venerable's 2 sealing talismans crippled all my methods and pushed me to a desperate situation, which shows the terrifying power of a Talisman Master. Also, the Supreme Mode, a special form derived from the Supreme Emperor Bone, cannot be overlooked. And You Can't See Me, this red talent, has repeatedly saved me from dire situations.
At critical moments, it can even deceive celestial beings.
Soon, Lu Gon made up his mind completely.
Simulator, I choose 3, 4, and 5.
At this moment, unlike the previous 2 times, he did not solely choose cultivation realms. It was simply because the other rewards were more important. Ding, host has chosen to begin infusion.
Boom!
A river of time suddenly appeared, enveloping Lu Gon. He looked up, and what met his eyes were different forms of his own various lives. Soon, a monster in ragged clothes, with a gaunt and emaciated face, skin and bones, and glowing green eyes, appeared before him, looking like a madman. At this moment, there were 6 Dao fruits emitting different lights on the monster. Swish! The 3 Dao fruits, Tier 4 Talisman Master, Supreme Mode, and You Can't See Me, floated out and flew towards Lu Gon, integrating into his body.
Gathering the powers of the Lu Gon from different villain endings in the River of Time onto the true self. Ultimately, becoming a new individual?
Lu Gon stared intently at the ragged, gaunt monster in front of him. At this moment, he could still clearly perceive the madness and despair in the other's eyes. Swish! The River of Time began to recede, and the emaciated monster in front of him also began to turn into sand, rapidly dissipating. Just at the last moment before the gaunt monster completely disappeared, those mad eyes suddenly seemed to gleam with a hint of light, staring fixedly at Lu Gon.
Venge. All right.
Lu Gon was stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. His deceased self, under the revival of the River of Time, could actually manifest a trace of consciousness from before death. But then, he nodded heavily. Seeing your agreement, the emaciated weirdo, in the last moment of his dissipation, also showed an expression of relief and contentment. Swish! A dark and eerie Dao fruit was suddenly snatched out by him and fiercely thrown. To Lu Gon's astonished gaze, that dark and eerie Dao fruit directly merged into his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a gift from the River of Time, gaining martial arts techniques Vast Overlord Dragon Fist Mastered, Soul Staking Method Minor Mastery.
A gift from the River of Time. There's actually this kind of operation.
Lu Gon looked at the emaciated weirdo who had disappeared before him, and a new understanding of the villain life simulator seemed to dawn on him.
To him at that point in time, weren't those seemingly virtual villain life simulations also a real life? Host, Lu Gon. Age, 18. Profession, Talisman Master 4th rank. Realm, Divine Ability Peak 4th stage.
Cultivation methods, Primordial Dragon Elephant Scripture 4th layer Heavenly Being Level 1000 Shadow Demonic Art 4th layer Heavenly Being Level Talisman True Scripture.
Divine Abilities Dao Methods, Dragon Elephant Overlord Physique, Shadow Mimicry, Vast Overlord Dragon Fist, Soul Staking Method, Supreme Mode. Physique, Supreme Emperor Bone. Talents, Greased Feet Blue You Can't See Me Red. Items, Substitute Blood Escape Talisman. Simulation count, 0 times. Villain points, 0.
The 3 simulations of the novice period have ended.
For subsequent villain life simulations, please ensure the host has sufficient villain points. The novice protection period is over now. I have to handle things myself.
Seeing this scene, Lu Gon knew that he would have to handle things himself from now on. However, the current him, unlike in the simulator, wouldn't have the chance to restart. If he died, he would be truly dead. However, compared to the blank slate I was at the beginning, I am now completely refreshed. Feeling the powerful cultivation contained within his body and the various blessings of his special talents, Lu Gon couldn't help but feel high-spirited and full of confidence.
Those 3 villain life simulations seem to have taken a long time.
But in the real world, only less than 20 minutes had passed. Perhaps seeing that young Master Lu hadn't reacted, the guardian Lu Zhong spoke up to remind him, "Young Master Lu, it seems Miss Lu was set up and drugged, only managing to escape at the last moment.
What do you think, should we help her?"
He knew that his own little devil-may-care master was very interested in this campus belle, Miss Lu.
Now that there was a great opportunity, why not snatch it? However, Lu Gon's subsequent reaction was beyond his expectations. After realizing that this was a trap, how could Lu Gon act according to the other party's intentions?
Next, he naturally wanted to meet the mastermind behind this trap. Since they treated him like one of those brainless rich idlers, he would let the other party know what a true idler was. Such a thing actually happened right under my nose.
Is there still any justice? Is there still any law? This is an outrage.
This kind of thing has always been my exclusive right.
Lu Zhong, drive. Let's go see who this hotshot is.
Lu Gon, feigning the look of an enraged fop, pushed open the car door, got out, pulled Lu Ruyue up, and threw her directly into the car.
Modu, there's no room for someone this awesome. Yes, young Master Lu. Lu Zhong was somewhat accustomed to young Master Lu's sudden outbursts. After all, this mischievous devil had caused quite a stir back in the imperial capital because of a woman, even cracking the skulls of 2 scions from the Gu family. Now, wanting to cause trouble again because of a woman, it was quite normal. Just as young Master Lu had said, before he arrived, it didn't matter what Modu was like. But after he arrived, no one else was allowed to be as awesome as him and Modu. This was the weight of the Lu family of Daxia. Century Hotel, Presidential Suite. A special birthday party was currently underway. Almost all the attendees were prominent figures in Modu, including some powerful bigwigs. Simply because the host of this birthday party was Zhao Kuan, the eldest young master of the Zhao family. Zhao Kuan was the heir to the Zhao family, one of the 4 major wealthy clans in Modu. The power of his family practically permeated the entire Modu. In the hearts of many in Modu, the 4 major wealthy clans were the true masters, the true heavens, of Modu. Even the chief officials appointed by the Daxia imperial family had to maintain good relations with these local wealthy clans. At this moment, all the guests present were naturally there to curry favor with Zhao Kuan, the future head of a wealthy clan. However, Zhao Kuan, the core of the gathering and flattered by countless people, frowned slightly and glanced towards the restroom from time to time, a hint of impatience on his face. What's going on? Lu Ruyue has been in the restroom for almost 20 minutes. Why hasn't she come out yet? Could it be that the drug is taking effect in there? Tonight's banquet seemed to be for celebrating his 26th birthday. But in reality, it was a case of the drinker's real intention not being the wine. He had always coveted Lu Ruyue, this aloof campus beauty, but had never been able to get his wish. Although the Lu family was only a second-tier family in Modu, not comparable to the Zhao family, Lu Ruyue was naturally cold, aloof, and proud. When she was at Modu University, she didn't even care about a certain young master from a powerful aristocratic family who came down from the imperial capital. Compared to her, Zhao Kuan indeed lacked prestige. In this situation, someone gave him an idea, to take advantage of the birthday banquet to invite Lu Ruyue out under the guise of a class reunion, and then secretly slip something into her drink. For this plan, Zhao Kuan had gone through a lot of trouble, even luring away Lu Ruyue's bodyguard, who always wore shabby clothes and looked like a poor country bumpkin. And Lu Ruyue fulfilled his wish, personally drinking that glass of red wine, but she quickly used the excuse of going to the restroom and had not come out since. By now, more than 20 minutes had passed. Naturally, Zhao Kuan couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, the room upstairs was ready, all that was missing was the person. As time went on, Zhao Kuan's patience was gradually worn away, and the impatience on his face became increasingly obvious. Witnessing this scene, the discerning guests around, as well as the students from Modu University, dared not approach, fearing they might provoke him and offend Zhao Kuan. However, there was one figure who wasn't afraid of Zhao Kuan's impatience, and brazenly walked over, holding a glass of red wine. Zhao Kuan, what's the rush? The meat that's reached your mouth can't run away. It was a sunny and handsome young man, dressed in a sharp suit, with an elegant demeanor. A smile adorned his face, giving people a warm, refreshing feeling. This person was Li Yang, the young master of the Li family. The Li family was one of the 4 prominent noble families in Modu, no less powerful than the Zhao family. Moreover, they were related by marriage to the Lu family, a powerful aristocratic family in the imperial capital. In Modu, the Li family wielded immense power. Only Li Yang dared to speak to Zhao Kuan in such a teasing tone under these circumstances. Although his words were a close, jocular tease, the depths of Li Yang's eyes, as he looked at Zhao Kuan, were like he was looking at a dead man. A brainless idiot. Still thinking he could get Lu Ruyue tonight? Ridiculous. His people had already tampered with the restroom beforehand, helping Lu Ruyue escape. Li Yang, less cold words. Don't forget, you're also part of tonight's setup, but it's agreed, the first bite is mine. Zhao Kuan looked coldly at Li Yang in front of him, showing no politeness whatsoever. Tonight's plan was proposed by Li Yang. He was merely responsible for executing it. According to Li Yang, after the incident, he also wanted a share of the spoils. He didn't refuse this.
After all, it was just adding an extra bowl and an extra pair of chopsticks.
Understood, you go first.
Li Yang couldn't be bothered to argue with the short-lived ghost in front of him, naturally maintaining an indifferent attitude. Calculating the time, by now, Lu Ruoyue should have already made contact with the target and been taken away to be enjoyed. The Thousand Shadow assassin responsible for the deed was also ready nearby. Once the target died, Zhao Kuan in front of him would be the biggest suspect, and also the biggest scapegoat, inevitably bearing the wrath of the great Xiaolu family.
As long as the Zhao family was annihilated, the Li family could then take over the Zhao family's inheritance, killing two birds with one stone, perfectly. Just thinking about it made him a little excited.
Just as Zhao Kuan was growing impatient and about to erupt like a volcano, he saw a shifty figure rush out of the restroom, shouting,
"Young Master Zhao, this is bad.
A hole has been smashed in the corner of the restroom, and Miss Lu has escaped."
"What did you say?"
Zhao Kuan's expression changed drastically, and he grabbed the dog-legged follower in front of him.
"Young Master Zhao, I said Miss Lu ran away. Damn it!"
Seeing the prey snatched from his grasp, Zhao Kuan instantly felt his mind explode, and he kicked the fawning minion in front of him flying.
Witnessing Zhao Kuan's furious state, all the guests present were startled.
Among them, some had already vaguely guessed what was happening and quietly began to retreat a few steps, hiding behind the crowd, afraid of becoming targets of his anger. It hasn't been long, and given that Lu Ruoyue drank that glass of red wine, the contents should be taking effect.
She definitely couldn't have gone far.
At this critical moment, Zhao Kuan, as a young master of a powerful clan, still possessed the rationality to analyze the situation.
"Men, check the surveillance cameras for me. Find out where she went." At his command.
Soon, someone checked the nearby surveillance footage. Young Master Zhao, Miss Lu fainted not far after escaping the Century Hotel, and then a young man got out of his car and picked her up.
"How dare he?
To lay hands on someone who belongs to me, Zhao Kuan. Find his license plate, track his location.
I'll make sure he has no place to stand in Modu."
Hearing that someone had intercepted Lu Ruoyue halfway and taken her, Zhao Kuan's mind exploded again.
He felt like killing someone.
Beside him, Li Yang, looking amused as if watching a monkey show, elegantly took a sip of the romantic in his hand. He continued to enjoy the scene unfolding before him. The person responsible for checking the surveillance was also startled and quickly began to operate, preparing to locate the target. "Young Master Zhao, I'm locking onto the car's license plate right now."
"Wait, that car is moving. It's not leaving, it's heading straight for us." Boom!
A tremendous impact occurred. A Maybach made of special materials crashed through the room's main entrance like a ferocious beast, bursting in.
Clang!
The car door swung open. A tall figure, embracing a tipsy beauty, stepped out, a mocking, defiant smile on his face.
"I hear someone wants to make sure I have no place in Modu? I hear someone wants to make sure I have no footing in Modu?"
Lu Qian's face held a playful expression, holding the drunk beauty in his arms, looking utterly cynical and disregarding everyone present. He paid no attention to the astonished faces in the room, his gaze briefly resting on Zhao Kuan's face. Then, with a meaningful glance from the corner of his eye, he looked at Li Yang, who was drinking.
As expected, this little brat from the Li family was here too.
In that case, the first assassination attempt must have also been orchestrated by this little brat, Li Yang, behind the scenes. Well then, tonight, it's time to properly deal with this little bastard. Let this little bastard learn a lesson about who's boss.
You want to hide behind the scenes and avoid getting your hands dirty, huh? I'm going to drag you out.
Meanwhile, Lu Zhong, the protector in the front seat, also silently exited the car and followed behind this living ancestor. His mission was to protect the living ancestor's safety, everything else was none of his concern.
Put.
Li Yang, who had been gracefully poised and ready to watch the monkey show, instantly spat out the $1 million Romani Conti from his mouth the moment he saw Lu Qian. His expression was flustered, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Even the wine glass in his hand trembled uncontrollably, almost slipping from his grasp.
Damn it! What's going on? How could Lu Qian be here?
according to the original plan and his assessment of Lu Qian's personality. At this time, he should have been taking Lu Ruoyue away to enjoy her.
How did he suddenly crash into this banquet here? This doesn't align with the plan at all. Everything's gone haywire. At this moment, it wasn't just Li Yang who was paralyzed with shock. Holy shit! Zhao Cohen, standing beside him, saw Lu Qian's face, and the anger on his own face instantly froze. His pupils contracted, and he felt his scalp tingle, looking as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This is bad. How did this living ancestor get summoned here?
At this moment, this young master of the Zhao family seemed to have lost his previous arrogance. He was like a mouse seeing a cat. While the two young masters of prominent families were paralyzed with shock, the guests present couldn't help but murmur. Who is that person? Is he crazy? He actually dared to drive into young Master Zhao's banquet. He must be tired of living. Hiss, look, the one he's holding in his arms seems to be Miss Lu Ruoyue of the Lu family. I heard young Master Zhao has been pursuing her for years. That young man is quite handsome, but his luck isn't so good. He's finished. Crashing young Master Zhao's banquet and embracing his goddess right in front of him, I'm afraid there's going to be bloodshed tonight. You can tell at a glance that he's a country bumpkin who just arrived in Modu. He used to lord it over in his hometown, but after coming to Modu, he probably hasn't even paid respects to a true Buddha. Many people couldn't help but sigh, looking disapproving, some even showing mocking expressions. But among those present, there were still a few high-status individuals and students from Modu University who, upon seeing Lu Qian's face, instantly recognized his identity. You fools, all of you shut up. Are you out of your minds to discuss that living ancestor yourselves? Say a few more words, and you and the families behind you will all die. In front of him, what are the Zhao family, the Li family, these four major prominent families of Modu? That person came from the imperial capital, he is the direct grandson of Elder Lu from the imperial senate, he is the direct bloodline of a celestial family. Did you see that? The Tao protector beside him is said to be on the same level as the old ancestors of the four prominent families. This is a celestial who came out of the heavenly palace, how can we speculate or discuss him? In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. After learning Lu Qian's true identity, those who had just been mocking him held their breath, not even daring to breathe. Clang! Some who couldn't handle the psychological pressure simply fell to the ground with a thump, fainting on the spot. Ding! Host altered the original simulation timeline, abruptly crashing the banquet, confronting the mastermind behind the first assassination plot, terrifying everyone present, and showcasing the imposing power of a top-tier villain. Reward, villain points 1000. The mechanical voice of the villain life simulator suddenly echoed in Lu Qian's mind. Immediately, the curve of the smile on his lips deepened even further. As expected, to earn villain points, one must deviate from the norm, disregard the rules, and act inhumanly. Currently, he hasn't yet displayed his cultivation abilities. The mastermind's faction is still wary of his background, the Lu family, and dare not go too far, they only dare to assassinate him. This means that as long as he continues to conceal his cultivation and doesn't expose it, he can boldly do whatever he wants. In that case, if he doesn't turn the entire demon city upside down tonight, then his surname Lu can be written backward. Come here. Thinking this, Lu Qian smiled, put his arm around Lu Ruoyue, and beckoned to Zhao Cohen, with the demeanor of someone calling a dog. Young Master Lu. Zhao Cohen's face stiffened, but he could only force a smile and walk over. There was no other way. His power was inferior, his father was inferior, and his grandfather was inferior. He could only obediently bow his head and act like a grandchild. If he had to blame someone, it could only be his own dad and grandpa for being incompetent. Just now, you said you'd make sure I had no place to stand in Demon City? Young Master Lu. A misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. If I had known it was you, how would I dare? Clang. Lu Qian backhanded him, directly swatting Zhao Cohen's head sideways, his face instantly red. Did I ask you to explain? Lu Qian looked askance, not even bothering to look him straight in the eye. Zhao Cohen's face stiffened, his fists seemingly clenched for a moment, filled with raging anger. But when Lu Zhong's gaze fell upon him, it was as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he instantly became compliant. Although Lu Qian knew Zhao Kuan was a scapegoat, the mere fact that he coveted Lu Ruoyue already gave him reason to die. To gain the favor of this mysterious celestial, Lu Ruoyue, he naturally didn't mind teaching the other party a lesson.
Ding!
Destiny female lead Lu Ruoyue's favorability towards you +1.
Host rewarded, villain points +500. Seeing the sudden prompt, Lu Qian knew that Lu Ruoyue in his arms was indeed not drunk, but merely pretending.
Presumably, when this Destiny female lead usually maintained her disguise, she must have been very annoyed by the bothersome greenskin fly that was Zhao Kuan. Given this, for the sake of villain points and to gain the favor of this mysterious celestial, to facilitate his subsequent plans,
Lu Qian naturally wouldn't stop easily. Driving me out of Demon City? Does your Zhao family have that power? Clang!
Lu Qian chuckled and delivered another slap, instantly giving Zhao Kuan a symmetrical look, his face instantly as shriveled and red as a monkey's backside.
Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth. I wouldn't dare. Clang! Since coming to Demon City, this young master really hasn't encountered anyone more formidable than me. What, do you want to be the first? I wouldn't dare. Clang! Don't dare. I see you already do. Don't you know, I, young master, have my eye on this woman, Lu Ruoyue, and you dare to have thoughts about her? Slap! 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 Young Master Zhao, I heard you're quite a big shot in the Demon City, aren't you?
Lu Qian's mouth was all smiles, but the force in his hands showed no mercy. At this moment, he hadn't revealed his cultivation, only using the strength of a mortal. But Zhao Kuan, a cultivator of the fourth realm of divine abilities, dared not resist with spiritual energy. He even had to weaken his physical defense, offering his face to his slaps. And he was still afraid of hurting him.
Ding! Destiny female lead Lu Ruoyue's favorability +1, host receives reward, villain points +500. Ding! Destiny female lead Lu Ruoyue's favorability +1.5, host receives reward, villain points +600. Ding! Destiny female lead Lu Ruoyue's favorability +0.5, host receives reward, villain points +450. With a steady stream of villain points flowing in, Lu Qian almost transformed into a slapping maniac, beating the opponent until his mouth was full of blood. In less than a minute, Zhao Kuan had taken over 10 slaps, the marks on his face looking as if they were branded on. And because of this, Lu Qian gained considerable favorability from the mysterious celestial being, Lu Ruoyue, as well as over 6,000 villain points. That was enough for him to conduct another villain life simulation. Of course, as time passed, the villain points gradually decreased, meaning Lu Qian's plan to rack up points was gradually falling through. Otherwise, he feared he could have kept hitting him forever. What a shame!
The onlookers saw how the arrogant and domineering young master of the Zhao family, who had just been so insolent, was now being punished, standing there and taking a beating until his face was practically a pig's head. All the guests present bowed their heads in silence, not daring to watch, fearing that it would bring them trouble. This scene clearly showed them the terrifying power of Lu Gon, a man who had descended from the heavenly palace. No matter how influential you, young Master Zhao, were in Modu, when you encountered someone of a higher level, you still had to stand at attention and speak, and you still had to take slaps. Li Yang, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight, feeling a tingling scalp and a sense of a rabbit dying, a fox grieving for its kind. After all, Zhao Kuan was on the same level as him, yet now he was being beaten like a dog by Lu Gon. But no matter what, he still had to step forward and get Zhao Kuan out of trouble. Not for any other reason, but because the plan to drug Lu Ruoyue tonight was his idea. He was the mastermind. If Zhao Kuan were to casually expose him, then it would be his turn to be in a tight spot. Just as Li Yan was about to step forward, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the room.
Bang!
A team of armed security guards suddenly rushed in, their weapons instantly aimed at Lu Gon. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. This man was Lei Hu, the security manager of Century Hotel. Century Hotel was an industry under the Zhao family, and Lei Hu was naturally one of the loyal dogs kept by the Zhao family, responsible for protecting the property's security. With the young master of the Zhao family being beaten in Century Hotel, Lei Hu naturally didn't care about much else.
Stop it, you audacious maniac, how dare you? Release young Master Zhao now.
Lei Hu glared at Lu Gon, who hadn't stopped, and sternly rebuked him.
A small fry like him naturally didn't know Lu Gon's identity.
He only knew that his master, Zhao Kuan, was being attacked, and he naturally had to intervene.
Click. Click. Click.
The armed security guards behind him instantly cocked their guns, ready to shoot at the slightest disagreement.
Stop. Lei Hu.
Put down the guns. This instantly scared both Li Yang and Zhao Kuan half to death. If by some accident a gun went off, it was likely that no one present would survive. I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've had a gun pointed at my head. Even when I was in the imperial capital, I never had such an encounter.
Modu is indeed extraordinary.
Lu Gon's smile remained, and he slapped Zhao Kuan across the face again with the back of his hand. Not to mention his current cultivation, possessing the 5th level of the Primordial Dragon Elephant Sutra, his physical body comparable to a primordial fierce beast, making him immune to firearms. Even Lu Zhong, who was behind him, wouldn't allow him to suffer the slightest harm.
Moreover, at this moment, he was precisely worried that the matter wasn't getting big enough. Lu Zhong, I remember that Qi Wei, the deputy director of the Modu Garrison Department, was an old student of the old man, wasn't he? Lu Gon seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke.
The Modu Garrison Department was responsible for all security matters in the entire Modu, and also handled bizarre incidents, making it an absolutely powerful and influential department.
The director and deputy director of the Security Bureau are prominent figures in Demon City.
Before coming to Demon City, his elder brother had mentioned Qi Wei, saying he was once a disciple taken in by Old Master Lu. He was quite good in all aspects, but too ambitious, always wanting to get ahead. Unfortunately, he never had the chance, and no one ever gave him a leg up. In the previous 3 villain life simulators, Qi Wei, the deputy director of Demon City's Security Bureau, had never appeared. While this doesn't necessarily prove he's problematic, it at least indicates the problem isn't significant. Thus, he could be temporarily brought in to be used. Before Lu Zhong could answer, Lu Qian made a decision.
Summon him here. Understood, young Master Lu. Lu Zhong nodded, took out a special communication token from his arms and sent a secret message. Since the Lu family sent Lu Qian to Demon City, they naturally had their arrangements and resources. It's just that they wouldn't easily reveal them. Seeing Lu Qian's aggressive stance, Li Yang immediately sensed trouble. With things escalating like this, tonight's assassination plan would likely fall through, and it would cause quite a stir, attracting attention from all sides. Even he himself might end up in a difficult situation. He quickly stepped forward, wanting to ease the atmosphere, and grabbed Lu Qian's right hand. Brother Qian, Zhao Kuan is my friend. Can you give me some face and not cause any more trouble? Let the person. Clang.
Li Yang, who stepped forward, also received a slap, instantly stunned. He covered his face, dumbfounded on the spot. Zhao Kuan, standing nearby, also widened his eyes.
Give you face? Who do you think you are? Lu Qian looked disdainful, a sneer playing on his lips as he looked at the dumbfounded Li Yang.
You little scoundrel, in the previous simulations, you were always hiding behind the scenes causing trouble.
I've wanted to deal with you for a long time.
Don't think that just because I came to Demon City and your Li family hosted me for a few days, you're so great. If your words displease me, I'll slap you twice just the same. If your words displease me, I'll slap you twice just the same. Lu Qian's domineering voice echoed throughout the hall, astonishing everyone present. This young Master Lu from the imperial capital was truly arrogant, truly awesome.
In his words, he didn't treat Li Yang as a human at all. However, this was too much for Li Yang, who usually appeared elegant and sunny but was petty and dark-hearted. He instantly couldn't hold it together.
At this moment, he covered his face, his eyes trembling, staring intensely at Lu Qian.
He truly looked down on Lu Qian, this dissolute young master from the imperial capital.
In his heart, this dissolute young master was destined to be a dead man tonight. Yet, he himself was brutally slapped in public by someone who was supposed to be dying. In an instant, he felt like he was losing his mind.
Lu Qian, how dare you hit me? How dare you?
I'm a member of the Li family, and my mother is your cousin.
You're staying at my house while you're in Demon City. Clang.
Lu Qian's face turned cold, and he delivered another slap.
Who do you think you are, you disrespectful wretch?
Even if your father were here today, I'd still give him 2 slaps.
Clang. You married a distant relative from my Lu family and thought you could climb your way into our family? Where does my Lu family have so many poor relatives? Clang. You ill-bred dog. Even your father calls me young Master Lu, and you dare to call me by my name directly? If your father didn't teach you well, then I'll be the one to teach you. Clang.
It's a huge honor for your Li family that I, young master, came to Modu and let you host me.
If your Li family can handle it, fine.
If not, there's no need for you to remain. Thinking back to the previous villain simulations, the first 2 times he was indeed sabotaged by this traitor, the Li family. A wave of anger surged in Lu Qian's heart, and the force of his blows grew heavier and heavier. Back then, the Li family faced a great disaster and was almost wiped out. They only managed to survive by begging the Lu family for help. As in-laws of the Lu family, they ate the Lu family's food but then smashed the Lu family's pot. They even willingly acted as dogs for others to deal with him, a direct descendant of the Lu family.
A bunch of ungrateful wretches. He thought that his elder brother and father, who decided to send him to Modu, probably never expected that the Li family, who should have been their closest support, would instead be the sharpest knife in their back. Under Lu Qian's barrage of slaps and Lu Zhong's gaze, Li Yang's defiant expression gradually dissipated, and he instantly understood his predicament. Seeing that the situation was against him, he quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake.
Young Master Lu, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Young Master Lu, no, Uncle Gon, for my mother's sake, please give your nephew a chance. Seeing Li Yang also get slapped, Zhao Kuan, who should have been furious, was now dumbfounded. One must know that the Li family was considered in-laws of the Lu family.
Li Yang's mother was Lu Qian's cousin, making them uncle and nephew by generation.
Yet, this living ancestor in front of them still slapped him without hesitation, showing no regard for their relationship, embodying a principle of absolute equality.
Damn it, this guy doesn't even recognize his own relatives. Damn Li Yang, you finally got what you deserved.
It must be said that people are always perverse. Seeing that others were receiving the same treatment as him, the hatred in his heart suddenly lessened significantly. In a sense, Li Yang, that dog, was the mastermind behind tonight's situation.
If it weren't for that dog, would he have gotten this beating? Moreover, it happened in front of so many people tomorrow, the entire Modu would probably be talking about it.
Seeing the tragic state of the young master of the Li family, the guests present immediately dropped their heads in shock, like startled ostriches, not daring to take another look. They had hoped to connect with the 2 heirs of the Zhao and Li families tonight, but instead witnessed their pathetic state. It wouldn't be good if the 2 of them held a grudge. Lei Hu, who had brought people in with guns, was now terrified after seeing young Master Li, who was on the same level as young Master Zhao, being slapped by the young man in front of him. Knowing the other party's background, he feared it was terrifyingly powerful.
And just now, I actually brought people in and pointed guns at him? It's over, I've really kicked an iron plate this time.
Ding, the host publicly slapped Li Yang, the mastermind behind the murder plot, causing him mental damage, and received a reward, villain points plus 8,000. The cold, mechanical voice of the villain life simulator reappeared. At this moment, Lu Qian's villain points had already broken through 5 figures, reaching an astonishing 16,800.
This number was enough for him to continue activating the villain life simulation 3 more times. Thump! Thump! Thump!
At this moment, a sudden, synchronized thudding sound came from outside, rapidly approaching. Rows of fully armed, agile, and tall figures wearing black Imperial law enforcement uniforms suddenly burst in, immediately startling many people into exclaiming. These figures exuded a terrifying aura of bloodlust, clearly indicating they were cultivators with significant achievements. None were below the 3rd realm of Tongxian. The leader, however, was a middle-aged man with a square face, resolute features, an upright and awe-inspiring demeanor, and the imposing presence of a superior.
It's the Black Robe Enforcement Squad from Modu Security Bureau.
These are the elite of the elite. To join them, one must be in the Tongshan realm, and they rarely appear. Back in the day, when a secret realm appeared over Modu and strange creatures invaded and infiltrated the city, it was the Black Robe Enforcement Squad that was responsible for clearing them out.
Many people were killed then.
Wait, the middle-aged man leading them seems to be Chi Wei, the deputy director of the Modu Security Bureau. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, immediately recognizing the identity of the leading middle-aged man.
This was a legendary figure in Modu.
It was said that the director of the Modu Security Bureau had reached retirement age.
Chi Wei was very likely to take over and become the new director.
Even the four great aristocratic families of Modu were trying to curry favor with this person. Then, to their astonished gazes, Chi Wei suddenly led his team towards Lu Qian, stopping a few steps away.
Senior Lu. He first nodded to Lu Zhong, then looked at Lu Qian. Young Master Lu, do you have any instructions?
Looking at Chi Wei before him, Lu Qian nodded slightly, but in his mind, Lu Zhong's telepathic message surfaced.
Young Master Lu, Chi Wei is in the transcendent realm.
He's quite ambitious, but also loyal. The old master once evaluated Chi Wei, saying he's someone who can handle dirty work.
The sixth realm, transcendent.
As the deputy director of the Modu Security Bureau, such cultivation was not bad at all. In the entire Modu, he was only second to those few powerhouses in the sacred entry realm. Moreover, he possessed an outwardly upright and awe-inspiring appearance, but the ambition in his eyes and his desire for advancement were hard to conceal.
No wonder he arrived so quickly. He's probably eager to advance. And, he can handle dirty work, huh?
A hint of a playful smile appeared in Lu Qian's eyes as he looked at the terrified Lei Hu and others behind Zhao Kuan.
Director Qi, someone just pointed a gun at me. What do you think should be done? How dare they? Dare to point a gun at young Master Lu? Drag them out and execute them.
After receiving instructions from the Lu family, Deputy Commissioner Chi Wei rushed over almost without a moment's delay.
In fact, less than a minute had passed. There was no other way, he was just too eager for advancement. Currently, he was in an awkward position. Although the commissioner of the Demon City Security Bureau had reached retirement age, he was unwilling to step down easily.
Another deputy commissioner, backed by powerful connections, was also eyeing his position, eager to push him out. Under these circumstances, his ambition to rise would inevitably face considerable resistance. Although, during this period, various factions in Demon City, including several top aristocratic families, had secretly extended invitations to him, hoping to win his allegiance. In his mind, however, there was naturally a better candidate. That, of course, was the young master of the Lu family, Lu Qian, standing right before him. The Lu family of Daxia was truly a powerful force to ally with. He recalled how, years ago, he, a poor young man, had managed to rise all the way to become the deputy commissioner of Demon City. It was none other than the old master of the Lu family, who, passing through Demon City back then, recognized his talent and, with a casual remark, appointed him, thus giving him a chance to distinguish himself. Since then, he had always considered himself a protege of the Lu family. With a powerful ally like the Lu family, akin to a thick thigh, why would he ever opt for the short legs of others? For this reason, he had been looking for an opportunity to approach this young Master Lu for some time, but no good chance had presented itself. Now, however, the opportunity had indeed arrived. Back then, if it weren't for old Master Lu's appointment, I, Chi Wei, would still be just an ordinary team leader. How could I be deputy commissioner today? The Lu family has given me, Chi Wei, a new lease on life. To dare to touch young Master Lu in Demon City is to touch my, Chi Wei's, hat position honor. I see all of you as lawless elements who are intent on undermining the security of the empire.
Drag them all out and execute them.
Chi Wei's face was filled with anger, as if he himself had been insulted. His mouth was full of gratitude for the Lu family, which he made no attempt to conceal.
He wore an expression that suggested an irreconcilable feud with evil. This fawning display instantly stunned everyone present. Swish. Swish. Swish.
The black-robed enforcement squad immediately took action, dislocating the limbs of the lawless elements led by Lei Hu and dragging them out.
You, what are you doing? Young Master Zhao, save me. Young Master Zhao, save me. Young Master Zhao. I'm your man. I'm your man. Hearing Lei Hu's terrified screams, Zhao Kun's swollen face twitched slightly. He glared at Qi Wei, clearly not expecting Qi Wei to dare lay a hand on someone from the Zhao family. How many years had it been since anyone in all of Demon City dared to touch a member of his Zhao family? This scoundrel Qi Wei was clearly using the Zhao family to demonstrate his loyalty to Lu Qian. How dare you?
Using my Zhao family as a stepping stone, Qi Wei, you've got guts.
Zhao Kun cursed inwardly, clearly harboring intense hatred for Qi Wei. Even if his Zhao family couldn't deal with Lu Qian, surely they could deal with a mere deputy commissioner like him?
Facing Zhao Kun's venomous gaze, Qi Wei remained unfazed, showing no fear. Compared to the powerful Lu family, offending the Zhao family was a minor matter. Compared to Zhao Kun, that brainless fellow, Li Yang, for some unknown reason, felt a bone-chilling coldness at this moment. He had already seen Lu Qian's tendency to seize the opportunity, blow things up, and make an example of the Zhao family. This legendary dissolute young master was indeed as cunning, ruthless, and unreasonable as the rumors claimed. Damn it, if things escalate, it will inevitably attract attention from all sides, and continuing with the assassination plan will likely become extremely difficult. Right now, if even the Demon Capital Garrison Department gets involved, the probability of the Li family being exposed will probably increase. The assassination plan must be changed. Just as Li Yang was secretly cursing, he suddenly noticed Lu Qian's gaze fall upon him and Zhao Kun, carrying a hint of profound meaning. The annoying flies are dealt with, now it's time to settle matters between us.
Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out.
Outside the hotel, Lei Hu's plea for mercy suddenly ceased.
Boom! In an instant, for some unknown reason, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly surged from the hearts of the two.
As if something terrible was about to happen. When a gun goes off, someone dies.
When someone dies, someone has to cry. When someone cries, someone will want to speak. I'm still very angry, and I'm looking to shoot another ringleader. Lu Qian looked coldly at Zhao Kun and Li Yang before him, slowly speaking, do you two have anything to say now? Holy crap! Li Yang's scalp tingled, and he instantly saw the undisguised killing intent in the other party's eyes. Shit! Is this madman really going to kill them? Wait!
The reason this madman came to the demon capital wasn't because he had caused quite a stir in the imperial capital. Compared to that, killing them doesn't seem like such a big deal.
Clang!
Zhao Kun instantly crumpled in fear, directly falling to his knees.
Young Master Lu, I confess, I'll tell you everything. All of this tonight was planned by this dog, Li Yang. He was the one who told me to drug School Belle Lu. I truly didn't know School Belle Lu was your woman. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared, even if you gave me 100 guts. The mastermind behind all of this is that dog, Li Yang. At most, I'm just an accomplice. Seeing Lu Qian getting serious, Zhao Kun instantly couldn't hold back and sold Li Yang out. He never expected that just drugging someone would cost him his life. From beginning to end, he hadn't even had a taste, not even a sniff. Why is it that without warning, he's about to be shot? Holy crap! Zhao Kun, you bastard, you dare to frame me. Young Master Lu, it's this bastard who's plotting against Miss Lu.
I can testify, just shoot him directly. Seeing Zhao Kun decisively selling out his teammate, Li Yang's head also exploded, raging in anger. This dog usually wasn't very bright, but at this moment, he was suddenly sharp. He dared not gamble on the probability of Lu Qian daring to kill. Previously, Lu Qian, this living king of hell, almost caused a death in the imperial capital because of a woman.
Li Yang, you motherfucker! Zhao Kun suddenly flared up, throwing a punch at Li Yang. The two of them fought like dogs, biting and scratching. The seemingly intimate brotherly bond just moments ago had completely shattered at this point. Both wished they could kill the other.
Lu Gan merely watched with cold eyes, as if observing two dead men. Lu Zhong, who had been standing behind, observing with cold eyes, now looked at his young master with a sudden hint of surprise. He didn't know why, but he felt that his young master Lu seemed different from before. Lu Zhong was somewhat astonished. His young master Lu was apparently not as simple as he had imagined. He was nothing like the rumored profligate's son. His political maneuvering skills were absolutely impressive. Just a few words were enough to make Li Yang and Zhao Kun engage in infighting, directly leading them to kill each other. Seen this way, his previous reputation for being a lecher must have merely been a protective facade. That's right, as one of the great Xia Empire's 12 dukes' meritorious families, how could any descendant of the Lu family bloodline be a good-for-nothing?
Lu Gan was naturally well aware of Lu Zhong's scrutinizing gaze from behind, and he could indeed sense it.
However, at this moment, he didn't care. Instead, he calmly watched Li Yang and Zhao Kun, who were locked in a brawl before him. The two appeared to be fighting to the death, but in reality, they were holding back, not truly fighting. They were mostly buying time. Presumably, they intended to wait for reinforcements to arrive. With such a big commotion, there must be people from the Zhao and Li families present who had already started to send word.
It seems they still have some brains, not completely stupid. Lu Gan sneered, instantly seeing through their little schemes. But so what?
Today, even if the King of Heaven himself came,
it would be useless. Since you can't explain yourselves, then let me be the judge. Director Qi, drag these two out and execute them.
As these words left his lips, Li Yang and Zhao Kun, who were buying time, instantly changed color, clearly not expecting. Even Qi Wei was somewhat stunned. To execute the heirs of two powerful families in Modu at once, this would lead to an endless feud. Even his superior, the director of Modu, wouldn't dare to play it this way. Even with his bold nature, he hesitated at this moment. And, from beginning to end, everything was actually just because of one woman. Moreover, it was a woman who hadn't even been successfully taken advantage of. What, Director Qi, are you scared? Lu Gan looked at the hesitant Qi Wei with a faint gaze. If you want to advance but don't want to offend anyone, then what good are you? If you're going to be a dog, you must be mentally prepared to be a dog. If you don't even listen to your master's words, then what good are you? Not good. Qi Wei's body trembled. He instantly realized and cursed himself for being foolish. No matter how strong the Li and Zhao families were, they were only confined to Modu. But the Lu family is rooted in the great Xia imperial capital. That's a giant that ranks among the top in the entire Great Xia. The two are simply not on the same scale. If he could gain the support of the Lu family, let alone the position of director of the Modu garrison, in the future, he might even have the chance to advance further, heading to the Great Xia imperial capital to hold a higher position. In comparison, the so-called Li and Zhao families, offending them was no big deal. He had heard that this young master Lu held a special status within the Lu family and had always been pampered by everyone in the family. Immediately, dripping with cold sweat, he quickly reacted. No problem, absolutely no problem, young Master Lu, since you've personally asked, I will personally execute these two immediately. At this moment, in order to firmly cling to Lu Qian's thigh, Qi Wei naturally didn't hesitate and was ready to personally present a pledge of allegiance. Such a matter absolutely could not be entrusted to others. Seeing Qi Wei not hesitate, walking step by step towards Li Yang and Zhao Kun, Lu Qian nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. It seems this person can still be used, and the possibility of him being involved with the mastermind's forces is almost negligible. Indeed, his forcing Qi Wei to kill this time was partly to test the other party's loyalty. On the other hand, it was to test whether the other party was a friend or foe, or if they were involved with the mastermind's forces. Wait! Director Qi, what are you doing? You're crazy, the Li family won't let you off. Seeing Qi Wei approaching, Li Yang and Zhao Kun instantly stopped their fight, their faces turning grim. Facing a sixth realm transcendent expert, the two of them would have no power to resist whatsoever. Zhao Kun was already dumbfounded. And at this moment, the most collapsed was Li Yang. This plot is wrong.
Tonight, shouldn't Lu Qian be framed and killed by the transcendent realm Thousand Shadows assassin? How did it turn into him being killed? Grandpa, help! In desperation, Li Yang finally couldn't help but shout in collapse. Boom! A ripple suddenly appeared in the space inside the room. Two old figures, one after another, arrived in quick succession. Young Master Lu, spare their lives. Young Master Lu, please show mercy. The first to arrive was none other than the Li family's old ancestor. Following closely behind, a step slower, was the Zhao family's old ancestor. Saint entry 4th layer. Saint entry 5th layer. The pressure from the two Saint entry realm experts subtly manifested. Their sudden appearance instantly made the atmosphere in the room oppressive, almost solidifying the air. Everyone present changed their expressions slightly, unable to resist the pressure, and instantly knelt on the ground. It really is you. Lu Qian's eyes moved, and he calmly looked at the incoming ancestor Li. Although it was their first meeting, he instantly recognized that the other party was the mysterious person who had lured Lu Zhong away during the first simulation. Also, the masked assassin from the second simulation. Moreover, the other party had clearly arrived earlier but had been lurking in the shadows. Only when Li Yang was about to be killed and Ancestor Zhao arrived, did he finally decide to show himself. Not good. Shi Wei's pupils constricted, and his hair stood on end. He instantly felt a bone-chilling killing intent. Being targeted by the pressure of two saint-level powerhouses, even he found it hard to bear. He immediately retreated several steps, his face pale. Boom! At some unknown point, Lu Zhong, the Dao protector who had been standing behind him, had already appeared in front, blocking Lu Qian. Boom! A terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of the two aristocratic clan ancestors, instantly erupted, sweeping over them. Humph! Lu Zhong snorted coldly. A terrifying pressure erupted, and a surge of spiritual energy burst forth, directly knocking Ancestor Li and Ancestor Zhao out of space. 7th level of Saint. Both Ancestor Li and Ancestor Zhao let out gasps of surprise. They clearly hadn't expected the Lu family to equip Lu Qian, this dissolute young master, with a 7th level saint-level powerhouse. The 7th realm of sainthood is divided into 9 levels, each with various profound abilities. A 7th level saint, throughout the entire demon city, can almost be considered among the top tier. Even the two saint ancestors of the Zhao and Li families were far inferior. If they were to fight, it was likely that even their combined strength might not be enough to defeat Lu Zhong. In an instant, the faces of both ancestors changed, their expressions varied. Originally, they had intended to rely on their seniority and intervene to save their family's juniors. Now, it seemed that was not going to happen. To have a 7th level Saint Dao protector guarding him, Lu Qian, this dissolute young master, evidently held significant weight in the Lu family's heart. If things went wrong, they might genuinely offend someone. Compared to Ancestor Zhao's shock, Ancestor Li, while also shocked, felt his heart sink and couldn't help but clench his fists. This is troublesome. Lu Qian coldly watched the two suddenly arriving ancestors and suddenly spoke, "Haha, the two of you, are you planning to rely on your seniority and cultivation to intimidate this young master? How about my Dao protector has a little spar with the two of you?" Upon hearing this, both Ancestor Li and Ancestor Zhao's expressions changed drastically. Lu Zhong, a 7th level saint, was clearly not someone they could contend with. If a fight truly broke out, they would be the ones to suffer. Moreover, if they genuinely offended the Lu family behind Lu Qian, it was likely that both their families would face grave consequences. Even a mere Dao protector for a junior possessed such terrifying cultivation. The true strength of the Lu family was naturally unfathomable. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Young Master Lu, you misunderstand. This old man was just too anxious to save his grandson just now, and offended young Master Lu. The two of us are willing to each offer a 6th-tier king artifact as a small token to apologize to young Master Lu. With that, the two immediately took out 2 king artifacts from their storage bags. Magic treasures, mortal artifact, magical artifact, profound artifact, spirit artifact, treasure artifact, king artifact, emperor artifact, imperial artifact, immortal artifact.
A king artifact is a weapon belonging to the sixth realm of transcendent power. However, artifact refiners are rare, like talisman masters, they are a scarce existence, and their artifacts are even more precious.
Even a sixth realm transcendent powerhouse might not possess a king artifact.
Even for powerful families like the Li and Zhao families, easily taking one out would make their hearts ache. The old ancestor of the Li family produced a jade rui scepter, imbued with a special formation that could emit vibrant vitality to heal oneself. The old ancestor of the Zhao family produced a dark cloak, made from the hide of a strange creature called a mist ghost, which could release eerie mist to conceal one's figure. The two, who were among the most prominent super bigwigs in the Demon City, could only force smiles and fawn over Lu Qian, a young junior, at this moment.
No choice, their power was inferior, and you can't twist an arm stronger than a leg.
Ding, the host used power to pressure others, making two Saint-tier-old ancestors bow down and willingly apologize, receiving reward, villain points plus. In a blink of an eye, another 20,000 villain points were added to the account. Instantly, Lu Qian's villain points had already reached a massive sum of over 30,000.
Moreover, there were also two special king artifacts added to his collection. Consider yourselves sensible.
Lu Qian glanced at them, nodding slightly, revealing an expression of disdainful superiority. Compared to the humiliating chase and suppression in the villain simulator before, he was now in high spirits.
No choice.
His sudden appearance disrupted everyone's plans, not only thoroughly dealing with Li Yang, the planner, but also forcing out the old ancestor of the Li family who was hiding in the shadows. Now, the so-called killing array had been largely broken. Only that pile of 1,000 shadow assassins lurking in the sewers hadn't shown up. But with several Saint-tier powerhouses gathered here, even if the 1,000 shadow assassins had the guts, they wouldn't dare show their faces.
If anything were to happen to him through assassination, no one present would survive.
At that time, the old ancestor of the Li family would probably be the first to want to kill the 1,000 shadow assassins. When all darkness is exposed and placed under the spotlight, everything becomes pale and powerless.
This could be called a naked conspiracy.
He casually made a gesture. Lu Zhong, who was beside him, instantly understood, reached out to catch the two king artifacts, and returned to his side.
All right, the two old ones have been dealt with. Now, it's time to deal with you two youngsters again.
Lu Qian turned his gaze back to Zhao Kuan and Li Yang, his smile growing brighter. However, this bright smile, in their eyes, was like that of a demon. Instantly, the two young masters of Demon City were so scared that they cried and wailed, like gored dolls, calling out for their grandfathers.
Grandpa, save me! Save me!
Lu Ruoyue, I didn't even touch her, and it almost cost me my life.
Grandpa!
This was all that damn Li Yang's doing, he misled me. I'm truly, utterly wronged. Seeing their grandson's terrified state, the two old patriarchs' lips twitched slightly.
Who could have imagined that a mere trivial matter would cost the heirs of two major noble families in Modu their lives? That little girl in the arms of the young Master Lu was simply a femme fatale.
Ahem, young Master Lu, my Li family and the Lu family are also related by marriage, and this old man has a friendship with your father.
Could you perhaps be lenient? I believe there must be some misunderstanding. My Li family is willing to compensate Miss Lu.
Patriarch Li was the first to speak, attempting to plead for mercy. Not to mention that Li Yang was a blood descendant he valued, but his intelligence and cunning alone were considered top tier in the Li family, with hopes of revitalizing the Li family in the future.
Naturally, he couldn't be easily sacrificed. That's right, young Master Lu, I think tonight's events might be a misunderstanding. My Zhao family is also willing to compensate.
Patriarch Zhao also spoke up to plead. However, compared to Patriarch Li's calculations, he showed a bit more genuine emotion. It was clear that he truly doted on his grandson, Zhao Kuan.
Misunderstanding. Where are so many misunderstandings coming from?
You too, you're not trying to make me swallow the words I just said, are you?
I said, I'm very angry tonight, and people are definitely going to die. How could I go back on my word?
Lu Qian sneered, directly interrupting their pleas, instantly making the two patriarchs' expressions turn ugly. But the next moment, his tone suddenly shifted.
However, since Patriarch Li has mentioned my father, I will give you some face. Tonight, only one main culprit will be executed. Saying this, Lu Qian looked at Zhao Kuan and Li Yang. So, you two, who is the real culprit? Uncle Qian, it's Zhao Kuan. I'm your own nephew.
Young Master Lu, it was that bastard Li Yang who instigated everything behind the scenes. Seeing the difficult question thrown back at them, both Zhao Kuan and Li Yang's faces changed drastically, utterly refusing to admit it. As both sides clung to their stories, blaming each other.
The atmosphere on the scene instantly fell into a stalemate again. Just then, Lu Qian's voice suddenly echoed eerily. Since neither of you admits it, I have a good idea. How about soul searching? Soul searching. That seemingly calm and indifferent voice instantly made everyone present's faces change drastically. What kind of demonic art was this, to just resort to soul searching? And at this moment, the one with the biggest reaction was none other than Li Yang. His body suddenly trembled, and he instantly realized the fear of death. Simply because his memories contained too many unspeakable. You unfilial wretch! I see all these things tonight were caused by you. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy suddenly burst forth, sweeping across. Lu Zhong frowned slightly, wanting to stop it, but saw Lu Qian turn his back to him, shaking his head slightly. Bang! Li Yang was instantly engulfed by the blast, turning into a bloody mist, leaving no trace of his body. And the one who struck was none other than the Li family patriarch. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the blast, Li Yang's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He never imagined that he would end up as a pawn. He saw the Li family patriarch, whose killing intent was palpable, and Lu Qian, whose lips curled into a playful smirk as he stared intently at him. In his final moment, a sudden realization seemed to dawn on him, and he understood everything. So you knew all along. Put. Zhao Kuan only felt a terrifying blast erupt, followed by a splash of hot liquid all over him, soaked in blood. He gasped, his face filled with horror, his body trembling uncontrollably, his mind blank, as if he was stunned by the scene before him. Just moments ago, a living, breathing person next to him was directly blown apart, turning into a bloody mist that splattered all over him. This was practically a psychological trauma. Ah! 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 Dead! Dead! All dead! The terrified Zhao Kuan screamed and yelled like a madman. And Zhao Kuan was not the only one shocked by this sudden turn of events. Everyone present, except for Lu Qian, showed expressions of astonishment. Who could have imagined that the Li family patriarch, who was protecting Li Yang 1 second, would suddenly erupt the next, directly killing his most beloved grandson? Without the slightest hesitation, without the slightest mercy. From beginning to end, he didn't even give Li Yang a chance to say another word. At this moment, among those present, Lu Qian was probably the only one who knew the real reason. Old man, you're indeed ruthless enough to not even spare your own grandson. Lu Qian sneered inwardly, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The Li family patriarch's madness was, of course, a result of Lu Qian's coercion. The moment he proposed to perform soul searching on Zhao Kuan and Li Yang to prove their innocence, it was already Li Yang's death sentence. Simply because the memories in Li Yang's mind involved too many things that couldn't see the light of day. The plan to assassinate Lu Qian, the truth of the Li family's betrayal, information about the mastermind behind the scenes. If even a tiny bit of this information leaked, the entire Li family would be annihilated without a trace. Not only would the Lu family not spare them, but neither would the mastermind behind the scenes. For himself and for the entire family, the Li family patriarch could not allow Li Yang to continue living, nor could he let him say another word. Even if the other party was his most promising grandson, it wouldn't matter. And this outcome was what Lu Qian was happy to see, and what he wanted to see. On one hand, his first and second simulations with the villain life simulator were very likely sabotaged by Li Yang, this viper. Perhaps this child's cultivation wasn't high, but he was skilled in schemes and tricks, making him hard to guard against. Killing him prematurely was definitely a good idea. Now, it could be considered an indirect revenge, settling a score. What a pity! Li Yang's memory surely contains some information useful to me, but I can't access them. Otherwise, it would certainly attract the attention of the mastermind behind the scenes, exposing me prematurely and leading to a deadly peril. This current situation, on the other hand, is just right. It has resolved the killing predicament without exposing myself. I imagine the mastermind will need to replan if they want to kill me. The time left for me has actually been extended. Lu Qian thought to himself. Old man Li, have you gone mad, to actually kill your own grandson directly? Qi Wei, the deputy director of the Modu Garrison Department who had been silent, suddenly shouted sharply. Or rather, you've known all along that everything tonight was Li Yang's doing alone. The old ancestor of the Zhao family also reacted, immediately shielding Zhao Kuan behind him, and spoke to Lu Qian. Young Master Lu, the scoundrel has already jumped out, it's a member of the Li family. My grandson was merely deceived. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Zhao family naturally also guessed that the Li family's old ancestor was unwilling for Li Yang to be soul-searched, fearing it involved certain matters. Perhaps it was some family secret, or a special hidden truth. But at this moment, he didn't want to bother with it, he just wanted to push all the responsibility away. The old ancestor of the Li family, who suddenly became the target of all criticism, also reacted at this moment. His recent reaction had been a bit too extreme. But the matter was of great importance. As long as he could cover it up, everything would be worth it. Young Master Lu, this old man. The old ancestor of the Li family opened his mouth, wanting to speak, and hastily tried to offer a corresponding explanation to cover it up. But he was mercilessly interrupted by Lu Qian. You dare to lay hands in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Lu Zhong. Teach him a lesson. The old ancestor of the Li family's expression changed, only to feel a blur before his eyes as Lu Zhong's figure silently appeared in front of him. Thud. A palm struck his chest. The old ancestor of the Li family instantly flew out like a cannonball, crashing hard against the wall, spitting out blood from his mouth, directly severely injured. The suppression from a higher realm dictated that the old ancestor of the Li family could not be Lu Zhong's opponent. After severely wounding the old ancestor of the Li family, Lu Zhong did not continue, but returned to Lu Qian's side. If there's a next time, this young master will take the life of that old dog of yours. Lu Qian's eyes were calm, ignoring the astonished gazes around him, and spoke coldly. The old ancestor of the Li family cannot die yet. The matter is too big. It could easily attract the attention of the mastermind behind the scenes. Just crippling him can still effectively buy time for my simulated self in the next simulation. Thank you, young Master Lu, for sparing my life. The half-dead ancestor Li Yang, despite being so angry he coughed up blood, still had to grudgingly thank him. What kind of situation is this? Ding, host's clever calculation forced ancestor Li to kill his grandson, Li Yang, completely destroying the first assassination plot against you. By manipulating everyone, you have received a special reward, Villain Points Plus, and the temporary talent level for the next simulation +1. The temporary talent level drawn for the next simulation will be +1. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected bonus. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow, feeling a little secretly delighted. If he could draw a red talent similar to You Can't See Me next time, wouldn't it directly upgrade to a purple talent? At that time, who knows how much the effect would be enhanced? Indeed, only by changing the future of the timeline can one receive generous rewards. Now, the matter is pretty much clear. The prime culprit, the heinous villain, is Li Yang. This matter ends here. Lu Qian waved his hand, embracing Lu Ruiwe, and made the final decision. I have important matters to attend to next. You may leave. Young Master Lu, how insightful. Ancestor Zhao cupped his hands and bowed. Oh. My. Goodness. Zhao Kuan, frightened into a frenzy, suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted excitedly. Ancestor Zhao's face darkened. He knocked him unconscious with a palm and directly carried him away. Young Master Lu, in that case, I shall take my leave first. Ancestor Li also braced himself to bid farewell. Among those present, only Qi Wei remained. Then this subordinate will not disturb young Master Lu either. Seeing that the matter was about to conclude, Qi Wei was also tactful. Watching Lu Qian embrace a tipsy beauty, he prepared to leave. "Wait, Director Qi." Lu Qian suddenly called out to him. "Director Qi has worked hard tonight, Lu Zhong, reward him." Whoosh! The royal artifact Jade Rui, given by Ancestor Li, which possessed healing properties, was lifted by spiritual energy and presented before Qi Wei. This item came from Ancestor Li. Who knew if there were any hidden problems with it? Lu Qian naturally wouldn't keep it, so he simply gave it as a gift, very magnanimously, to Qi Wei. "Young Master Lu, isn't this too?" Qi Wei looked at the Jade Rui in front of him, his pupils constricting, and his voice trembled slightly. This was a rank 6 royal artifact. Even for him, as the deputy director of the Magic City Garrison, a rank 6 royal artifact was an extremely precious existence. In this empire, controlled by the great Xia imperial family and influential noble clans, artifact refiners were almost all recruited by various forces and treated as honored guests. Under such a blockade of ranks, cultivators' magical artifacts were definitely rare. Born a commoner, even though he had risen to the position of deputy director, he only managed to accumulate one rank 6 royal artifact on him. But now, Lu Qian, with a single gesture, produced a royal artifact. This almost equated to decades of his efforts. At this moment, he didn't want to not take it, but he was also afraid that once he took it, he would have no further connection with the benefactor before him. "Director Qi, take it. It's just a small item, and I've seen many such small items. In the future, you will get more." Lu Qian immediately saw through Qi Wei's hesitation and directly pointed it out. The possibility that Qi Wei was a person from the Mastermind's faction was extremely small, almost negligible. A deputy director of the Modu Public Security Bureau, an extraordinary realm expert, could be considered to have some weight. It was thought that at critical moments, he could still be useful. He could just bring him under his wing. At present, he had almost fallen out with the Li family, so he naturally needed a local strongman to handle and arrange some matters. In the future, if Qi Wei proved easy to use, promoting him to a higher position would not be out of the question. And Qi Wei naturally heard the intention of recruitment and appeasement in his words, and his heart was instantly filled with joy. "Thank you, young Master Lu, for bestowing this treasure." He reached out, preparing to take the Jade Rui before him. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly appeared from not far away. A young figure, dressed in tattered clothes like a beggar, carrying a tattered cloth bag, looking rustic and ruffian-like, rushed towards them. This person was none other than Yi Chen, the protagonist of Destiny. Perhaps adhering to the principle of the protagonist appearing last. At this moment, when all was settled, he finally appeared. "Darn it, I played for too long, almost messed up something important." Ru Yue must be getting impatient. Rushing over, he secretly cursed in his heart that drinking delays important matters. It turned out that just an hour ago, when he accompanied Lu Ruyue to the banquet, he suddenly spotted a girl who looked like his first love, so he went over to chat a bit, had a few drinks, and exchanged pleasantries. As a result, when he came to his senses, an hour had already passed. Realizing that he had left his goddess at the banquet for an hour, Yi Chen wished he could slap himself twice. What if Ru Yue was targeted by those ill-intentioned men without his protection? Full of regret, when he rushed into the Century Hotel, what greeted his eyes was the messy ground and a dazzling sight. He saw his perfect goddess, Lu Ruyue, looking utterly drunk, flushed all over, lying in the arms of a young man. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's blood pressure instantly shot up.